In this world, there existed 9 races: dragon newts, elves, ghouls, dwarves, demons, centaurs, dark elves, beastmen, and lastly, humans. Out of the 9 races, humans were looked down upon the most and were known as the weakest race. Our protagonist, Light, was fighting against large centipedes and losing until a person of every race had come into the area to save him. These people were his friends and were hundreds of levels ahead of him, all of them telling him to leave the fighting to them. After they'd defeated the centipedes, the group left the dungeon and the blonde elf, Sasha, started to reprimand Light for going into the most brutal dungeon, the Abyss. Guru saw the exchange and teased the girl, everyone else joining in to tease her as well. Light interrupted the moment to announce to everyone that he was sorry for not being useful to the group, but Drago said that he was good enough for the group by making good tea, trying his best to comfort the boy. Humans were called the weakest, yet Light's party, the gathering of races, didn't have that same mindset and treated everyone such as Light equally. He was glad to have joined the party, happily catching up with the rest of the group. They finally found an empty and well-lit cave, and Light assumed that it was for a break, starting to prepare some tea for the group. However, they weren't here to relax. Drago walked up to him and told him that they had decided to kick him out of the party. Light misunderstood and apologized for his actions that day, promising to never do it again. But Guru clarified that it was just because they didn't need him anymore. The boy was confused as to why everyone was suddenly treating him so badly. But the Wolfman called Light an idiot for not understanding that it was all an act. Drago explained that they had let Light join because of his gift. At 10 years old, everyone gets an extremely small chance at getting a gift. Light being lucky with his unlimited gacha. Whenever he would push the button, he would get a card that provides an object to him, but the 12-year-old boy could only produce useless stuff, which Drago agreed that was the very reason they didn't need him anymore. Higher-ups wanted Light to be observed for his powers, only for him to end up being both useless and a human. Sasha admitted that she was only being friendly for the sake of her country, Guru jumping in to make fun of her because of it. Light asked them what they were talking about, but they said too much. Drago ordered the Wolfman to clean up the mess, explaining to Light that it was an order from the higher-ups, as Guru charged forward to slash at the boy with his claws. Light dodged it just barely and moved back, still wanting to believe that this was all a joke. But the evil looks of everyone in the room made him believe otherwise. The Wolfman continued his attack as the boy tried to make his escape deeper into the cave. An arrow was sent towards Light's leg, causing him to fall to the ground and Guru to charge forward in amusement and kick the boy in the gut. He screamed in pain and fear. The dark elf Xion jumped in to say how she wanted to use her torturing magic. Sasha yelled that they all agreed to lie that Light died from a monster attack, otherwise they would be suspicious. Guru stood over the teary-eyed boy, ready to give one last slash to kill him, until Light started to drag himself away from Death's arms. The dwarf, Nano, told the Wolfman to just kill Light already, while all Light could think about was how he didn't want to die. The group stared with either amusement or disgust until Light seemed to have activated a teleportation trap and disappeared right before Guru could kill him. Light looked around in disbelief before falling onto his back in exhaustion and crying about wanting to see his family again. He didn't know what he did to deserve all of those things that just happened to him, being raised by and seemingly being friends with everyone in the group until it was all found out to be a lie. The boy grit his teeth and started to curse in a rage from the betrayal, vowing to kill them when he could. However, that would mean he would have to get out of this dungeon alive while being a level 15. Monsters started to surround the boy as he realized that they were led by his blood and were level 1000, something he couldn't even comprehend beating. There was nowhere else Light could run while being the level that he was, but he still didn't want to die and tried to use his gift Unlimited Gacha. He yelled at the gift to give him anything to distract the monster so he could meet his family again and get revenge on the ones who betrayed him. And suddenly, a light appeared, blinding the monster and confusing Light. The monster still tried to run at and eat the boy, making him believe that it was over, until a voice called out to reprimand it. A woman appearing from the light to slice the dog-like monster to pieces, while Light stared at her in awe. The mysterious woman that had defeated all the monsters in the area gracefully landed on the ground as pieces of the monster flew all over the place. She stood opposed to the boy who was sitting on the ground, shock covering his face as he stared in disbelief and silence at the woman who had saved him. The woman stared back with an unreadable expression until she suddenly kneeled before Light and looked at him with a worried look. Light stumbled over his words until the girl finally spoke. She started to compliment the boy's features, calling him her lord. and she explained to him that she had healed his injuries and apologized for being selfish because of it. Light looked down at his body and realized that all of his wounds were gone, and the pain had gone away like it was never there in the first place. The woman asked Light to use his supposedly beautiful voice to tell her his name. Once he had introduced himself, she stared at him with light in her eyes as she started to repeat his name, calling it wonderful and noble. She announced to Light that she was going to devote herself as a maid to doing everything for him, swearing eternal loyalty to the boy. Light didn't know how to react to the situation unfolding before him and started to sweat as he sat there and thought before the maid asked him if she could have the privilege of introducing herself. The woman finally introduced herself as a super ultra rare card, the level 9999 Seeker Maid May, and explained that she was summoned by Light's gift, surprising him. May vowed to always be in the boy's care even after death and to make sure that nothing would lay a finger on his skin. Light still didn't believe that someone as powerful as her could come out of his gift, his words being interrupted by the woman begging to not use any formalities in front of her. He did as told, and May immediately switched back to a serious expression, asking if she could use her identify ability to make sure his gift wasn't a defect. Light gave her permission and the woman inspected him, complimenting the boy for his powers and explaining how it worked. His gift, Unlimited Gacha, was affected by the thickness of the surrounding magic it absorbed to produce cards, meaning that while he was producing useless cards on the surface, it was understandable as to why he would have summoned someone like May in the deepest part of the dungeon. May was impressed that her master was able to come down to the lowest floor by himself just to summon her, but wondered why he didn't have any weapons. The boy knew her words were incorrect, as he started to cry and correct the woman, explaining to May how he had been betrayed by his teammates. The maid had hugged Light and comforted him, before asking him to order her to kill those who betrayed him. But he told her that she couldn't do that because he wanted to do it himself after he became stronger. He asked May if she thought a human like him couldn't do it, but the woman kneeled down and told him that she would assist him in his wish, having full faith that he could do what he wanted. Light thanked the maid and proceeded to use his gift once again in this world's biggest and most evil dungeon, the Abyss. This marked the start of his revenge story. 3 years later, in the deepest part of the Abyss, Light walked through the hall of a castle filled with many upon many maids as he complimented everyone on their good work. All the women thanked him, and when he left, started to scream in excitement at how the boy spoke to them. A woman beside Light asked if she should shut them up, but the boy was fine with it. An angry voice could be heard in the distance, outside in the training center of the place, as Light walked out and found 3 women, 2 of them arguing with each other. Light called out to them, and they all stared at him with happiness. These 3 women were known as Nizuna, the true vampire knight, Eri, the forbidden mage, and Aoyuki, the monster tamer. He told them that there was something he had to tell the 3 of them, but his words were interrupted by the presence of a hellhound, making Light freeze up for a moment because of the memories from 3 years ago. The 3 women stood in front of Light with a rage in their eyes as they were ready to protect him, which effectively scared the monster. Light told them that he was fine and started to pet the petrified monster, before it was announced that the prey had been caught. Everyone started to cheer as they walked off with evil looks on their faces, ready to enact the first part of the revenge. Guru was seen at the major city of the wolves, Akura. He was greeted by many people around him in excitement, while Guru loved all the praise that was being given to him. He sat in a bar and drank sake happily, still being complimented by the worker at the bar. Guru started to brag about his skill and how a person should complete their job with the best results, causing the wolf next to him to ask about the secret mission he did with the gathering of the races all those years ago. Guru couldn't say much since it was a job given by the country, but he was internally amused at how he had gotten so rich just by killing Light. A sudden, ominous feeling had coursed through the wolfman as he felt his senses smell death, and decided to focus his thoughts on how he was going to be at the top soon enough. May walked into the room and caught the interest of Guru as he asked what she wanted. The maid begged him to show her where Light last went to for a big compensation, surprising Guru since he didn't know that the boy had noble blood. He put the thoughts aside as he was too busy thinking about having some fun and selling the woman when he was done, telling May that he would accept the quest. Guru lied and said that he was good friends with Light and made a false promise that he would escort May to the dungeon safely, but the wolfman knew what he wanted to do with the woman when they were there. Accompanied by 10 other beastmen, the 12 of them entered the same cave that Light was supposedly killed in. Guru explained how they were ambushed and Light had triggered a teleportation trap before they could save him. And May kneeled down with tears, praying. He nodded at the other wolves as they blocked the only exit in the cave as they all stared down the woman with evil looks, until May spoke about her anger of not being there for Light earlier when he was betrayed. Guru was shocked by her knowledge and jumped back in defense, asking her who she worked for. May reminded Guru about how she swore her loyalty to Light, and gave a powerful aura strong enough to make everyone in the room shiver and freeze, including Guru himself. Suddenly, a voice called out to May how it wasn't her turn, causing Guru to whip his body around at the familiar voice. Once Light had pulled down his hood, the Wolfman stared with shock at the man who he thought was dead. Light waved and gave a bright smile to Guru as he excitedly told the Wolfman that he was there for his revenge after 3 long years. Guru stood in shock before he composed himself and started to laugh, still believing that Light was level 15 and couldn't win against him. The Wolfman didn't know how Light survived out there, but believed that the dragon newts were going to owe him one if he brought Light's corpse back with him. The boy scoffed at how brash and ignorant Guru was being, but Guru still believed that him and his men were stronger than the two in the room, looking down on the two just because they were human. Guru laughed maniacally and called the boy naive for thinking that he could get his revenge against him even if May was there to protect him. The Wolfman ordered the others to block the exit and kill the boy. 2 beastmen immediately dashing toward Light with hungry looks, until their heads were suddenly cut clean off by May. Everyone started to shiver in fear, but Guru ordered them to calm down as he still believed they couldn't lose. Light sighed at the fact that Guru was still looking down on them after that scene, even after 3 whole years. Guru was offended and started to announce that they, as monsters, could easily raise their levels compared to humans who supposedly couldn't do the same. In this world, one's level determined their value in the world, and Guru felt that he was on top at level 158. Light didn't want to lose, even as a human who didn't naturally have specialties and high levels like other races. The boy asked why there were heads rolling on the ground, but Guru believed that it was a trick and ordered everyone to prepare themselves all at once to attack the small boy. In such a small amount of time, Light used his staff to swiftly beat up every single one of the beastmen, including Guru, sending them all flying, while May watched in the distance with adoring eyes. All of the beastmen coughed and groaned, trying to recover from the hits as they tried to get back up, but Light had no reaction at all to the situation, and instead was looking down at Guru with a cold look, asking him what was wrong. Guru looked up at Light with a rage until he suddenly threw up from being hit in the gut, coughing as he struggled to get back up onto his feet. He started to chant to himself, trying to remember his hate for humans while he was in disbelief that he, a monster, could lose to the inferior race. The Wolfman screamed at the boy to not look down on him and pulled something out from a bag, surprising Light as he watched Guru jump back and reveal a small pearl. He called out for a person named Fenrir to be summoned as Guru smashed the pearl into the ground, Light appearing and blinding everyone else. Guru grinned as he explained that the item was called a monster ball and could hold a high-level monster inside, meaning that it would release the monster once broken and follow his every order before disappearing in around an hour. He grit his fangs at the fact that he had to use such an expensive trump card against the boy, but felt the power of the monster that curled around his form, its large canine body roaring loudly. The monster was level 500, and all of Guru's minions looked at the scene in awe, somehow holding hope once more for their situation. Guru still believed that Light was using tricks against him and threatened to make the boy regret for not killing him immediately. But Light interrupted his moment by asking if that was really his trump card, considering he thought that level 500 was still too weak against him. Guru laughed in disbelief and asked if Light had lost his mind, claiming that Light must have just been using a magic item and he should beg for his life, just like all those years ago. The boy stayed silent, while the Wolfman continued bragging and said that he might change his mind and let Light live if he made him laugh. Everyone else in the room giggled in amusement, until the small boy sighed and looked forward with a smile, telling Guru that he would stay in place and let the boring trump card do its thing. Guru felt offended and ordered Fenrir to turn Light into ashes as the canine monster used its breath as a cannon attack. Usually, it would be a one-hit kill, but Light just stood there and didn't get a scratch on him, wiping off the dust while Guru stared in shock. He knew that the only way to explain the situation was a huge gap of power, but he just couldn't believe that Light somehow had a far higher level, his thoughts interrupted by Light saying that it was his turn. Pulling out a card, the boy was ready to show Guru the real Fenrir at level 9,000. A wolf made out of pure light appeared from thin air and stood proudly behind Light, before being ordered to kill the dog behind Guru, simply just blowing air in the direction of Guru's monster and freezing it immediately before it shattered into pieces. Light praised Fenrir and started to pet the large dog, while Guru fell to the ground in fear, asking how the boy had something like that. Light explained with a smile that he didn't even need to summon Fenrir. because he himself was level 9,999 after all these years. Guru stared up in fear at Light, his body shivering. His minions behind him were also scared for their lives, as one of them said that he had previously believed that a human's average level should be around 100. Light explained that Mei was also level 9,999, making Guru realize that Light was the real deal, and he wasn't messing around with his power. He was still in disbelief that the boy in front of him was really the Light he knew before, remembering him from 3 years ago. Guru was more focused on the fact that his appearance hadn't changed, but the boy explained that he used a wristband of immortality that he got from his gacha gift to stop his growth, just so he could remember his feelings of despair, sorrow, and rage from all those years ago. Guru stared at the boy, knowing that he was a monster who could kill him, and immediately slammed his hands onto the ground in a bow. He apologized for being rude and tried to make an excuse, saying that he only tried to kill Light because it was an order from the country, claiming that Light could do whatever he wanted with the other beastmen as long as Guru lived. Everyone else in the room was offended by Guru's action, angry that he seemed to only care about himself when he continued to beg the boy to remember the good memories they had together. Light finally spoke and said that he would ask Guru something before the whole letting him go thing, and asked about what country they meant when they mentioned something about a master. But Guru seemed to not know anything at all. Guru said that the beastmen didn't have as many skills as the other races, meaning they weren't told anything about the mission. The boy asked the other wolves if they seemed to know anything, everyone starting to jump up in the hope that telling Light would let them live. However, that wasn't the case, as Mei quickly sliced them all to pieces, knowing that all of their intentions were just to lie to Light. Their blood splattered all around Guru, while the wolfman's body shook with terror as Light asked one last question: if he thought that Light could win against all the countries on the surface with how strong he was. Guru admitted that he truly believed Light was powerful, but it would be almost impossible to win against all of them, because of all of the years of history and legendary grade weapon and armor they possessed. Light hummed in thought, before smiling at how Guru had told the truth and agreed that they would definitely have limits despite their power. Suddenly, Light pulled out a teleportation card to use, and Light enveloped the group, confusing Guru until they disappeared and were sent somewhere else. Guru held his head in fear, eyes closed until he realized that he was still alive, and looked around in bewilderment, wondering where they were. An extremely large room with hundreds, if not thousands of people of all races who stood organized, leaving enough space for Light to walk toward a throne. He sat on the chair as everyone bowed in his presence, before they were asked by the boy to raise their heads and display their status boards. In seconds, the message boxes appeared all around the room, as everyone in that room were levels above what Guru could comprehend. Evil eyes from around the room were all staring at Guru, while Light explained that in the 3 years he was down there, he had raised all of these people just by using his own power. The boy then asked the same question from earlier of if he could win against all the people on the surface, but Guru couldn't answer and could only feel the life in him leave his body, making Light feel confident. The wolfman managed to speak and asked if the boy was something like a god, causing Light to realize how the sound of that label felt good to him. He wondered what he should give to the world with his gift, and was about to decide based on what the truth was about why the other countries wanted him dead. Light was going to find out whether he should become a gift holder that bestowed happiness, or the one that gave death and despair. The boy stood up from his chair and announced to everyone in the room that they were going to rise up from the abyss and seek truth and revenge from the people on the surface. A few days later, after Light's revenge against Guru, before the team set off for their next plan, they came to the boy's former village to visit the graves made for his parents. Light stared at the graves with a saddened look, holding a bouquet of flowers before placing it on top of the dirt of the graves. The reason why the village was now Light's former village was because someone had destroyed it. This was also not the boy's first time coming to the surface, his first being half a year ago, way before his revenge against Guru. The abyss was deeper than what was originally thought, and Light's teleport skill was unable to be used to get quickly to the surface. After a long time of figuring out how to get around the restrictions, the group was finally able to get out of the abyss and went to Light's village. However, the boy would stare in horror at the remains of the village he once knew. Nothing was left behind, and there was no person left alive. Light falling to his knees while he wailed in grief. After burying everyone's bodies, he used the power of everyone with him to try to find out what happened to the village. But there was no sure trace of the truth to be found. The only positive that Light saw in the situation was that he couldn't find the bodies of his siblings, meaning that there was at least a chance of them being out there alive, causing Light to dispatch people to gather information and a culprit. A knight in gold armor walked up to the boy and asked if he was done so they could depart immediately and not have to sleep outside for their first day of traveling. A woman called out to the knight, who was known as Gold, and reprimanded him for speaking so casually to Light. This woman was named Nimumu, and she told him to watch his attitude and speak with respect toward the boy, but Gold explained that formalities sounded awkward, asking the girl if she wanted to sleep outside herself. Nimumu tried to claim that she didn't care where the group would sleep as long as she was with Light, but the knight tried to explain that it would probably be best for the sake of the boy that they should avoid camping outside, making the girl realize his point. Gold had also warned Nimumu that she should lessen her loyalty to Light in the case that he would come to dislike her, causing the girl to start crying in worry, but she still vowed to fulfill her duty as a servant. Light started to chuckle at the sight in front of him and reassured both of them that he would never hate any of them. These two people were Light's guards, while he acted as a traveling adventurer on the surface, being both level 5000. The plan had started, and the three of them would set off for their journey to find information on things, and Light's next target was Sasha. Eri was already preparing for his revenge against the elf girl, but they would have to initiate this adventurer plan in the meantime. The reason for that was that he didn't want to start a war out of nowhere, instead choosing to investigate the strongest in every country to learn about the enemy and their potential gifts. Nimumu tried to tell him that there wouldn't be anyone else like Light to exist in the world, but the boy explained that because he existed, there was always a chance of another like him, meaning that they should be extra cautious, especially for this master that all of the countries are scared of. Even if Light's village's destruction was because of monsters or bandits, he knew that it had a connection with this master. A rage started to fill Light's small body as his fist tightened, knowing that he would burn the world down. Gold and Nimumu shivered in fear before the boy sighed and calmed down, putting on a clown mask and telling the others that it was time to go. All three of them started to fly through the air toward a certain direction. Nimumu asked Light if they were heading toward a city in the Dwarf Kingdom, to which the boy confirmed. The city of Dagas, a place where a dungeon was discovered and people would usually be gathered at. Gold told Nimumu that she should be careful of what she calls Light when they reach the ground, the boy agreeing and letting them both know that they should call him Kuro when they got there. He explained that he would be known from now on as Kuro the Adventurer, a boy trying to raise his rank and reputation. Light knew that he couldn't have gone with his original name in case the former gathering of races would get wind of the situation, and cause his revenge to fail. Dagas was chosen as the city to go to since it was far from where the group would move around in, and they would find more information about this master. They were planning to raise their adventurer ranks in the meantime, while Eri would complete the Sasha revenge plan. Once the group had arrived near the city, the three of them had landed in the forest and walked through the forest in the direction of the city. A rustle was heard in the distance during their walk as the group noticed a carriage being harassed by some dwarf bandits, who were trying to rob the people of the carriage. While Light and Nimumu were hidden in the trees well, Gold's armor was very shiny and could be seen a mile away, the dwarves immediately noticing the knight's presence. The bandits ordered for the group to come out and stared at the group with evil looks, especially Nimumu since she was a woman. Light told Gold to take on the people hiding in the trees, without killing them, while he and Nimumu would go for the parent and kid. The hidden dwarves finally came out of the bushes and charged at Gold, wanting to steal his armor, but all of their weapons immediately shattered in contact with the knight. The dwarf stared in disbelief at his weapon breaking until he was interrupted by Gold flicking him away and sending the old man flying. The Golden Knight announced to the rest of the dwarves that he would teach them the spirit of a knight. Light told the rest of the dwarves to stand down, but they didn't believe that the young boy had any power against them since they were over level 200. The boy told Nimumu not to kill them, as the dwarf bandits realized the woman was right behind them before she swiftly knocked the men out. Light kneeled down to ask if the parent and child were okay while they just stared in bewilderment and awe, asking who their group was. After getting patched up, the family allowed the three of them to ride in the carriage after saving their lives. The father asked them if they were famous adventurers, but Light admitted that their group was going to register as adventurers for the first time once they reached Dagas and rank up as fast as possible. After some time on the road, the group had finally reached the Dwarf Kingdom and were dropped off at the entrance. The man told Light that he had an inn that he ran that was mainly for humans in the case Light would ever need it, to which the boy thanked him and they quickly bid their goodbyes and entered the city. Gold and Nimumu admired the place as it was their first time seeing a city on the surface, and the three of them continued to make their way to the guild. Finally, they arrived and stared at the large building of the Dagas Guild. Entering through the doors, there were people of all races seen all around the building, either chatting with one another or finding jobs for themselves, seemingly livelier than the city streets. Light told the two that they should finish their registrations right away. However, Nimumu was not satisfied with the rank that the person at the desk gave Light. The girl didn't care for her own or Gold's rank, but felt offended by an F rank being given to Light, despite that rank being the one given to every person registering as an adventurer. Nimumu did not care for the logistics and slammed her hands on the counter, demanding that the person at the desk would make Light into a triple S rank, until the boy himself told her that he didn't mind starting from F, and apologized to the person at the desk for Nimumu's behavior. They went outside after registering, and Nimumu was on the floor in a defeat, feeling bad after making Light apologize for her actions, before the group had went off to find an inn. But not just any inn, they went to the inn that was owned by the person that they had saved earlier in the day, Carnal's Inn. The three of them were immediately greeted by the father and said that he would show them the best hospitality that he could. Carnal was interrupted by Light, saying that he had 3 selfish requests while they were to stay there. The first was to stay for 1 month. The second was to get the highest floor all to themselves, and the third was for not even one staff member to go up while they were there. Light pulled out a bag filled with 300 gold coins and asked if it was enough, and insisted that Carnal think of it more as a gift than a payment. The man thought for a moment before bowing and accepting the requests, guiding the 3 up to the highest floor. After arriving and finally being left alone, Light took out some cards to use on the room they were in to make it silent from the outside, as well as nullify any outside magic used and be able to detect people around. Gold asked about the money, only for the boy to explain that the money was, in fact, real, and he had obtained it from their comrades acting as merchants on the surface. He didn't want to use counterfeit money at this specific inn, and they would get trouble if it was used anyway. Light could also make infinitely more money from his gacha skill, but he didn't want to destroy the economic balance of society. Nimumu jumped into the conversation and tried to tell him that, no matter how strong he was, the possibility of something happening wasn't zero, and she tried to suggest sending more people from the abyss. The boy shot her a cold look and cut her off, asking if she was trying to rob him of his revenge, a menacing aura hovering around him. The girl kneeled on the ground and apologized for her behavior, starting to tear up as her body shivered in fear. Gold started to laugh heartily as he told Nimumu that Light was capable of achieving things with his own hands. Light took a break and comforted the girl, apologizing for lashing out at her and scaring her, but she agreed that it was her fault and wanted to display her loyalty once again. The boy sat on a chair as the girl took off his shoe and kissed his toe, a means of displaying a loyal slave, which everyone else in the abyss requested to do, even though Light himself didn't really like it and saw it as embarrassing. Gold broke the weird moment and teased the girl for what she was doing, but the boy let the two of them know that they were going to prioritize going into the dungeon the next day until Aries' preparations were complete. Light shined on the land as morning came, and people were crowding around the land nearby the dungeon. Markets lined the sides, selling provisions, food, potions, weapons, everything that an adventurer could need. And this was just the entrance to the dungeon, the three of them admiring the scene around them. Light looked over to the people gathering to walk through a large gate, seemingly entering in order, and Gold noticed that it seemed to be only humans, beastmen, and dwarves. The boy explained that it was because elves were not welcome around the area, since elves and dwarves never liked each other. People around them started to stare at the group, wondering who they were since they stood out so much from the others. But Light decided to see it as a positive thing. He felt a little embarrassed with the formation that they were in since Nimumu was close behind him. But Light did not object to the idea since it was a suggestion from a companion of his. Suddenly, a group of people in hoods cut the line, catching the interest of the three. The one in front was small and well-trained, while the other two were less trained than the first. People behind them were discussing what they should do after people had cut in front of them, but they didn't want to make a wrong move in case that they were of another race. Light saw that the party that was cut in line was the same age as him and decided to do something about the situation, quickly telling the people with hoods to not jump in lines. They felt offended by such a small and seemingly weak boy telling them what to do, and asked Light if he knew who he was talking to. Light gave a remark about how he was supposed to know who they were when they had hoods on, Gold agreeing heartily, only to make the strange man angrier. Nimumu cut in to tell him to stop being stupid and to go to the back of the line, and everyone around them joined in to yell and complain about the hooded people. However, this man felt such a rage in him and tried to take out a weapon that was covered with a rag. A person next to him told the angry man to calm down as it wasn't the right time to use the item. Gritting his teeth, he stomped away with the other hooded people, and everyone praised Light and the other two for their display of courage. The party that was cut in front of walked up to them and thanked them for their help. One of the members asked Gold if his armor was real, since everyone else was likely curious about it too. The knight was about to answer the question until Nimumu cut him off and said that it was fake and would be unreliable and inefficient otherwise if it was real, especially with the many attacks from bandits who want the armor. Light knew of the truth about the armor being made of mostly real gold, but the lie would be best for them to get people to remember them in a positive light. The boy who seemed to be the leader of the party asked if it was their first time entering a dungeon, considering their lack of camping equipment. Light explained that they were only there to check the place out, and thanked the boy for the information as the dwarf at the gate called out for the next party, meaning that it was an early farewell to the two groups. Light and the others wondered if they should let it be known about the item boxes they had, but decided to think about it once they were inside of the dungeon. Nimumu asked what the dungeons were since all of them held so much variety. But Light knew there was too much mystery in it, and it would only be understood once they found the heart of the dungeon core. Even Eri, the one who understood magic the most, didn't know what a dungeon core was. There were hints about dungeon cores in the myth of the world's creation. At first, the world was covered in black, before a goddess shone her light and created the lands and 9 races. When the vortex was divided, it formed an evil god who loved the goddess, only to be stuck beneath her creation. He would use the holes, which were known as dungeons, to make his own monsters to release onto the land and try to reach the goddess. The 9 races would fight the monsters to protect the goddess, and the battle continues even now. At least, that's how the myth goes. The monsters were stronger at night and when underground, because the evil god was down there, and the cores were supposedly fragments of this god that absorbed energy from the stars and magic and created dungeons. It spawned materials, treasures, monster spawners, and even different kinds of environments. After some time of walking through the dark cave, light was seen and the group entered a place that seemed like a whole different world compared to the surface. On the Dagas dungeon first floor, there was a group of people walking through the forest while the sky was starting to turn dark. This group was the same group of hooded people that Light and the others had run into and had reprimanded for cutting in line. One of the members noticed how it was almost evening, as another was disappointed by how much their plans had been disrupted due to entering the dungeon late. They were still in the middle of the first floor of the dungeon, all because they were deservedly pushed back in line by Light and the others. A growl was heard in the close distance as the 3 hooded people realized they were surrounded by monsters, and needed to take care of them as soon as they could to continue trying to set out their plan. Boar-like creatures charged toward the group of hooded people before the one carrying a large obscured weapon had pulled it out, and started to slice away at the monsters. He was in a rage, still upset about the scene with Light and the others and how they told them not to cut in line. Every one of the monsters was being decapitated left and right as the man yelled in anger indirectly at the people he was angry at, not paying much attention to the surrounding monsters since they were no match for him. The angry man leaped into the air and stabbed his sword into the ground, announcing to himself his own introduction of being one of the strongest white knights in the Elf Kingdom, the youngest to be recruited and inheritant of the blood of the Master's blood, Kaito. Kaito checked his status and scoffed at his lack of rising level, disappointed that it would not increase with the level of opponents that he had just fought. Another one of the hooded people walked toward Kaito and told the man to calm down as they were aiming for the trolls on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, and should just ignore the rest of the monsters for the first few floors. Kaito grumbled and told the other elf, Yanaku, that there was no way for him to not panic about the fact that he might already have reached his growth limit, and he would have to stay at level 1500, despite having the blood of the Master. Yanaku explained that there was nothing to be sad about since he was already stronger than the average elf, but Kaito still wasn't satisfied with the current level he was at, and believed that he would become a hero and be blessed by the goddess if he surpassed such a level, so he could deal with past people who made a fool out of him. The elf with half glasses said that he understood how Kaito felt, and dramatically talked about his own past and that he was there to be of help to Kaito. The angry elf told Yanaku to just finish his research and help him level up already, causing Yanaku to don an evil grin and talk about how he was going to do anything to continue his research, since the two of them held the same goal. Kaito scoffed and wondered why he was working with a dark elf, quickly reminding himself that this was a trial bestowed upon him by the goddess, and that he would be able to kill the people he wanted once he was recognized as a hero. Meanwhile, Light, Nimumu, and Gold were easily flying through the dungeon, already on the 3rd floor of the place and having killed all of the trolls. The boy told the other two to collect the materials from the trolls, along with the golem's magic stones to have proof for reaching these floors, even if their resources were enough due to Light's unlimited gacha gift. Light realized how dirty they had all gotten, and said that they needed to head back up, causing Nimumu to get excited to the idea of helping wash Light, until Gold teased the girl. The 3 of them had set off on their way back up to the surface, arriving on the 1st floor once more while they flew through the sky. After a while of flying, Light noticed the nice group of people that they had met earlier when in line to the dungeon, and realized that they were getting surrounded by goblins. Nimumu said that it was not worth their time, and Gold said that the group was unlikely to lose the battle. but Light explained that the group was too focused on what was in front of them. A snake slithered through the grass and charged at the girl, while the three guys in front were celebrating their win against the goblins, only to turn around and realize that Light and the others were right behind them. The boy told the group that they should pay attention to what's behind them and gestured toward the snake being crushed by its throat. It was a bush snake, which would have paralyzed the girl Maya, making her unable to move for a while if it had bit her. The whole group thanked Light, but their moment was interrupted by wolves running out of the forest. Everyone started to worry and run away, but the wolves were not there to attack. They were running away as well. And what were they running away from? Bursting out from behind the trees, a four-scythe mantis appears. The mantis roared, and the leader of the other group, Irio, explained that the monster was a rare one that only appeared once every 30 years. Irio suggested that they should all run away since the mantis was a level 500 monster, but it immediately started crawling at high speed toward everyone. The other group was ready to run away, but before they did, Light asked if that meant he and his group were free to kill it. Irio continued to beg them that they needed to run, but Light was confident that his group would be fine and stood tall as they looked up at the towering mantis. Gold slashed away at the mantis, but it had blocked all of his attacks and stood unscathed. Light decided to try and use a fire arrow, but it was easily deflected as well. Irio continued to stare in fear, explaining how the four-scythe mantis's blades had high magic resistance and were extremely sharp, and that their group may need to help. The Golden Knight told them that there was nothing to worry about and started to talk about how shields were not just for defense. Right as the mantis was about to attack Gold, until he deflected it swiftly and caused its blade to shatter. It seemed as if this entire battle was now a presentation for the other group, as Gold continued to explain how to fight a monster such as the mantis by using intelligence, cutting off more of its limbs. It was now Light's turn, and he summoned many more fire arrows, all sent toward the monster, causing Maya to stare with awe at the boy's power. Every arrow gathered together in one spot and connected with the mantis, burning off one of its blades. The large monster quickly tried to make its escape, impressing Light, until he used another spell and summoned a wall of fire to stop the mantis from going anywhere. It suddenly sprouted wings and started to try and fly away from the battle, but Nimumu was already one step ahead and leaped into the air, dicing the monster into pieces with a glare. She landed gracefully, and Gold sighed from what she had done, offending her until the knight had explained that she had cut all of the valuable parts of the monster, which meant that they couldn't sell it anymore. Nimumu was on her knees in apology to Light, but he forgave her easily. Irio, Maya, and the others were staring in awe, and wondered who the three really were. The battle was over, and Irio and his group praised the three for their actions for taking on such a large beast so easily. Irio asked Light and the others if they were famous A-rank adventurers, quickly correcting himself and believing that they could even be S-rank. Light dismissed Irio's words of awe and just casually explained that they had just registered as adventurers, and that made them currently F-ranks. Gold told Light that they could talk later and should collect the magic stones, but the boy said that they needed to clean up the mess made by Nimumu. Irio's group decided to give a hand, and Maya summoned a ball of water for Gold and everyone else to wash their hands in. Clean water was very precious inside of a dungeon, but it was great that there was someone who was able to use their mana to create pure water, just for everyone to simply wash their hands. Light could feel this group's sincerity as adventurers, and thanked them for their help. Maya walked up to Light and apologized for her late gratitude for saving her from the bush snake, giving an enthusiastic thanks until she bit her tongue in the process, which she was extremely flustered and embarrassed about. Gold told Light that they should move soon, in case there were other monsters, but Irio suggested that they should come with them to their camp nearby, since the sun was going down and it would be dangerous for Light and the others to move around at night. Irio wanted to repay them for helping with the hooded people, and for what had just happened, and Maya herself had questions related to mages for Light to answer. The boy decided to accept their kindness and followed them to their camp, where they would eat and rest for the night and chat about their lives. Once they dug in, Maya learned that Light's parents were supposedly both mages, and believed that was why he was so talented. Light complimented the girl as well for her own power at her age, but she dismissed his words after comparing her power with his, since she couldn't even use tactic-grade spells or do them chantless. Irio ate his food and asked his sister how much of a difference all magic had, causing the girl to whip her head and yell at her brother about it. Magic had 3 classes in total: combat grade, tactic grade, and strategy grade. Combat grade usually meant things like elemental arrows and such when mages were fighting alone. Tactic grade, such as the firewall that Light made, was used for enlarging the radius. And finally, strategy grade, which includes things such as meteors, tsunamis, earthquakes, and more that affected the world, requiring many mages to chant together and summon. Being able to use tactic-grade magic was proof of being a first class, and races such as dragon newts, dark elves, and demons were able to pass such a test, while humans were unable to climb that wall. Maya was both impressed but envious of Light's power in doing it all so easily without chanting, believing that they were witnessing a legend being carved into history. Nimumu stood up and laughed proudly, saying that Maya had good eyes for being able to understand the power of light. Banter had occurred between Nimumu and Gold, causing Irio and Light to apologize to each other for the noise. Irio himself agreed that his sister was talented, since she had gotten a recommendation from the principality to enter their magic school. Light's eyes held interest when he asked about the principality, if it was the joint nation supported by all 9 races. Irio confirmed and explained that the principality's magic school was said to be the best place for those pursuing magic. Gold asked why they couldn't get into the school already, but Irio admitted that their parents had died and that they didn't have the income to pay for the tuition or even live on their own. This had led the 2 siblings to meet up with their childhood friends and work as adventurers for the time being until they would earn enough money, which would allow Maya to go to the magic school. Maya spoke and said that she was happy just being with everyone, begging her brother that she didn't want him to do anything reckless, to which Irio reassured her that he would. Light complimented the girl once again and said that she would reach her goal, but she thought that he was only flattering her. Light insisted, knowing that this is actually what he thought, since it was rare for a human to be able to use magic anyway. Even if Light were level 9,999, he could only use magic because of his cards, unlike Maya, who actually had potential due to her real abilities. The girl thanked Light for his words, and Irio proceeded to ask him about why he decided to become an adventurer. Light made up a lie and said that his parents died in a fire, Nimumu continuing by saying that the boy had gotten a heavy burn from said fire and was looking for a potion that could heal it. One of the members in Irio's group jumped into the conversation and asked if Gold and Nimumu were lovers. But this caused Nimumu to get angry and for Gold to laugh and agree with Nimumu that they would never get together. Kimura tried to ask if they had a chance with Nimumu, but she bluntly refused and said that she only liked Light. Maya staring in awe at the idea of an age gap love. Everyone continued the banter for the rest of the night, before they would have to sleep for the next day. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Yanaku and Kaito were there looking for materials from trolls. Kaito asked how long he was going to be there hunting trolls, but the Dark Elf reassured the elf that the research was about breaking the limits of races, and that they were going to advance toward their next material soon. A human for their experiments. It had been 2 weeks since Light and the others had went into the dungeon, and now it was time for them to go back. The path to the entrance was crowded, meaning it would take a bit of time before the 3 could go back inside. People around had noticed them and recognized who they were as the party who was rumored to have defeated the Forsyth Mantis, being known as the Dark Clown Mask Party. Nimumu was surprised that there was already a name made for their party, and Light was excited to know that they were starting to stand out. Irio and his group had walked up and greeted the 3 after not having seen each other for so long. They had a gift of appreciation for Light and gave him a medicine for his supposed burn wound. Light was silent for a moment before thanking Maya for the gift and taking out something in return for the girl. A bracelet that would provide the user a small miracle when wishing strongly upon it. He insisted that she should take it, and Maya took it with gratitude, putting it on and admiring it before she turned around and thanked Light with a bright smile. Nimumu was jealous that she didn't get a gift from Light, but Gold told her to stop or else she would embarrass the boy. Once the 3 entered the dungeon, they immediately went on their flight through the air. Nimumu asked Light if it was truly okay for him to give such an item for a low-grade medicine. Light agreed that it wasn't a good trade, but he was happy that she cared for him. Once the group arrived on the 5th floor of the dungeon, a snowfield, Light told Nimumu and Gold that he was going to leave the Yetis to them, while the boy himself would head back to the abyss. He took out a card and teleported out of the dungeon, knowing that he was safe to do so on the 5th floor of the dungeon due to its size. Everyone was there to greet Light as he had finally come back after not being there for such a long time. May brought some tea for the boy, as Light explained what had happened during the journey, and how he met some nice people, making May happy about the news. Eri walked in and told Light about there being progress in Sasha's revenge plan, and how it would be ready in 10 days. The boy praised Eri for her work and told her to advance with the preparations, while May would manage the abyss, and Aoyuki would take care of the forest. Nazuna ran in excitedly to be put to a task, but Light hesitated since she was a person who didn't think before acting, and decided to just let her protect the abyss from strong enemies. She agreed and excitedly told Eri to go finish the preparations, causing the blonde witch to scoff. As they left, Light continued to sit there while drinking his tea. excitement in his eyes as he wondered how Sasha's face would look when in despair. In the Doggist dungeon, 3rd floor, there were 2 men who sat by the fire chatting with each other. They were night guards for the time being, and one of the men, Subalon, asked Gilbert if he knew anything about the Dark Clown Mask Party. He did not, which made Subalon explain that they were the people who have reached the 5th floor within days, as well as defeated a Forsyth Mantis with just the 3 of them, and used tactic-grade magic without chanting. Gilbert was shocked and in disbelief, but Subalon insisted that it was true because of witnesses. It was too good to be true, as Gilbert wondered if the human leader of the group was a reincarnation of the hero or some legend. Subalon hoped that this would mean there would be a change in the world for humans to start being respected. After their moment, Subalon walked off and said that he was going to use the bathroom. However, when he would walk back, he would stumble upon a horrifying sight. Kaito was standing over his friend's decapitated head, causing Subalon to stare in shock before he quickly composed himself and tried to think about what to do next. He knew that he couldn't do anything against an elf, so he decided that he was going to run away and report the situation to the guild. Gritting his teeth, Subalon used a smokescreen and tried to sprint away into the swamp, thinking that his plan had succeeded, until something had hit him and sent him to the ground. He was in disbelief until the man was struck unconscious by Yanaku, who was disappointed by the whole situation of Kaito trying to kill everyone. The elf scoffed and said that humans were too annoying not to kill, and Yanaku agreed and would teach humans a lesson with his experiments, excited to gather more materials and replacements within the dungeon. Meanwhile, Maya was staring at the bracelet that Light had given her with a grin, and the others started to tease her about her feelings. The girl tried to complain, but they dismissed her and continued thinking about how they might be able to meet Light again in the next floor, making Maya blush even more. She tried to explain that she only admired the boy as a mage, and threatened to not give the group any more water or support if they kept teasing her, walking away with a grumble as the others tried to catch up while apologizing. Light and the others had brought back their loot from the dungeon and gave it to a woman at a shop. She enthusiastically thanked the group for their next big haul of Yeti magic stones from the 5th floor, grabbing handfuls of the stones with a look of joy. The woman asked if the boy would want some food or sake, but Light said that he was fine and that she should count the magic stones they collected. Gold and Nimumu stared with an unamused look as they knew that the woman had such a change of attitude compared to the first time they brought in their loot on the first day, remembering how she had accused them as frauds days ago and spat on them for their race. She flinched and quickly apologized for her behavior by bowing, telling Light that she would warn all staff to not make the same mistake again, and begged the boy to not tell anyone about the situation. They had even promoted the group from F ranks to D ranks, and pleaded for the 3 to not change where they would do their adventures, since they were bringing back such valuable items. Water stones were used to freeze items and for research, which meant they were in high demand, but it was already rare for people to reach the 5th floor where they were found, so it made sense as to why the people at the shop were so suspicious of the group when they brought back a huge amount of them during their first day. Nimumu demanded that they would rank them up more, but the woman explained that it was too early for them to have another rank up, and they would need another major achievement before they could do something about it. Light hummed and thought as the woman explained that there was a difficult quest being announced soon, catching the interest of the boy. Commotion that could be heard in the distance was a group of dwarves walking into the area holding up wanted posters, announcing that there was now an emergency quest in the name of the guild. In the dungeon, there were mysterious deaths of adventurers, which were soon identified to be murders. The group didn't know what their motives and goals were, but the group of murderers were targeting humans and were likely to start harming other races if left alone. Throwing all of the posters into the air, the dwarf told everyone that they would now put a bounty on this adventurer killer to protect everyone's safety inside the dungeon. There was no information on them, which would mean that the guild would pay people for any little information they would be able to get on them, gaining the interest of the 3. Light grabbed one of the posters and asked the woman if that was the quest she was talking about, to which she confirmed. They walked away and Nimumu asked Light if they were going to capture these killers, Gold responding for the boy. The knight said that it was lucky for them to get such a quest at a time like this, even if they needed to focus on their ranks. Light's face turned into a glare as he told the other 2 that he was not planning on letting these killers do whatever they wanted. When they were back at their room in the inn, the 3 started to discuss what their plan would be regarding the quest. They didn't have any information regarding the culprit, so Gold asked Light if he had anything from his gift that could help with identifying them. The boy did not have a clear answer himself about what cards his gift could produce, but he was sure that it wouldn't be able to provide him with something that would help identify the culprit. While they continued to chat, the ground started to rumble, as black energy seemed to have appeared in the room and warped the reality around it. Everyone got ready to fight whatever would come out of it, but instead, someone fell out of it. A familiar face, in fact. Light caught the person only to realize that it was an injured Maya as he stared in confusion and concern. The bracelet that he had given her started to glow before it broke apart and fell to the ground. The girl was barely conscious as she choked out the words of having to tell him. But Light was too focused on trying to get Maya into a bed and giving her first aid. Light noticed that the bracelet he gave her was broken and wondered if her small miracle had activated and brought her to him. A few hours ago on the Dagus dungeon first floor, Irio and his group were shocked to hear about an adventurer murderer. They were told by another person that the culprit would make their move on the second floor, and recommended that the group leave as soon as possible. As the others walked away, Maya looked up at her brother in fear and said that there was likely an elite mage amongst the killers, meaning that they wouldn't even be a match against these people. Irio told the others that they should listen to the warning and turn back, even if it would be a waste to return now. The sun was setting, which meant that they would have to hurry up in their escape due to it being more dangerous at night. They had tried to move away from the entrance of the second floor to lower their risk of bumping into the killers, but the group did not expect to not make as much progress as they planned to. Everyone started to talk with one another about what their next move should be, until suddenly hooded people had walked up to them and asked them what they were doing there, shocking the group from their presence. Yanaku laughed and asked if they ran into trouble, but Irio explained that they were exhausted and needed to stop for a second. Maya grabbed at her brother's clothes and said that they should possibly warn the hooded people about the killers. Irio told them about the rumors that had been spreading around, and Kaito nodded in understanding, explaining that they were looking for prey and noticed Irio's group, not expecting the guild to have taken action so quickly. Yanaku admitted that they would have put more effort into doing things quietly, if they knew that the guild was actually going to do something about them, causing Irio and the others to be even more confused, until the Dark Elf gave a maniacal laugh and called them slow to notice. Everyone felt fear course through their bodies as Kaito pulled out his sword, ready to start killing them. Irio was frozen for a moment, his body shaking, until he pulled out his sword and told his sister to run away. The other two had pulled out their shields and weapons, telling Maya that she should listen to her brother while they would buy some time. Kaito scoffed at the scene and charged forward to slice at Irio first, while Maya screamed in fear and horror. A large gash was sliced through Irio's gut as he grunted in pain, blood spilling out of the wound. Maya cried for her brother while he would fall to the ground, as the other two called out for him until Kaito came forward again to slash at them, the wind pressure being enough to injure them severely. It was clear that the difference in levels was too high between their group and Kaito. Yanaku desperately told Kaito to wait and not to kill them, but was interrupted by Wardy getting up and standing up tall and proud, telling Maya once again to run. Kimura laughed and said that it was the first time he had heard Wardy shout like that, starting to get up himself despite bleeding hard, and saying that they couldn't lose to the elf. Maya cried out for them as Kaito scoffed in annoyance and cut their bodies in half with one slice, causing the tops of their bodies to fall to the ground with a thump and leaving them dead. Yanaku stared with a mouth agape as he begged Kaito to stop killing all of them, since there wouldn't be any test subjects left if he killed them all. But the blonde elf reminded him that he was going to kill anyone who made futile struggles. The dark elf confirmed that they agreed on it, but explained that Kaito's temper was a bit short. However, Kaito tried to reassure that it was fine since there was still one left alive. Maya sat there frozen and silent with fear, still crying, while Yanaku sighed and said that while it was precious material to have a human mage, more young materials were always welcomed. The elf asked if he could have a bit of fun before they would continue the experiments, confusing Yanaku before Kaito clarified that he had some pent-up feelings that he wanted to release on the girl. The dark elf shrugged and said that she didn't seem to desire it, but he didn't care what Kaito did as long as he didn't kill the girl, and told him to call him when he was finished. He walked up to the girl, but Maya glared with fear in her eyes as she begged for the elf to go away, confusing him as he stopped in place and told the girl that he was the future legendary hero. Kaito believed that human girls thought of it as an honor and a dream to be embraced by an elf male, so he scratched his head in confusion as to why Maya was so afraid and trying to escape. He told the girl to stop being so reserved and beg for him with tears of joy, but Kaito would be interrupted by her brother getting up, still barely alive. Irio choked out words of telling Maya to run away again as the elf would turn around in confusion and anger. The boy looked at his dead friends and grit his teeth, struggling to stand on his arms and leaning on his sword while he panted for breath. Yanaku was impressed with the life force of Irio and told Kaito to capture him without killing him as he would become great material. Irio knew that he was likely to die with the wounds that he had, but his only priority was making sure that his sister was okay. Glancing up with a warm smile at his sister, who was crying out for him, his soft eyes told the girl that he wanted her to run away, and that was what she did. Maya continued to cry as she made a break for it, Kaito turning around and ready to chase after her as Iryo charged forward to slash at the elf. Kaito easily deflected it, upset to be interrupted, but Iryo did not back down, which impressed the dark elf even more as he reminded Kaito to not kill him. The blonde elf looked forward with a bored and annoyed look as Iryo muttered words to himself, the lesson that Gold had taught them from 2 weeks earlier. As Iryo recited Gold's teachings, it made the enemy ignore him for a moment and turn his head away and avert his eyes, making an opening for Iryo to throw his sword toward Kaito. Due to the difference in level, it wouldn't have mattered even if it hit, but thanks to Kaito ignoring Iryo and focusing on dodging the attack without thinking, the boy was able to charge forward and swing his arm, striking the shield against the elf's face. Iryo was able to use this chance to perform this attack against Kaito even if he had dealt 0 damage in the end. The elf fell to the ground with a shocked look, silent for just that moment as he stared blankly at Iryo, the level 20 teenager on his last breaths who had made Kaito, the level 1500 elf, fall to the ground despite the difference in level. He stood over Kaito and gave a smug grin, saying that was what he deserved, believing that he won just for that one action. Iryo kept his grin as Kaito grit his teeth, now enraged from the situation as he called the boy inferior once again. In seconds, a summoned magic sword was pierced through Iryo's gut, sending him flying into the air as he coughed for blood, before he had fallen to the ground, likely now dead. Kaito was about to do more harm to the child until Yanaku stopped him and said that he did more than enough, and should just go and catch the girl who was running away, because if she were to get out alive, information about them would be spread everywhere. Maya continued to run as fast as she could, breathing heavily from the exhaustion of crying and running. She needed to tell someone about the adventurer murderers. She needed to stay alive since everyone had bought her time. The girl believed that if she was fast enough, she might be able to make it out of the dungeon. However, that was not the case. Magical swords came flying toward her and stopped the girl in her tracks as she screamed in surprise and fell to the ground. Kaito flew in on one of the blades, and admitted that her and her brother really gave him a run for his money, telling Maya that he was going to teach her a proper attitude. She stared up in horror as Kaito looked proud by her surprise, explaining that the sword he held was a phantom-grade sword, once used by a master, the Grandius. It could freely create clones of itself and can fly when one would ride on it. Maya grit her teeth, knowing that she couldn't give up when everyone had given their lives for her to run away, which meant that she would also give her all to tell everyone about the murderers. Standing up, Maya had grabbed her staff and started to chant for blades of ice to manifest around her, and sent them toward the elf as a distraction while she would continue running. Kaito easily sliced through them and saw the situation as annoying from the goose chase. She kept running away as he followed close behind while she would send more and more icicles toward him. But Kaito decided that he had had enough and sent the blade he was standing on toward Maya and slashed through her leg to immobilize her. Maya fell to the ground, but she was still determined to get out and tell someone. Kaito walked up to her and told her to forget about the idea of running away, and to just give herself to him for the sake of the future hero instead of being so stubborn. Maya held a glare and finally spoke, telling the elf that he wasn't a hero or a legend. He was a coward who loved bullying the weak, who was so far from a hero that he was nothing more than just a loser. Kaito felt something snap within him, starting to remember all the people back in the Elf Kingdom who had told him the exact same things, and had looked down on him. He was brought back to reality and yelled at Maya to shut up, summoning many magical blades in a rage with the full intent of killing her at that point. The girl stared above her with fear in her eyes as she realized that she was about to die, but she didn't want that to happen. Not yet. Not when everyone else had sacrificed themselves. She had to tell Light she couldn't die until she told him. And in seconds, a black void had appeared around Maya and caused her to disappear, right before she was about to be struck with the blades. Kaito was filled with confusion and anger as he wondered where the girl could have gone, since it was unlikely she was able to use a high-level magic spell such as teleportation. He cursed under his breath and flew away back to where Yanaku was waiting, confusing the Dark Elf when he didn't come back with the girl. When Kaito admitted that he flew back to see if Maya was around where Yanaku was, the Dark Elf held a face of horror, when it was clear that Kaito had lost the girl. He started to sweat as he explained that the girl had even seen the Grandius and would likely report them to the guild, making the news reach the Elf Kingdom. If that were to happen, they would send the strongest warriors, the White Knights, in order to fix their reputation. Both of them started to look scared, knowing that the captain had surpassed level 3000, while the rest of the knights would likely be level 2000 and have similar weapons to the Grandius. Kaito stomped the ground in anger and wondered why he had to go through something like that. But Yanaku suggested that they should complete the research somewhere else and make distance from the kingdom. However, that was not going to happen, as Light had appeared and said they wouldn't be going anywhere. A glare across his face. They wondered where he had come from, while Light walked over to sadly look at the bodies of the people he had started to get to know, closing their eyes out of respect. Gold walked toward the boy while holding Irio's body, as he explained that Irio was still alive and just needed proper treatment if they hurry. Yanaku whipped his head in confusion, as he realized that Gold had somehow snatched Irio away from them without them noticing. Light had used some cards to heal Irio fully, which would make him fine for the moment, while anger coursed through Light as he wondered why these people had to suffer like how they did. They tried so hard to live in this world as adventurers, yet met such an unreasonable end. Light did not get much time to spend with them, but it would have been better if they had met back when the boy was only a regular farmer and become friends. But that was something that would never come true now. Light turned around and told the two that he would never forgive them for what they did. But Yanaku tried to play dumb and lied that they were already like that and that they tried to heal them. Light, however, knew that they were lying since Maya had told him everything. He had used hypnotism on the girl in order to make her tell him everything she knew, after he had healed her. And now she was resting in the abyss. Yanaku scoffed and assumed that Light had already reported them to the guild. But Light corrected them and said that they were his to hunt. Once Kaito heard those words, he started to laugh, believing that he was blessed by the goddess to become a legendary hero. Light scoffed at these words and explained that they would just become stepping stones in order for the boy to climb up in adventurer ranks, as Light wasn't going to let them out of this alive for the pain they had brought upon everyone. Light promised to kill the two of them with his own two hands, ordering Gold and Nimumu to not interfere. Kaito was offended being called a stepping stone for a human, and jumped into the air to bring his sword down on the boy in a rage. However, Light easily blocked it. Kaito continued to swing at Light, but every attack was being deflected as if Light was just waving off a simple bug. Yanaku stared in disbelief that a human kid was blocking attacks from Kaito, and Gold was disappointed that the elf was relying on his raw strength. Light called Kaito boring and gave a simple bump into the gut, which sent the elf flying toward the ground. The boy called Kaito too weak, and asked if he could try a bit harder. Mocking his name as the legendary hero, Kaito grit his teeth and told Light to not make a fool out of him, getting up and calling upon the power of the sword as he told the boy that he would turn him into a beehive. Kaito sent all the magical blades flying toward Light, ready to show the boy the power of the Grandius. The blonde elf yelled in rage, calling Light an inferior, as the boy started to dodge each of the attacks. When the first blade hit the ground, it had exploded into flames, causing Light to be shocked by its magical usage. More had come toward the boy, which he easily dodged as well, and those had exploded into lightning when they struck the ground. Light had started to realize that each cloned sword was being given a different magical effect, but continued to evade them. Yanaku watched the battle from afar with a grin as he noticed how Kaito's attacks with the Grandius were starting to become ferocious, wondering how long Light was going to last considering he was a human. The Grandius was a first-class sword, while every other weapon had its own specific class. Armaments such as the named sword were ranked from highest to lowest in order: Genesis, Mythology, Phantom, Epic, Artifact, Relic, Rare, and lastly, Common class. Grandius was known to be ranked third of all weapons being in the Phantom class. It could create clones of itself and could be freely manipulated, and the number of sword clones changed depending on the user's skill, each being given a different elemental effect. Kaito, at level 1500, was able to summon 30 swords that were all enhanced with elemental magic, an attack that a human should normally not be able to deal with. Light was also in agreement from how powerful the attacks were and continued to dodge them, knowing that anyone else, even at a similar level to Kaito, would not get out unscathed from such an output. However, at the level that Light was at, these attacks would never be able to hit him. During the reign of the blades, the blonde elf had thought that it was a good idea to run behind the boy and try to strike him from that angle. But Light's reaction time was fast, and he blocked the sword in one swift motion, not phasing him whatsoever. Kaito scoffed as he became even more enraged by how Light was able to block each and every attack, including the one right after the diversion. Yanaku watched with shock and stared almost with fear as he sweated from how a human was going up against a level 1500 elf wielding a Phantom-class sword and fighting on equal footing, if not more. Kaito asked the boy if he was lying about being a magician and was secretly a first-class warrior, but Light continued to insist that he was a magician, which offended the elf even more from Light's supposed lies. However, the boy knew that he wasn't trying to play dumb. According to Mei and the others, his combat techniques were not at the level of specialists and could only mainly use his unlimited gacha gift as a rearguard, to use magic beyond the level of first-class magicians. If he were to define his job, it would be unlimited cards magician, a job that has yet to exist in the world. Light whipped out many cards that started to glow and told Kaito that he was going to show him how he truly was a magician, immediately summoning many ice swords without chanting a word. The blonde elf stared with disbelief and grit his teeth, changing what he originally thought of the boy, and was angry that Light had been deceiving him once again. And he was a magician all along when they fought. Kaito summoned more swords from the Grandius with the belief that he would eventually overpower the boy because the ice swords were just low-level magic compared to his first-class sword. The cloned swords and ice swords all collided with one another and seemed to be equal in power, canceling each other out before exploding in the air before Kaito's attacks could even get close to Light. The remains fell from the air while the elf was still in denial that he could be losing against another person. The battle would continue, but there would be no progress on either side of the fight. Yanaku staring with a mouth agape at how the 30 ice swords were on par with the clones, since they were both likely filled with unbelievable amounts of magic and were perfectly controlled. These were high-level magic techniques that far surpassed the level of even elven magicians. Light was thankful to Aries' magic courses teaching him to manipulate magic, but he still had a long way to go. Despite this, he was getting tired and wanted to stop playing along to Kaito's weakness and just wrap things up. The elf would shout in frustration about being the future hero and how he couldn't lose against a human, especially wielding the sword that he was gifted by the master. The mention of this master had caught the attention of Light and the others, causing Light to ask Kaito what he knew about the master, as the blonde elf would explain that he was a descendant carrying the blood of the master, a sub-master. Light narrowed his eyes when he had gotten this new piece of information and immediately told Gold and Nimumu that there was a change of plans, and instead of killing the two elves, they would take them to the abyss. He was going to squeeze every bit of information out of their heads before they would kill them. Gold and Nimumu were tasked with capturing the dark elf, while Light would take care of the regular elf in front of him. The two got prepared for going after Yanaku, but the dark elf was not scared at all, and brought out two creatures that would fight in his place. The two entities burst out of their cloaks, and were revealed to be horrifying mutant monsters that Yanaku would explain to be chimeras from his experimental research. One was fused with a rock lizard from a dark elf island, while the other was fused with freshly harvested trolls. Once this was done, both of their levels had soared, and Yanaku was happy to know that he had supposedly succeeded in surpassing the growth limits of humans, even if it did make them unstable. Yanaku's research goal was to break the growth limit via artificial fusion of species, and to create warriors with non-standard levels like masters or sub-masters with his own hands, even if it meant using as many humans as possible. Light felt disgusted by what he was hearing and asked Gold and Nimumu to kill the chimeras and to not let Yanaku escape. The Dark Elf's confidence did not go down, and he sent the chimeras to go after Gold and Nimumu, but the two easily sliced them in half and made them fall to the ground. They were ready to go after Yanaku next, but the Dark Elf had chuckled and called them hasty, as the two had turned around and realized that the monsters had gotten back up and regenerated their injuries. Yanaku told them that it was supposedly impossible to kill his test subjects, and Light turned away from Kaito with worry, the blonde elf announcing that the boy wouldn't be able to ignore him forever. Light agreed and said that they should end this, but Kaito decided that it was time to use Grandius's biggest and strongest technique, a bright light blinding the boy. Meanwhile, Gold and Nimumu were seemingly struggling with killing the chimeras with their regular techniques. The Golden Knight teased the girl about how she was having trouble, but it wasn't like he wasn't having the same troubles himself. Yanaku laughed and said that it was going to be useless for them to defeat his test subjects, suggesting that they could just quietly surrender and be test subjects themselves. Gold told Nimumu that they should just end it there, but Nimumu scoffed at the idea of using certain skills against low-level opponents, and the two prepared themselves to use their techniques: Absolute Death and Judgment Fire. The Dark Elf maniacally laughed and told his test subjects to rise, but they did not move and continued to burn to a crisp. He ran over to them in confusion and wondered what had happened to them for them to not regenerate. But before he could wrap his thoughts around the situation, Nimumu walked up behind him and kicked him hard. Yanaku fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, while Gold wondered if the girl had went too far, but she believed that she didn't go far enough. Kaito, on the other hand, was using all the power within the Grandius to create a giant sword made out of the sword's power. All that was on the elf's mind was making Light regret making a fool out of him. The giant sword had come down upon the boy and struck the ground with such power. But Light once again had dodged it with no problem, and noticed how multiple magical effects were not being condensed within a single blow. Kaito continued to swing the blade and called Light's evasion petty tricks, while the boy stared with unamusement at the attacks. The sword was now large and quick, being able to expand and contract erratically, as if it were closer to a whip than a sword. Light finally spoke and told the blonde elf that, at first glance, the sword looked flashy and awesome, but was really more of a street performance. This had caused Kaito to be taken aback and offended, angering him even more as he continued to charge forward and try to swing at the young boy. He was getting more and more desperate and just wanted to have his attacks connect. So Light decided to stop dodging and just stand in place. Kaito had finally hit Light, but it didn't seem to faze the boy. More and more reckless attacks came as the blonde elf was puzzled as to why Light was continuing to be unscathed. One final swing and Light decided that it was enough, bringing a simple swing of his fist to break the giant sword. The boy gave 2 kicks toward the taller boy and sent him flying to the ground, his nose broken and bleeding as Light walked up to him with eyes glowing in rage, as he told the elf that he had a lot of pain and suffering to look forward to. Feeling fear run through his body, Kaito finally pleaded and said that he would talk, begging for Light to not kill him. He started to explain how he was a member of the Elven Kingdom's White Order and would likely know a lot of information. But Light was not satisfied with the situation and asked the elf why he wasn't resisting anymore if he said that he was a hero. Even the inexperienced adventurers that Maya was with had fought all to their last breath, but Kaito wouldn't fight until the end like the hero he claimed to be. Kaito tried to give the excuse that it was impossible to win against someone like Light, and just wanted to negotiate as someone who was older than Light. The human boy asked for Nimumu to take the sword out of the ground so Light could toss it over to Kaito and ask for another round, so the elf could try to make even the slightest bit of damage and show him his true power. Kaito continued to refuse and argue that he was going to give the human boy all the information in return for his life, but Light was more focused on the idea of another battle. This had caused the blonde elf to believe that his next best course of action was to start running away while screaming in fear and frustration. Light stood there for a moment disappointed, before sending a beam of light through the elf's boy's leg, similar to the attack that Kaito had done on Maya before. He screamed in pain before falling to the ground and looking up at Light with fear, as Light agreed with Maya that Kaito was not a hero. He was just a loser running from reality. After everything had calmed down, Light had wrapped up the remains of the 2 childhood friends of Irio and Maya. He had felt bad for them and wanted to give them an honorable burial in the abyss. Kaito was still trying to struggle under Nimumu's foot while she would threaten to crush his neck if he wasn't quiet. Light took a closer look and made the realization that they were the people who tried to cut the line a month ago, sighing in frustration at how fate worked. He used a teleportation spell to bring the group to the inside of the deepest parts of the abyss. Mei, Aoyuki, Eri, and Nazuna had all walked up to Light and greeted him happily. He greeted them back and said that the new people he had arrived with were the criminals who had attacked Maya, Irio, and countless other humans, and seemed to have information regarding the Master. The demeanor of the 4 women had immediately changed into rage and bloodlust. Mei was ready to start extracting information from the 2 elves and dispose of them after she would make them regret being born. Eri told Light that he didn't need to dirty his hands, while she would take care of the interrogation and punishment. Aoyuki said that she was going to make the 2 pay with their life, and Nazuna brought her hands together, ready to crush the elves for interfering with Light. Kaito and Yanaku would stare up in fear and horror at how much bloodlust the 4 women had. But Light told them that they needed to calm down and not touch the men until they got all of the information they needed. The boy then told Gold to continue treating Irio, while Nimumu and Light himself would bury Gamura and Wardy. But before they could go, Yanaku called out to them and tried to lie that he was being threatened by Kaito to do the experiments. Light reminded the Dark Elf that even if that were true, he was still the one who performed the experiments, and asked Yanaku if he spared the humans who asked for the same thing that the Dark Elf was asking. The human boy would stare down at the 2 elf men with a dark look, and told the others that it would be time for them to begin their interrogation. Kaito and Yanaku both screamed in fear and wanted to get out of there, but to no avail. Later in the day, Maya was seen laying in a bed asleep after recovering from all of her injuries. She would slowly open her eyes and jump up in concern once all the memories came rushing back to her, shouting out for her brother. The girl would become confused and look around, wondering where she was until Light greeted her a good morning. Maya was still confused until Light explained that she was at the inn that he was staying at. After the girl had calmed down, he had told her the same lie that they had reported to the guild. The story was that Light and the others had went into the dungeon to make a name for themselves after hearing about the quest, and after finding Maya, helped the girl before the elves had escaped to the deepest parts of the dungeon, while Light and the other two would bring Maya and Irio back above ground. Maya asked if her brother was okay, to which the boy reassured her that he was currently in the hospital and would recover after some time. These words had calmed the girl's worry, as she started to cry tears of joy, before realizing that Gamora and Wardy were truly gone and had sacrificed themselves for her sake. Light sighed and gave the girl pieces of wrapped paper, only for her to open them and realize that they were locks of hair from her friends. Maya's eyes widened in surprise as Light apologized and explained that he couldn't take the bodies back and this was the best he could do, in hopes that she would still have a piece of her friends left. The red-haired girl whipped her head toward Light and thanked him, saying that she was happy even if it was just hairs of the deceased. Maya looked back to the papers and continued thanking the boy as more tears formed in her eyes, and she started to cry. While she wailed, Light would leave the room and walk away, feeling powerless in how to help the girl as she continued to cry while thinking about the good memories that she had with her party. Due to the adventurer killer case, Light's party was able to give information to the guild and have their rank raised by 1. Light was surprised by the action since he thought that he was going to need to deliver the corpses of the killers as evidence, but solely information was just enough. The other thing that the boy would learn was that Maya and Irio would quit on their journey of being adventurers and move back to their hometown the next morning. Gold was surprised at how fast they were leaving, but Irio explained that he had already sold most of their adventure equipment, which was why they were able to afford such a fast travel. The two siblings had bowed and gave their thanks to Light, but the boy would give thanks as well for the advice and burn medicine and say that the two were only saved because of luck. That part was not a lie, because Maya was saved by her bracelet, and Irio was still alive because Yanaku was preserving Irio for experiments. Just because Light's level was high did not mean that he could do everything in the world and be omnipotent. An example being how he couldn't save Gamora and Wardy. Maya admitted that after the incident, she was scared of entering dungeons again, and she had only become an adventurer because of her friends. Irio agreed and said that they also wanted to give a proper burial for their friends back at their hometown. And Maya said that she was still going to work hard on studying magic on her own. The red-haired girl hoped that Light would be able to visit their hometown, and the boy agreed that he would try to when he could, making Maya cry tears of joy. After the two had left, Light knew that the siblings would work hard to find their new paths from now on, and that when they did, the boy would show Irio and Maya the real graves of their friends. Light left Gold and Nimumu to themselves and teleported to the Abyss to talk with Mei and Eri. The two women started to explain what had happened with Kaito and Yanaku. Eri and Mei had both said that they had used their forbidden magic to thoroughly go through the two elves' brains and interrogate them, giving a list to the boy about all the information that they had acquired. He looked through it, and it had things that he had already expected. But one thing that he wondered about was what it meant by the world being destroyed when it would neglect the Master. He wanted to know what the goal and purpose was of the Master and asked for insight from the two women in front of him. Eri said that that piece of information was from the Elf Kingdom's White Knight captain, but there was no other information about it that either elf knew more about. Kaito and Yanaku were currently sitting with lifeless faces after being tortured, and Light knew that it was time for their end, using a Feast of the Dead spell to kill the two elves as they screamed in agony. After that, Light sighed and hoped that his actions would release the pain of the dead humans, even by the slightest. Eri changed the subject and told the boy that she had something she wanted to inform him about, and that was that the Sasha revenge plan was completely finished. Excitement lit up in Light's eyes as Eri explained more that Sasha had a fiancé who was vice captain of the White Knights, and suggested that they should kidnap the Knights and get more information from them. Light thought it was a great idea and told the girl to proceed with the plan, the boy sitting back with a dark look on his face as he was excited to see what kind of expressions Sasha would make while begging for her life. Sasha was an illegitimate child. She was a result of an affair between a well-known noble and her commoner mother. After Sasha's mother had died from an illness, she had decided to train as an adventurer when she had become an adult. All of her half-siblings and stepmother had seen Sasha as an inferior being, and always looked down on her and bullied her. But now they had stopped and abruptly changed their attitude. How? Well, it was all due to Sasha's engagement with the vice captain of the White Knights, Michael, who had the blood of royalty. The two of them were sitting at a table while the elf girl was telling Michael the story of how she killed Light after they suspected that he was the Master. He would respond happily and say that he always thought listening to her stories was a pleasure. They both laughed together and drank their tea, as Michael explained how they had a plan where they had to destroy a human village and experienced the same excitement when killing the humans, similar to what Sasha had experienced. Michael told the girl that he was grateful to have met her, and she agreed, saying that she felt the same with him. After their chat was done, Sasha had left and went on her carriage to go back home, happily sighing to herself while she thought about that time she had with Michael. The other woman in the carriage had told the elf girl that the two of them were perfect for each other, and was excited to see them get married by the end of the year. Sasha was looking forward to it as well, but said it was pretty far away. But the woman insisted that the date would come by fast. Suddenly, the carriage stopped and interrupted their conversation, confusing the both of them, until the driver had apologized and explained that a human slave had dropped all of his belongings on the highway. The human was being whipped by an elf and being yelled at to put it back into the cargo. He tried to ask for forgiveness and begged for a small break to fix his exhaustion, but the elf did not care and believed that humans were only livestock. The woman in the carriage sighed and wondered why humans were so incompetent. And Sasha agreed, but she couldn't help but think about Light. If he was actually a master, the elf girl believed that she would have to use her body to keep him, causing Sasha to gag at the thought and smile with contentment that he was dead. Or so she thought. One look outside the carriage window. Her eyes widened when she saw a human boy walking down an alleyway, and the image of Light had appeared in her head. Sasha had suddenly ran out of the carriage and called out after the boy to wait for her while she would run after him, but the human boy did not stop. She continued to chase him while she would beg within her brain that it was not true and it was all a trick of the mind. The girl would slide down every alley in hopes of catching up with the boy until Sasha would end up at a dead end, with no one to be found. Sasha laughed to herself, still having a bit of a cold sweat, as she told herself that she has made a mistake thinking that Light was still alive. She believed that she had probably confused him with another kid. But when Sasha turned around, she was frozen with shock at the sight of a note from Light. The note read that he was going to be waiting at the giant tower. Sasha screamed in both fear and frustration as she ripped the note off the wall and fell to the ground, shaking. Because she killed Light, she got engaged with the royalty. But now it seemed that everything she had earned was going to fall apart if anyone found out that Light was still alive. The girl shouted out loud in frustration, indirectly asking the boy why he couldn't just die, and believed that she was going to have to murder him with her own hands. However, her first priority was figuring out what the note meant, since she had no clue as to where the giant tower would be, and wondered if it was a code. As she continued to curse under her breath, Light and Airy stared with enjoyment at the scene, the boy praising the witch for her reliability, as the two knew that it was finally time for the Sasha revenge plan to ensue. There were several orders of knights in the Elven Queendom. There was one order of knights that stood out as the most powerful of them all. All the other knights in the order couldn't win against this order even if they were all to combine forces. This order of knights were the White Knights. Hardy was the commander of the White Knights, while some of its members were Sharfat, Mast, Kia, and Naya. A human was seen to be gagged and tied to a tree while Kia was throwing knives at the boy. Sharfat was telling Hardy about the story of Kaito going around killing adventurers in the dwarf dungeon with the treasure sword Grandius. It was known that he had teamed up with a dark elf and were killing adventurers for their experiment until a human kid had caught them both off guard, supposedly causing them to run deeper into the dungeon. Naya continued to throw knives at the boy tied to the tree as he screamed in pain after his ear was ripped off. Sharfat sighed in annoyance and said that the top didn't want any more trouble on their faces, but Mast slammed his hands down on the table and said that orders from the top were absolute, and that they needed to clean up the mess since it was caused by a former member of the White Knights. Sharfat continued to complain and said that he'd rather be lovey-dovey with Sosha than do something about the situation, making Mast even more frustrated. Naya and Kia were both deciding what to aim for next on the human boy until Sharfat had enough and told the two to just kill him already. The twins pouted and argued that they had bought the human with their own money and retorted by calling Sharfat's taste in women bad. Mast walked up to the two and agreed that they should just kill the human and show mercy, since it was better for humans to be extinct anyway. He continued his dramatic speech until Sharfat suggested that the boy should change his ideology in order to prevent him from getting hurt. Everyone kept arguing with each other until Hardy had enough and ordered everyone to quiet themselves, asking Sharfat to finish off the human and end the quarrel. The head of the human boy, along with the tree he was tied to, had immediately exploded into pieces within seconds, as the boy fell to the ground. Hardy ordered Naya and Kia to clean up the body while Mast would clean up the yard. Sharfat apologized to the shaken-up human girl and asked for more tea before she would go back to her room in the dormitory as Sosha quickly walked off. The commander of the knights spoke once more and said that Kaito had a bad attitude and lacked character, and because he was a former knight of the order, they would take care of the situation themselves to prevent any more disgrace to the majesty. Sharfat knew that Kaito was originally raised as a candidate as a future commander of the Order, but he had gotten carried away. Hardy asked if Sharfat was not aiming for it himself, but Sharfat knew that it was impossible the moment he joined the team. The elves had the most master blood of all the races, but just because that is true does not mean that a person would be strong. By awakening to blood, those who had the blood of the master would be able to easily break through the growth limits of elves and become extraordinary beings, hence why they were called sub-masters. And everyone in the White Knights were all hundreds of levels higher than Kaito. The White Knights were an interdimensional order made up of only sub-master, who have awakened, but being a sub-master did not mean that a person could grow indefinitely, as the upper limit depended on how much blood a person had awakened, and on a person's own qualities. Except for Mast, the rest of the group had stopped growing, but Kaito couldn't accept that fact and went out of control. After Sosha had gotten tea for Sharfat, Hardy told him to not take a human as his lover, or else his blood would be stained and diluted. Sharfat laughed and assured Hardy that he wouldn't do such a thing, but agreed that it was probably time to get rid of the human girl. In the end, the order to subjugate Kaito was postponed, because a few days later at midnight, in a strictly forested area not far from the capital, a mysterious tower would be revealed. Because of this mysterious tower that had appeared in the depths of the Old Grove Forest, chaos started to spread across the capital of the Elven Queendom. Because of the sudden appearance of the tower, high-level monsters living deep within the forest were being pushed out and flooding the highway. This had resulted in travel being blocked to and from the port city, and the need for all knights besides the White Knights to be mobilized to secure the highway. It seemed as though the monsters were running away from something that had appeared within the mysterious tower, and there was no sign of the monsters returning to their homes. The knights had their hands full with securing the highway, and adventurers were also sent invitations to investigate the mysteries regarding the tower, for the chance of a high reward given any amount of information. But because of whatever seemed to roam the depths of the forest, no one had been able to reach the mysterious tower. A few elves were walking through the forest with a human girl, and they wondered what was in the depths of the forest for monsters that were level 150 to 200 to be so afraid of to not return to their homes. One of them was so worried about how the reward would not be worth it, but another said that they were safe, especially since they had brought a human slave to use as bait to lead the way through the forest. If anything went wrong in their plan, they would just use the girl as a sacrifice while they would run. The elves realized that the human girl had stopped moving out of fear and yelled at her to keep moving or else they would hurt her, scaring her even more as she kneeled down to the ground and started to cry. The elf continued to criticize the girl while laughing with enjoyment until he was cut off by a monster biting into the top of him. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they turned around to see the monster that was towering behind them and eating one of the elves. They all screamed in fear as the rest of the elves were being eaten, and the human girl scooted back in fear of being eaten as well. But the monster took a look at her and quickly decided to leave her alone. Her eyes were wide with shock at the idea of being saved, until a group of men had walked up to her and said that it was their lucky day to pick up a free slave after her master was killed. The girl cried more and believed that she would rather be eaten alive than violated, but her thoughts were interrupted by a splash of liquid over her body, healing all her wounds within seconds. One of the men said that they needed to not have her damaged or else the price of her would drop, making the girl wonder why they would give her something so expensive. All of the men were being extremely nice to her, confusing her even more as one of the men in the distance told someone over a mode of communication that they were now arriving. Aoyuki was on the other side listening in, and made sure that they would continue to protect this girl when coming back to the tower. The cat-like girl sighed contently, and Eri appeared next to her, wondering how the girl was able to control so many monsters with seemingly little problem. The witch was touched by how Light was using this incident as a test to see how everyone was doing emotionally, and wondering if they should have any worries about the men with mohawks. But Aoyuki reassured Eri and said that it was disrespectful for them to assume the ideas of Light. Eri was almost offended by these words, until Aoyuki said that they were just there to do and be whatever Light desired for them to be, telling the witch girl that she would kill her if she caused trouble for Light. The two women glared at each other, until the Mohawk people had called for Aoyuki's attention, interrupting their mental battle. They both decided that they should not interfere with each other anymore and carried on with their tasks as Eri floated away. The men told the cat girl that the human was safely transferred back to a safety camp near the tower for her to recover, and they walked away to prepare for their next task, wondering why the other races treated humans so badly. These men were also Light's companions and were summoned from the Infinite Gacha cards, the Mohicans, and they were scattered across the surface like many other low-leveled companions in order to gather information. However, this time, they would be under the orders of Aoyuki and work together with the Snake Hellhound and monsters controlled by Aoyuki. Meanwhile, Sasha was looking at the information about the tower and started to sweat with worry at how she was supposed to get to the tower considering it was filled with monsters that would scare off level 200s. Despite this, she knew that she couldn't waste time and needed to do whatever she could to be able to kill Light with her own 2 hands. A man was seen speaking with Hardy and explaining the situation of the forest to the commander, telling him that the forest was flooded with high-level monsters that went around killing adventurers. Because of the lack of proper information, their elven people would suffer for the logistics. This old man had suggested for the White Knights to take responsibility and go to acquire information about the tower, since they were the most powerful order in the Elven Queendom. The Majesty did not want any more suffering to her people, and Hardy understood her pain. But he thought that it would be too reckless to send in the White Knights when there was no information. The man called the commander a weakling and started to question his judgment of his words. But Hardy continued and insisted that they were expecting too much of the White Knights, and said that accurate information was extremely important and would help significantly in such a dangerous situation. Hardy was not going to let this man, even if he was the Prime Minister, interfere with military affairs. They continued to argue with one another until the Queen had decided that that was enough, and told the Prime Minister that Hardy had a point, and said to increase the rewards of the quest to bring in more adventurers. Once the old man had left, not before giving a glare and scoff toward Hardy, the commander had walked away to another room, and he thanked the Queen for her efforts, especially since she was his mother. She didn't want to let her son do anything dangerous without information, and wondered if she needed to put the Prime Minister in his place, but knew that it would all be okay with Hardy around. However, their friendly demeanor changed to serious when they started to talk about the tower. If it was neglected, it would become an obstacle and shake the foundation of the country. But there was one thing that the two had a question about. Was this tower a sign of the return of the Demon King? They couldn't rule out that possibility, and the Queen theorized that it would mean that a human would have been born a hero. If that were true, it would also mean that human was a master and they would need to do all they could to capture and kill them. The Queen said that there was a candidate for master 3 years ago, but that he had been killed even after believing that it was a false alarm, and there was not another candidate since then. Hardy said that humans were just pests that did nothing but harm the world, wondering how ugly these masters and master candidates truly looked. Meanwhile, Light was walking around with Gold and Nimumu and looked at the amount of people who were resting near the forest before they would go and investigate the tower. People started to notice them and gossiped with one another about their power. But they continued on with their goal, and Light told the other two that they would need to have a meeting before entering the forest. This publicity stunt they were about to pull was part of Ares' plan, as well as part of the revenge on Sasha plan. There were elves who stared at them with anger because they were human, and believed that they were going to kill any of the elven adventurers if they went into the forest. Gold and Nimumu had some banter with one another until they noticed someone behind them, the person they had been looking for. Light immediately told them to not touch her, as she walked over to approach him and see who he was under the mask. Nimumu tried to tell Sasha to go away, but the elf girl continued to argue as Light stared at her with a rage behind his eyes. He insisted that he was not going to take off the mask due to his burn wounds, but Sasha was not having it, and she suddenly slapped the mask off of his face. And under that mask was a horrifying burn mark that brought a chill down Sasha's spine as she looked away with disgust. Light's clown mask was able to create illusions, which was why he had this wound on his face. The girl walked away from Light and knew that he was not the boy that she had known all those years before, believing that the real Light was inside the mysterious tower. She was going to get there no matter what. Light was disappointed to see the elf girl's true side, and wondered how she pretended to be a person that treated humans fairly before he was betrayed by her. The boy told the others that they were going to move quickly now since they had wasted time, and went into the forest in order to group up with Eri at a certain destination, but some elves had decided to follow them. They were warned that they were going to be killed if they kept following, but they didn't listen and persisted. Once they had arrived at the agreed-upon destination, everyone in Light's party sighed with disappointment at the situation, as Nimumu called upon a person called Mera to clean everything up. A giant woman had appeared from behind the trees, and grabbed them with her monstrous appendages, which slowly killed off the two elves. After the job was done, Light apologized for the unnecessary action, but the woman was okay with it since it was for the sake of Light. Some more people had arrived at the place that Light and the others were meant to meet at, people known as Ice Heat, Suzu, and Jack, who Light had summoned long before with his gift. They had all happily greeted the boy and were ready to be at his service. Light apologized to the others for bringing back something unnecessary and strange to the rendezvous point, but Ice Heat said that there was no need for him to. The boy insisted that he was the one who should be apologizing for not having used his wits, but he soon changed the subject by asking the girl to guide everyone to the giant tower. She enthusiastically agreed to the task and looked over to Suzu with a glare, telling her to respond appropriately to Light. Suzu did not respond. Instead, her gun had spoken for her, and told Light and Ice Heat that Suzu was too shy to speak, which the boy understood and told the gun, who was named Locke, to not worry about it. Everyone immediately set off in a certain direction, which was believed to be the way toward the giant tower. Gold was happily talking with Jack, while Jack himself asked the Golden Knight if he had been watching over Light properly. Everyone else in the group had stopped in their tracks and started to glare heavily at Jack with a killing intent in their eyes, surprising the man as he told them not to look at an ally like that. He smirked and explained that there was no need for honorifics, and that Light himself had said that there was no need for strictness all the time. Jack continued his words and accused the others that they were only treating Light like a lord because they were pushing their one-sided desires on him, starting to glare back at the women. Light sighed and told the women that Jack was given permission to call the boy by his regular name, while Light told Jack that he shouldn't provoke others. The walk continued and the mood was starting to look bad, but Light noticed that Ice Heat was wearing maid clothes outside of the abyss and asked her about it. She explained that she was learning from May, even if it was uncomfortable to wear, which caused Mare to joke about taking said clothes off of her if she was so uncomfortable in them. Ice Heat got upset over the comment and the two women bantered as Light watched the two, knowing that they were still friends, despite how it would seem at a glance, since they would still eat together in the dining hall. Suzu, on the other hand, would eat by herself and with her gun, Locke. She was known as a gunner and used a musket instead of a common bow and arrow used in the world. Along with those facts, her card said that Suzu was androgynous, something that Light seemed to not know the meaning of. They had now finally arrived at the giant tower, and Eri, Aoyuki, and Nizuna were all there waiting for him and jumped off from the tower to happily greet the boy. Once they had entered the tower and walked down the vast and empty hall, Light noticed that there was a dragon sitting in the room, to which Eri explained that it was her pet and would be necessary for the strategy. The boy sat down on a throne and everyone bowed as they were all teleported to the highest floor, in order to get ready for the next step of the Sasha revenge plan. Eri was excited as she explained that their primary objective was their grand revenge celebration for Sasha, and everyone asked Light to allow them to measure their true power against the elf country's strongest warriors. They were going to detain the White Knights and obtain information about the Master, before cutting them off from the strength of the elf kingdom and get a feel about how other kingdoms would react. The boy wondered if all of them were truly going to come to the tower, but Eri was confident about it, because of the dragon that Sasha was likely to come face with at the tower. This would make her realize how dangerous the situation really is, and cause the elf girl to go back to the elf kingdom to report the information to the guild. The queen was shocked to hear the news that a red dragon had settled near the tower, and Hardy asked the chancellor what witnesses were there to confirm it. And the old man said that one of the sources was an up-and-coming superior human party, the Black Clowns, which was Light's party, and the other source was Sasha, the fiancé of the White Knight's vice captain. Hardy hummed and thought about the situation before gritting his teeth in anger about it and announcing that he was absolutely going to defeat the dragon. Everything was going to play out perfectly. Everyone on Light's side was going to utilize their greatest battle strength possible at that time. Eri, Aoyuki, Nizuna, all people at level 9,999. Suzu, Mera, Jack, Ice Heat, all people at level 7,777. The Abyss's strongest warriors versus the Elf country's strongest warriors, the White Knights. The White Knights, along with Sasha, had gathered around outside the forest that would lead to the tower. Hardy asked if they were ready to enter and aim for the tower while being guided by Sasha. Sharfat asked if it was really okay for her to come, wondering if she was just going to leave her mess for the others to clean up. But Sasha countered by saying that she was going to lead everyone on the safest route for the sake of the country. Michael jumped in to vouch for the girl and said that he would defend her if things got desperate, and Sasha insisted that no one would be troubled by her. Mast grinned and said that he was jealous of the vice captain having a fiancé with a heart filled with patriotism. Naya and Kia were whispering with one another and squealed with each other about how the world of grown-ups was scary. Hardy decided that it was time to move and ordered Sasha to guide everyone to the tower. The morning sun shone down on the group as they finally arrived at the tower, everyone staring with awe and shock. The twins had noticed the monsters coming out of the tower and realized that they were the snake-tailed beasts that they had heard about. Sharfat mentioned that they were likely over 1,000, as he asked if they should use their sniper on these monsters. But Hardy disagreed and said that they should prioritize the dragon. Explosions appeared in the air and the beasts started to growl before they ran after the direction of the explosions. This was all a part of their plan, as 6 of them had ran into the forest. the exact number that the report had said. It was time for them to now rush the tower and hunt the red dragon, as Hardy told everyone to be alert, immediately using a skill to form a dark bubble around the group and make it so that no sound could be heard within the radius. Sasha was alarmed by the skill for a moment, as she could not even hear her breathing or heartbeat. This was Hardy's Quiet, a skill that changed into just the name Silent. It was originally a combat class art that evolved into a skill where Hardy himself was the center of the spell and have everything surrounding it be muted. Ordinary people would have their spirit eaten away while standing in the spell after a few minutes, and after 10 minutes, would have even a strong man's entire spirit be broken. Sasha found it unfair that Hardy was not influenced by the spell as he was the caster, but she recognized his power as the leader of the White Knights. Everyone had immediately set off and charged toward the door, Sasha's only thought being that she would have to get rid of light with her own hands. But things wouldn't be that easy. After they had entered the hall, a teleportation magic circle had appeared underneath them, shocking everyone in the group when they realized that it was a trap before they were all teleported to different floors. The twins were sent to the first floor to fight Ice Heat and Mara. Sharfat was sent to the second to fight Suzu, Mast to the third to fight Jack, Hardy to the fourth to fight Nizuna, and finally, Michael and Sasha were sent to the fifth, where a certain boy was sitting there, already waiting for them. Light grinned at the sight and said that the fun of the revenge drama had now begun. The twins indirectly yelled at Sharfat for not noticing the trap, before talking with each other about how the others were likely transported into other floors of the tower. They were planning to try and rendezvous with the rest of the group, but they were interrupted by the two people walking into the area. The twins whipped their heads around as Mara and Ice Heat stood tall and proud. The two women started to banter with each other, as Kia and Naya stared in shock about how they didn't notice the two despite being vigilant. Mara finally spoke to the twins and told them to not be frightened, as Eri had told them that they couldn't kill them right away, explaining that they wouldn't even die because the dungeon core had the ability to make a person live even through severe injuries. Kia and Naya were not alarmed by any of the information given, rather confused as they wondered where the dragon was on the tower. Mara explained that the dragon had fulfilled their purpose and wouldn't be needed anymore. The twins realized that the people of the tower were only prioritizing meeting with the White Knights, and Ice Heat started to reprimand the taller woman about giving information to the enemy since the elves could run away. But the Chimera girl responded that they didn't have a chance of losing. The two color-haired girls still tried to insist that they shouldn't let their guard down against inferior opponents, as they should respond with full power before their feet were swept out from underneath them. Kia and Naya were offended by being called inferior, frozen with silence before charging forward with anger in their eyes. The two women dodged their attacks as the elves said to themselves out loud about how they, people who have been awakened to a submaster class and who were level 1800, were being looked down upon. Both parties were looking down upon one another as everyone in the room was confident of their power, but Mara and Ice Heat were ready to entertain these elves. On another floor, Sharfat was talking out loud to himself and was disappointed that he couldn't see through the teleportation trap, knowing that Hardy would yell at him later. He looked around and knew that it wasn't the first floor, quickly noticing another person in the area and asking them to come out and tell him what floor they were on. Suzu had walked out from behind the pillar and stood tall and proud, ready to fight. But Sharfat was too busy being mesmerized by her beauty. The elf boy asked Suzu for her name and reasoning for being in the tower, but the girl did not respond as she wasn't able to talk. The gun spoke for her and introduced the both of them, saying that it wouldn't matter to remember as Sharfat was going to be killed by Suzu. Sharfat was not alarmed by the threat, instead wanting to put the battle aside and share some love. Locke said that Suzu had no interest as her type was light, which had caused the girl to slam her gun into one of the pillars in embarrassment. Sharfat sighed in disappointment and got ready for battle, summoning an invisible crossbow and arrow to shoot at Suzu. However, the girl was not alarmed and easily leapt into the air and kicked the arrow away from her, immediately getting her musket ready to shoot a bullet toward the elf. Sharfat shot another arrow to deflect the bullet and was impressed by the girl's skill, saying that he was starting to like her more and more, and that they were going to have some fun. Kia and Naya were still jumping around all the walls and pillars of the floor at high speeds. Mara and Ice Heat were watching the twins with no problem and did not seem alarmed whatsoever, instead just waiting for them to make a move. One of them asked Mara how long she was going to keep that relaxed attitude, not knowing what intentions the people of the tower had for building it. The other elf twin smiled and said that the woman had bad luck for giving them the advantage of such a large area. They finally attacked and sent a duo attack toward Mara and Ice Heat. It was dodged easily, but the twins had already jumped behind them and sent another attack. This had happened hundreds of more times, causing Ice Heat to tell Mara that they couldn't keep doing what they were doing. One of the twins sent a knife flying toward Mara's leg, and made the woman fall to the ground as her arm was sliced cleanly off. They leapt off with a laugh and wondered which limb they should cut off next. But Mara was calm about the situation and asked Ice Heat what they should do, since they were supposed to experiment with their strength. The two color-haired girl sighed in disappointment and said that she didn't think that the elves would be weak, which surprised and offended Kia and Naya. Mara told the twins to look at their swords that had a lack of blood, while she would start eating her own hand and quickly regenerating it within seconds. She brought her hands to her head and with a chuckle, ripped her head off to show Kia and Naya that there was nothing that they could do to her. Mara and Ice Heat introduced themselves, and said that they were both level 7,777, shocking the elf twins as they could not believe that there was someone with a level that was more than double of their commander. They could only believe that it was likely a trick, since Ice Heat and Mara could only run around. But the two color-haired girl explained that they were only just testing their abilities. The twins immediately sent another wind attack, but it was dodged with ease as Ice Heat told them to try a little harder. More and more desperate attacks were made, with no sign of being successful. No matter how many knives or slices would be sent toward the direction of the two women, fear started to course through the bodies of the two twin elves, as Mara told them that it would be useless to cut them with their ordinary swords. Ice Heat agreed and said that she was not trying to doubt Aries' intelligence, but believed that the experiment was starting to seem pointless. Kia and Naya stood frozen with horrified looks, as the two women stared at them with bloodthirsty expressions, causing the twins to start running for their lives while screaming in fear. Ice Heat and Mara watched with surprise as the elves ran away, the Chimera girl laughing as she knew that the exit was closed. Ice Heat couldn't help but worry that the twins may have had some sort of escape plan and were tricking them. But Mara reassured the girl that it was not possible and that she was just overthinking it. The two color-haired girl insisted on not letting their guard down, which caused Mara to sigh and morph her arm into a rocky shield of some sort, while Ice Heat held up a hand and prepared for an entity to be summoned and come to her hand, a man by the name of Ifrit. Kia and Naya continued to run for their lives, jumping from pillar to pillar as both of them called the people they were fighting monsters for their power and level. They were planning to get out of the tower and tell the Elf Kingdom about the situation, but all they could see was wall. The twins thought that they would be able to escape eventually if they moved along it, but it was to no avail, as they soon realized that something was wrong, and they were sweating a lot for some reason. The air was starting to get hotter as a wave of flames had started to flow toward them, causing them to use their magic to summon a wall of ice in front of them in an attempt to block the flames and heat. However, the ice would quickly start to melt. Another chant from the twins had made another ice wall, but it continued to melt, maybe even faster than the one before. Kia and Naya were starting to sweat profusely from how much the temperature had continued to rise, as they watched their ice walls have no success in stopping the incoming flames, wondering what was happening on the other side of the floor. A large creature with a body of fire was standing behind Ice Heat as she proceeded to send more fire in the direction of the elf twins. Naya told Kia that they needed to continue chanting before the flame could reach them anymore, but as they continued to summon the ice walls again and again, it still melted with each second. And with each passing second, their skin started to singe and burn when they realized that there was no winning for them, the two quickly being consumed by the fire that danced throughout the entire floor. The two women had walked up to the bodies of the two elf twins as Mara laughed at the sight of them. Ice Heat started to look worried as she wondered if they were alive after what she had done, but Mara reassured her that they were alive thanks to the spell that Aerie had put in the tower, and reminding her that they would be dead otherwise. The two color-haired girl insisted that the state of the twins was not her fault, as they were weak and she had Ifrit on her side, wondering why Aerie was making everyone experiment against such weak opponents. Mara suggested that the right thing was to continue fighting people while inside the tower, as it would be of great trouble if they were to fight on the surface. After giving advice to Ice Heat, Mara had known that it was time to follow the next step of the plan that Light had given them, and that was to start getting information from the enemy. Their crisp bodies croaked for help, but Mara was looking forward to breaking the minds of these elves, as she wrapped her appendages around the two and started to torture them painfully. Naya and Kia continued to call for help, but Mara asked them what they had done to humans who called for help when the elves were killing them. The Chimera girl continued to torture the two more and more, making it even more painful as she laughed in enjoyment, knowing just how much they were going to suffer until they would get information out of them, as her monstrous body soon consumed them, while she cackled maniacally. Suzu and Sharfat were still in their battle of equal power, The invisible crossbow was the weapon that Sharfat had, and it would cast an invisible bolt that was fired. This weapon was a magical weapon among all the artifact-grade items. Suzu was hiding behind a pillar and waiting for an opening, but the elf would find her quickly and shot another arrow at the girl. This invisible crossbow was different than regular ones, in that it didn't need to be loaded, since magic could make it fire automatically at high rates. The gunner girl jumped past every arrow as Sharfat told the girl that it was time to move on to the main event. Suzu moved out from behind a pillar once again to move, but the elf boy already had a trick up his sleeve, and rapidly sent more arrows her way in a seemingly sporadic fashion. Locke saw the arrows and wondered if the elf had missed, since the arrows were fired slowly and in a strange direction. Some faster arrows were shot and Suzu had dodged them, but that had led her into the path of the slower arrows that Sharfat had sent earlier. These were dodged as well, but Locke had noticed what was happening and told Suzu that the elf had read her movements, and aimed for the path that she would take to avoid the fast ones. Sharfat said that the real show started now, and sent multiple more arrows while imagining the path that the girl would take in advance. All Suzu was doing was running away and not fighting back, as her paths of escape were dwindling, and the more that she tried to run, the less room there was for her to move. Her gun had told her that the situation was starting to look bad, as Sharfat sent another arrow towards Suzu's feet, barely missing her as it exploded beneath her, and hundreds more were coming toward her from all directions. With focused magic use, the arrow's speed, power, and orbit could be manipulated freely using the invisible crossbow. Not only was Sharfat highly skilled in marksmanship and manipulation, but he also had an extremely powerful magical weapon that demonstrated his true value. Suzu jumped out from the smoke and surprised the elf for a moment, as he told her that he was glad she was okay, telling the gun to surrender. Sharfat asked for confirmation about Suzu's crush being light, but quickly said with confidence that he was a better choice than that boring guy. These words had caught Suzu's attention, as she had looked down at the ground with a dark look. Locke starting to become scared for the elf boy as the girl looked up with a look that could kill. Sharfat felt a dark and heavy aura coming from the girl, as he stared with shock and fear, wondering what was happening as Locke tried to calm down its partner, while only thoughts of killing the man in front of her had run through the girl's mind. The elf boy flinched when Suzu's gun fired again and again and again, seemingly shooting hundreds of bullets into the air, while Sharfat stood there with a look of horror in his eyes, as the bullets had circled around and started to float next to her, while she continued to glare at the elf boy. Locke was the musket that Suzu carried as a magical weapon, and could fire bullets created by Suzu's magic. These magic bullets could be controlled at will and could be fired rapidly due to Locke's capability of shooting so many. Its rapid fire rate was more than 1,000 rounds per minute. Sharfat scoffed in disbelief as Locke continued to try and calm down its partner, before Suzu would have sent all of the bullets flying toward the elf boy, rage coursing through her body. He would try to dodge and run away, while sweat dripped down his face as he tried to tell the girl to wait a second before continuing to run and calling Suzu names and cursing under his breath. The bullets would dart around the pillars as if they were locked onto Sharfat's form, and the elf boy believed that this was not a time to worry about the burden of the invisible crossbow. He quickly pulled out the weapon and used a skill. Magic Focus Maximum Rapid Fire, Samadare. Hundreds of arrows tried to fight against the bullets that were flying toward him, and he had no intention of stopping even if the crossbow got destroyed. Sharfat started to realize that his skill was not keeping up with the level of rapid fire, and believed that Suzu was a monster. A bullet finally connected and hit the elf boy's shoulder, shattering his shoulder piece, which caused him to run away once again. He thought that it was only a scratch, until Sharfat felt a sharp pain run through his body despite the bullet only grazing his shoulder. That was when he noticed that he had been poisoned, and it was affecting his body extremely quickly once he realized that each of the bullets had an abnormal status effect. Another bullet came straight for his head, fresh from Suzu's musket, as it hit and sent him flying. Blood spilled from the wound as more and more bullets had the opportunity to pierce through his body and give more status effects. Confusion, darkening vision, curse, paralysis, more and more status effects like it was a buffet. Sharfat grunted in pain with each bullet as he was sent to the ground, immobile after the rain of attacks. Suzu walked up to the elf boy, who twitched in pain as Locke was impressed that he was still alive because of Aries' technique. The gunner girl raised her leg while towering over him with a blank face and stomped on his face. All she wanted to do was kill him after what he said about light, stomping on his face more and more as Locke tried to tell the girl to calm down. The gun said that he wouldn't die because of the tower's properties, and that if she kept kicking him like that, he would see up her skirt. This had finally caused the girl to snap out of her rage as she became flustered and fell to the ground, holding her skirt down shyly. Locke sighed at the sight and asked her if she had forgotten what Light had told them and how they needed to test the strength of the enemy before beating them. The girl started to tear up and tried to use her healing magic on the elf boy, but Locke said that there was no need as it would be a waste. And even if Sharfat would have recovered, he wouldn't be able to fight properly. Locke reassured the girl and told her that Light was kind and wouldn't get mad at her or dump her, which seemed to calm her down significantly. But Locke would still have to continue comforting the girl for longer than the time it took to battle. Meanwhile, Mast stood in place and looked around with confusion, wondering where everyone else had been transported to. A man walked into the area and praised the short-haired elf for making it there. Jack introduced himself as the Body of Steel and that he was level 7,777. But Mast didn't respond to this and continued looking around for any other presence in the area. Jack explained that they were the only people on the 3rd floor of the tower and there were no traps. But Mast sighed and asked if Jack thought he would just believe him like that. Jack laughed and said that there was no need for boring tricks in a fight between men, and that they would simply just fight each other, and one would beat the other and be victorious. But he was confident that he would win against someone as weak as Mast. This caused the short-haired elf to glare and feel offended, as Jack continued to insist that the elf boy should surrender. But Mast scoffed and said that it was unrealistic for a human to have such a level. Jack was surprised and confused, asking the shorter man if he did not have an appraisal skill. Mast said that it was not necessary to appraise Jack, as it would be apparent in both parties' skills once the elf boy would supposedly beat Jack. The tall human man cracked his knuckles as he was ready to fight, saying that Mast would soon understand whether he was strong or weak. Mast scoffed once more and called Jack a stupid human, and told him to try not to suffer with the one hit that he would do to send Jack to meet his maker. However, Jack was not surprised or scared whatsoever, as he easily deflected the attack with a simple swipe of his hand. The elf boy landed and stared with shock, as Jack continued to urge the boy forward with a smug grin. And Mast did as so, charging forward to send more attacks toward the tall human man. Every single one of his attacks were being swatted away as if Jack were fighting against a fly, which confused Mast, as his skills would be impossible to get out unscathed, even for the leader of the White Knights. Mast was still in disbelief at the situation, and gathered up all of the energy in his body to use in one final blow, believing that it would reach even their leader. But Jack brought up one fist, which blocked the attack, and sent Mast flying back from the recoil. The elf boy struggled to get himself back onto his feet, and grunted in pain and frustration from the counterattack, breathing heavily as he stared at the human in front of him who seemed so powerful and not breaking a sweat. Mast started to realize that he was likely to not stand a chance against someone of Jack's level, since Mast himself was only level 2100. But the elf boy still did not want to lose, as he was a member of the White Knights of the Elven Kingdom, and he needed to save a lot of people. Jack hummed in thought at hearing those words, wondering what Mast meant when he said that he would save humans from their suffering by killing them. Mast agreed and explained that humans had no talent, and they were ugly and weak, and were better off being exterminated. Jack scoffed and asked what the salvation was in that, but the elf boy said that his noble ideals could not be understood by the mind of a human, and that his ideals will save the world for everyone's sake. He called upon his weapon, the great halberd, to devour his life and give him strength in this battle. The weapon started to glow brightly as Mast continued to tell the weapon to devour as much life as it wanted, as long as it gave him the strength to defeat Jack. Jack was starting to get fired up and playfully praised the elf boy, insisting that he should squeeze out all of his power, as he would take care of him and crush him in the end anyway. A strong arm halberd, a weapon that could significantly raise the owner's ability for 3 minutes. An artifact-grade magical weapon that had been passed down from generation to generation in the House of Mast. When using this ability, Mast could acquire power comparable to the power of Hardy, but he needed more. The elf boy felt as though the power he felt was not enough, since Jack had played with his attacks with his bare hands, and he would need power that was stronger than Hardy's. Mast ordered the halberd to give him more and more power that would push him beyond the limit of his soul and give him the power to defeat Jack. The elf boy started to scream in pain as Jack looked impressed by the spirit that Mast had, throwing off his jacket as a sign that he wouldn't hold back and would fight his opponent seriously. The jacket flew in the air for a moment as the both of them stared at each other in silence. And the moment the jacket hit the ground, Mast charged forward to swing his weapon with a loud battle cry. The halberd connected with Jack's fist and cracked slightly as Mast realized that the human man's body started to change after saying one phrase, a new material sprouting from his body and consuming it to transform Jack into a whole new being. He told the elf boy to come at him with 100 times more energy, as what he was wearing was pretty solid. Mast yelled in frustration and desperately sent more strikes toward Jack's iron body. But none of them had affected him, and the elf boy's bloodied eyes widened in surprise when his halberd had broken to pieces. Jack laughed and said that it wasn't as bad an attack, and pitied the boy for having him as an opponent, before sending a punch to Mast's face, and then another, and some more. One last punch and the elf boy was sent flying to hit his back against the pillar and fall to the floor immobile. Jack walked up and picked the boy up with a look of worry, wondering if he had killed Mast. But the elf boy had grunted, which made the human man's worries go away in seconds. He laughed to himself and was impressed by Ares' technique, before bringing Mast closer and criticizing the boy for his principles, and for not being able to do a thing to him in the battle. Once Jack's form had dissipated, he wondered if all elves were like Mast, and if his colleagues were done with their opponents. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, the leader of the White Knights, Hardy, was going to be going up against Nizuna, who claimed to be the strongest amongst her master's subordinates. Hardy did not respond to the introduction, and instead looked around the floor similar as to what Mast had done, and ignored the girl. The short girl stood proudly, while Hardy noticed that the ambiance of this new floor was different from the 1st floor, and wondered if the teleportation trap had transported him there. Nizuna huffed with a pout and called for the old man's attention, and asked if he was listening, telling him that it was rude to not listen to a person talking to them. Hardy sighed and said that he heard her but recognized that they were enemies, as Nizuna confirmed the thought. The short girl asked the elf if he was the strongest amongst the elf race, and told him that she was told by her master to check how strong she was by fighting against him. Nizuna continued to smile proudly as Hardy hummed and thought, wondering if this master was the one who had set up the entire plan. He noticed that she appeared to be a young girl who was incredibly skilled by the strength radiating from her, and Hardy wanted to know if her master was even stronger. However, he felt as though she was just another obstacle and pulled his sword out, believing that nothing was a match to him. Hardy was planning to neutralize the girl quickly, and get some information out of her before regrouping with the rest of the squad, and then subjugating the dragon and capturing this master. After forming that entire plan within him, Hardy told the girl that it was time for them to fight, and Nizuna was excited for an enjoyable battle. The old elf man noticed how easily the girl was handling the sword, wondering if she was from the demon race instead of humans. He was going to watch her use her power and make a move after observing, and Nizuna took the silence and lack of action as a sign to make the first move, charging forward with one big slash. It was faster than Hardy could react to, as it flew past him and caused the wall of the tower to explode. Hardy's sword and shoulder were cleanly sliced before he could even realize the pain, and the blood spilled out as he screamed in pain and fell to the floor within seconds. Nizuna was confused by the scene and landed on the ground to investigate the situation, wondering why the battle was over so quickly. She started to sweat in worry and fear as a voice broke her out of her thoughts to get her attention. It was Aerie who was yelling at the girl, knowing that she has already broken one of the tower walls. Nizuna started to panic and lie to Aerie that it wasn't her that broke it, but it was obvious she was lying. Aerie reprimanded the short girl and reminded her that the mending of the tower was linked to her magic, and that she put Nizuna on a floor with stronger magic to prevent her magic from leaking out. The witch girl was disappointed that she lost magic over something as unnecessary as this, yelling even more at Nizuna for making her almost look like a fool in front of Light. Nizuna apologized profusely and Aerie sighed, knowing that the girl couldn't control her strength and likely already took out Hardy. She told the short girl to learn how to suppress her power a little more, as Light wanted her help, and they couldn't rely on her if she couldn't control it. Nizuna anxiously played with her fingers and understood that she would need to put in a little more effort next time, especially to not break the tower's wall. She apologized once again, and Aerie forgave the girl, but their telepathy communication would be interrupted. Hardy's body twitched, which showed that he was still alive, groaning in pain as he brought up a hand and used a healing magic on himself to heal his body. Nizuna whipped her head around as she noticed that the old man was reviving himself. Aerie was glad that due to her magic, Hardy was not dead and was trying to heal himself and stand up to continue fighting. The witch girl knew that there would be another round of fighting, and reminded Nizuna to keep her abilities in check and use just enough power to not break the walls. Nizuna's sweat dropped, but gave a determined look and swung a fist to her chest, agreeing and vowing that they could put their trust in leaving it to her. Hardy struggled to stand and thought himself to be pitiful for looking down on his opponent and underestimating them. He was so proud and overconfident in his own power, thinking that he was being vigilant. The old elf spat out blood as he realized that he had become soft, and apologized to the girl for treating her lightly. telling her that he was now going to put his whole body and spirit into being her opponent. Hardy believed that he was lucky for the girl not landing a finishing blow, which caused him to be able to heal himself, but he did not know that it was all intentional to keep him alive. Swiftly, the elf used his silent skill, which surprised the short girl, but it also had two special effects. The first was a debuff, which would cause an opponent's abilities to decrease, while the second effect was a trump card that no one knew about except for Hardy and his mother, the Queen. Hardy shouted a phrase and energy started to come from all directions and enter his body, an ability where he would stockpile the lowered status of the enemy to raise the limits of his own status. And now he was going to wager everything he had accumulated until now. A glow formed around his previously broken sword and formed a new blade, the Hermit's Sword, that could only be used by Hardy himself. A sword born of the dark magic skill Silent, the Silent Blade. There was a reason the old elf was called Silent Hardy, who cut down all foes, and he was ready to let the short girl have a taste of when he was at his best. Hardy noticed that Nizuna had put her claymore away and held up her fists with a focused expression, impressing him with the bold judgment and action. If Nizuna wasn't his adversary, he would have scouted her to join the White Knights, but for right now, she was an enemy to overthrow. Hardy was going to defeat her and find out the identity and intentions of everyone in the tower. The two stood opposed to one another, not moving 1 inch, and continuing to stare at one another before Hardy grinned at the lack of action from Nizuna. He was glad that the girl had supposedly neglected to come at him just a while ago, and that she was too afraid to fight him due to her lack of battle experience. Hardy was benefiting from the hundreds of years worth of power he had stored up because of his skill, knowing that he had already surpassed the power of the entire elf race, and believed that there was no way for the short girl to win. Nizuna moved her arm slightly, and Hardy knew that it was time for the girl to make the first move, and believed that it was impatient of her to do so. But all within seconds, the short girl had charged forward before Hardy could even process it. She focused all of her energy into her fist and punched the old elf in the gut, which sent him flying toward the wall of the tower floor, cracking it but not breaking it like last time. Hardy was out of commission once again, while Nizuna was silent for a moment before raising her fist into the air, with an expression of excitement at the fact that she did not break the wall. However, her celebration would be interrupted by Eri's angry voice calling for Nizuna's attention once again. The short girl started to panic and wonder why Eri was so mad, as she explained that she held back and didn't break the wall this time. Eri sighed in frustration and told Nizuna that, for her, not breaking a wall meant not putting a hole in it. For Eri, it meant not having to repair it again. The witch girl was starting to get angrier as she asked Nizuna how much of her mana she was planning on using. Nizuna started to cry about how she tried her best and whined for Light to do something about it, calling Eri a certain name. Eri was offended by the insult and argued with the short girl, asking her where she learned that word, to which Nizuna admitted that the fairy maids taught her. Hardy's unconscious body fell from the wall while Eri continued to nag and scold Nizuna, while the short girl begged for Light to help her. Light asked if Eri was okay since she seemed a little exhausted, and that she may have used up a lot of mana. Eri assured that she was fine and still had mana to spare, but explained that Nizuna has made the witch girl consume a considerable amount of her mana. Light sweat dropped from the information and knew that he was worried for the girl since Eri had screamed out of nowhere and her legs started shaking. The boy was content that Nizuna won the fight, but he was also disappointed from the fact that it ended quicker than he thought it would. Hardy's level might have risen to somewhere around 4,000, but it still wouldn't have been anything to Nizuna, as she was level 9,999. Eri suggested that the short girl needs to learn to hold back a lot more, despite the fact that she had won, and that Nizuna acts like a child. It seemed as though everyone had spoiled Nizuna due to her being the last super ultra rare card, but Eri suggested that they would need to fix that for Nizuna's sake. Light knew that Eri was right, remembering how he had made Aoyuki and Eri team up against Nizuna, but there was no true winner. However, it was true that the girl had a childish attitude, and everyone would spoil the girl without resistance. But he was worried that Nizuna would cause more trouble for Eri and be a burden. It was almost as if everyone was an older sibling to Nizuna. But Light's thoughts were interrupted by Aoyuki meowing, which was the signal that guests were about to arrive. Eri apologized for having something idiotic happen during an important time, but the boy reassured her that it was fine and helped calm the mood down. He put his clown mask back on and told everyone to focus on what was on their hands, the boy feeling as though he couldn't wait for the door to open. Sasha and Michael stood next to each other and wondered if they were still inside the tower. They were inside a long hallway that had a carpet, almost asking them to follow it, which was an action they would have to do since it would be pointless otherwise. The elf girl suggested that she would scout around, but her fiancé didn't want that to happen, and told the girl that he would stand in front while she would hold the phantom-grade item to use at any given moment. Their walk began and they kept their guard up until they had reached a large double door, noticing how it looked similar to the entrance to a boss room in a dungeon. Michael assumed that the red dragon was behind the door, and the two gained the confidence to enter through the door, walking toward the large throne to realize the three people. Sasha stood behind the elf man and widened her eyes in shock when she saw the human boy with the clown mask that she had met earlier, wondering why he was there. Light greeted the girl, which confused her, as her fiancé asked if she knew the boy. But Sasha refused and angrily told the boy that they were not close enough for him to talk to her like that, especially since he was an inferior. Light laughed before feigning disappointment at the fact that they used to explore dungeons together. But Sasha thought that he had mistaken her for another elf and was about to call him an inferior again, until her words became quieter as her face turned into an expression of realization, while Light continued staring at her with a glint in his eyes. The boy took off his mask and revealed a sight that made Sasha freeze in place and stare with horror as he greeted her once again, telling her that he was there for his revenge after 3 whole years. Sasha started to sweat in fear as she now had figured out that Light was alive this entire time. She was almost in disbelief, wondering what happened to the burn mark and why his body and face didn't change from 3 years ago. But Light explained that the mask was an illusion and that he had stopped his growth to make him remember the feeling of their betrayal. Michael asked the elf girl if Light was the person who seemed to be the candidate for the master that she and her old party supposedly got rid of. The boy started to explain the whole story about how 3 years ago he was thought to have been killed in the abyss, until he was sent to a lower level by the teleportation trap and managed to survive by good fortune. He was then to carry out his revenge on Sasha's old party members and find out the truth of why they felt they had to kill him, telling Sasha that he had gathered his female companions to come back to the surface after gaining power and training. Light said that he built this tower and went to all this trouble just for Sasha, to achieve the greatest vengeance ever. And Sasha stared with shock and asked him how he had gotten such power. Michael broke the moment and started to laugh maniacally, calling Sasha the goddess of luck as he smirked, telling the girl that they would kill Light with their own hands and bring back the head to the country and increase their influence amongst the elf monarchy. The elf man snickered and assured the girl that they would win, as no matter what power Light and the others had, humans were still humans, and they had the treasured item from the Count. Sasha smiled at her fiancé and felt confident once more as the two of them prepared for battle, the girl turning toward Light and telling him that they were going to beat him because of his stupidity. However, Light was disappointed by this reaction and stood up, announcing that no more talk was necessary and telling Aoyuki and Eri that they were not to interfere no matter what. The two understood as Light walked forward with a blank expression, but Sasha still held a confident attitude as she told the boy that she was now beyond level 500 because of training. The boy held a bored look and hummed in thought, asking Sasha if she had been trying hard, but that was until she had pulled out an instrument and blew into it. He wondered if it was a hallucinatory attack, but that was not the case, as Light noticed 3 glowing circles coming from the ground. 3 large beings appeared from the glowing circles as Sasha explained that they were summoned by the power of the Angel Ocarina, and would brutally slaughter the human boy like an insect. One of the angels charged forward and swung at Light while speaking an unknown language as the boy swiftly dodged the attack, impressed that the angel could make such a big crack in the floor already. Eri had made the floor of the room special, so it would take quite a bit of offensive power to put a crack in it. But before Light could make a move on the angel, another with a shield ran to cover for him. The boy struck his staff against the shield only to realize a wall of magical light, surprising him for a moment until he had shattered it and broken through the shield and arms of the angel on the defense. Light intended to break through both of the angels, but the defensive power of the angel with the shield was higher than the human boy expected. One of the 3 had said a foreign command, and the wounds of the shield angel had started to heal, giving its arms and shield back. A physical attack muscle angel, a physical defense knight angel, and a magician-type stone statue angel. Light laughed to himself at the amount of angels, not fazed in the slightest, while Sasha stared with shock at how the boy was taking on the angels on equal footing. The elf girl was starting to sweat with fear at the fact that Light was able to take down the angel's defensive wall in one blow, since originally he was just a human around level 15. Light chuckled and explained to Sasha that he had been training in the abyss, and he had become level 9,999, which baffled her until Michael told the girl to not be fooled by the human's lie and use her common sense. Sasha gained her confidence back and ordered the angels to kill Light once more, and they immediately proceeded to continue attacking the boy. He swiftly dodged them and started to release many spells that would distract and immobilize the enemies, surprising Sasha since he was casting them without chanting. The Magician Angel had been blown to pieces from another spell that Light had, which meant that the angels could no longer recover from the ice sword and fire arrow he had summoned. However, just as he was about to finish them off, the attacks were blocked by walls of light from the Magician Angel that Light had thought he had already killed. Sasha held up the ocarina and said that it had the ability to resummon the angels as many times as she wanted, and how it didn't need to consume any magic power. Since that was the case, the boy dashed forward and attempted to aim for Sasha until Michael blocked the attack with a shield, to which Light complimented the man about the good defense. Michael raised an eyebrow at the word as Light quickly found himself being sent flying by some unknown force. Aoyuki and Eri gave concern, but were reassured by the boy as he wondered what had happened with the shield, despite there being no movement nor magic. Michael finally spoke after some silence and explained that the shield had a phantom class ability called Blessing and Punishment, which could repel any and all attacks. Not only that, but those in possession of the shield would have the status raised for those recognized as comrades, which meant that the angels were even stronger than before, breaking out of the restraints that Light had put on them. Sasha started to cackle and said that the angels would be resummoned no matter how many times Light would defeat them, and that Michael would protect her in the meantime, while the shield would return any attacks toward him. The elf girl held an evil grin and started to insult and criticize the human boy, laughing more while her fiancé nodded in agreement at how the battle was over before it had begun, and said that it would be impossible not to break in the face of despair. When Light heard the word despair, he started to laugh loudly to himself. Michael assumed the boy had lost his mind, but Light interrupted their moment and told them, as gratitude for making him laugh, he would show them true despair. The boy held out his staff while Aoyuki and Eri tried to warn him not to do what he was about to do, but it was already too late. First Soul Seal Limiter release, code 9999, EX Gungnir Divine Burial, the God Spear. The information that they had gathered through expert opinion was not much. Light had used his infinite gacha gift for 3 years and had only gotten this card once, the highest class extra card. Eri and Mei looked into the power of the card through appraisal, but it was not something they could comprehend. All they knew was that it held a power that was way too strong. Because its power was too dangerous, everyone who was level 9999 used their souls to design a technique and seal the power of the Gungnir Divine Burial. But now, one of the 4 seals was removed by Light. Eri and Aoyuki continued to stare with worry as a dark energy formed all around Light and eventually entered his staff. The 2 elves wondered what was going on until an explosion of energy had occurred, blowing dust in all directions, until Light stepped out of the smoke with a staff that glowed a purple color and announced that he was going to show Sasha and Michael true despair. Both elves stared with horrified expressions, as Light continued to stand there with a grin and bloodthirsty look, scaring Sasha even more as she ordered the angels to kill Light. The angel with a mace swung its weapon with a yell, but it did not connect with Light's head and was blocked by the dark energy of the staff. This had shocked Sasha and Michael even more, as they stared with mouths agape because the angel's attack was repelled so easily, making it stagger back. The boy started to slowly walk forward, each step louder and more powerful than the last, which caused the angel to flinch and jump back in surprise. This reaction had made Light grin in enjoyment as he started to wonder if angels too could feel terror and despair. The Magician Angel summoned a wall of light to be in front of the other angels and made Light sigh at the sight of it, thinking to himself that he was starting to get tired of these old tricks. He picked up his staff and lightly touched the tip of it on the wall of light, shattering it to pieces almost instantly and killing the angel behind it. The boy chuckled and asked if it didn't even have time for despair. Sasha was speechless from what was happening in front of her, and stared at the scene and yelled at the Magician Angel to hurry up and heal the other one. But Light narrowed his eyes at the girl and told her that it was useless. Michael broke the scared girl out of her thoughts and told her to resummon the angel, to which she followed and brought out the ocarina once again. The human boy was enjoying the situation until he suddenly felt a pain run through his arm, and looked down to see that his fingers were starting to singe. Even though he had concentrated his defenses on his right hand, the dark energy of the staff had bypassed the defense and burned his hand. Eri and Aoyuki stood by in the distance with concern as Light knew that his right hand wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But the boy believed that it was going to be worth it just to see the 2 elves taste absolute despair. The angel was soon resummoned, which impressed Light for a moment, and Michael suggested to Sasha that they should use their trump card as his weapon was abnormally dangerous. The elf girl called upon all of the angels to come together and become one, blowing on the ocarina once more as a glow appeared and the three angels started to fuse together, creating the High Angel. Sasha ordered the angel to use its tactical class holy attack magic, the Holy Javelin, and to have it be sent toward Light, as she started to maniacally laugh in enjoyment, believing that even if the boy had resistance against holy attacks, not even bones would be left of him if he ate the attack head-on. Michael stared with awe at the power of the ocarina as his fiancée continued to scream out insults since her confidence had reached its peak. But that evil smile would soon disappear as Light easily blocked it, which made her face turn pale from the action as Light grinned, asking the girl if she really thought an attack of that level would kill him. Her breath started to become heavy as her body shook in confusion while the human boy walked forward, causing Sasha to call upon the High Angel to send another attack at full power. It did as told, but the dark energy of the staff had blocked it once more, completely covering the surrounding area around the small human boy. The skin of his hand started to bleed as the dark energy grew stronger, Light flashing a smirk on his face as he told Sasha that it was his turn to attack now. She called him a monster and told him to not come any closer, calling for the High Angel to continue attacking, but Light would repel it once more as he kept walking closer and closer. The elf girl violently shook in fear as she wondered why the attack of the High Angel wasn't working, ordering it to continue its actions toward the human boy, but he would continue getting closer and closer as Sasha became desperate. Light started to laugh, giving a bright smile and telling Sasha to do her best and work harder, because if she didn't, she would be killed by him. Light shouted at the two, wanting to know what they, especially Sasha, would do next against him. The dark energy that surrounded the boy's staff had formed almost a demonic wing at Light's side. Sasha squeaked in surprise and fear as she begged the High Angel to do something, and the large being had done something different from its previous efforts. As it was composed of all three angels that Sasha had previously summoned, it was trying to use all three of its moves simultaneously in a 3-in-1 attack. Light was almost impressed, before he grinned and manipulated the dark energy to wrap around the High Angel, charging forward as it was sliced into pieces. Michael and Sasha were even more worried as the being was crumbled to pieces, dissipating on the floor as the elf-man told Sasha to resurrect the angel. She attempted to do so, but it was not seeming to work for some reason, confusing her as she had never heard of such a thing happening. That was until the elf girl realized that the ocarina was starting to become corrupt and crumble to pieces as well, and Light explained that the divine burial Gungnir was a spear made to bury the gods, so it was expected to be effective enough on angels to prevent them from resurrecting. Michael was in disbelief and asked Light how he had a spear that had the power to destroy a Phantasm-class item, but the human boy explained that the divine burial Gungnir was a Genesis-class equipment, and how Phantasm-class could never hope to match such an item. The elf-man was almost shocked, before he believed that it was another trick, and told the boy that this was not a funny joke after telling them that he was level 9,999, wanting him to stop with the nonsense. He believed that Light just happened to have equipment that was effective against the angel's ocarina, and that everything else would continue being on the elves' side, as Michael still had the blessings and punishment shield, beckoning the human boy to come forward whenever he was ready, as the elves would never lose against a human. Light grinned once more before his expression turned into one of pure ecstasy, leaping forward while knowing that he just simply had to stop the power of these noble elves. The spear connected with the shield and the power of both items had seemed almost equal with one another, but there would only be one true winner in the end. After just a few seconds, the power of the spear's dark energy had overpowered the shield's reflectiveness and pierced through the shield, shattering it to pieces, as Michael and Sasha were hit with the dark energy and screamed as they were sent flying toward the tower wall. The couple were out of commission for the battle and fell to the floor, groaning in pain from their injuries. Light walked closer as Michael struggled to get back up, chuckling to himself while he was impressed that there was such a monster in the human race to destroy his shield. The elf man asked Light if he truly wasn't the master, but Light wondered the same and why the countries decided to kill him based on that notion. Michael wondered why a dangerous person like Light had not already been disposed of, looking down at his fiancée with a dark look and telling her that he was going to have to report this to the higher-ups, which caused the elf girl to sweat with worry and fear. The elf man reached into his clothes and told Light that they were going to both return to the elf country and inquire about the incident, pulling out a magic item and holding it into the air while chanting for its power. However, nothing seemed to happen. This had puzzled Michael greatly from the card not activating, as he knew it was an amulet passed down from generations in his family. A long-distance teleportation amulet that was inherited from the Master. Light explained that it was useless, as teleportation was impossible within the tower and was obstructed by magic. These words had made the elf-man appalled, as he believed that it was impossible for magic to obstruct teleportation to exist in the world. However, Light agreed and said that if it didn't exist, it just needed to be made. Eri was asked to explain it more, and she did as so, saying that the teleportation obstruction magic was her original magic made by analyzing the core of the Abyss, and how it took her more than a year to be able to replicate the teleportation obstruction from the Abyss in her own magic. Light asked the elf couple if there was anything else they wanted to do, and Michael wanted to keep the moment coming, preaching that there was still hope, as the captain and the others of the White Knights would come for them, as Hardy had powers beyond level 3000 and would kill everyone in a flash. He continued trying to threaten the human boy, warning him to let them out, but this didn't faze Light whatsoever, as he knew the truth of the situation. He called upon Iceheat and told her that they have finished the fight, and that everyone could bring themselves into the room. Sasha wondered who the boy was talking to until people had teleported to the floor, walking toward the elf couple with a proud stride. Their eyes widened in shock and horror as they realized the bodies that the group was carrying were the bodies of each of their comrades. Everyone was defeated, and Light asked them once again about the hope that they had, causing Sasha and Michael to start screaming and begging in fear. Light's companions bowed before him and apologized for arriving so late, but the boy said that they weren't late and were in fact perfectly timed. He glanced at the two elves and asked them what they were going to do now after their final sliver of hope was utterly destroyed. Michael grunted before getting up and telling the boy that he was going to offer a proposal to Light. He told Light that they could join forces and take over the elf queendom since he was so well informed in politics, and could help the boy be presented to the throne and even do as he wished with elven women. Light stayed silent for a moment, before asking if he ever said anything about wanting that, explaining that all he wanted was revenge and the truth. The elf man immediately said that he had no part in the situation and begged to be released, causing Sasha to stare in shock and disbelief as she reminded him about how they pledged their futures together as fiancés. Michael gave her a disgusted look, and told her not to touch him as he didn't want to be involved in her affairs, and Light watched the scene, knowing that this betrayal was a repeat of Light's betrayal at the Abyss. Sasha cried at the cruelty of her fiancé, admitting that all his love was a lie, the elf girl wailing and begging for Michael. Light had had enough and told the vice captain of the White Knights that Light had no intention of punishing him in regards to his revenge, which gave hope to Michael, until Light said that he would entrust the matter to the girls. Eri walked forward and towered over the elf male, holding a look of rage from the way Michael had treated Light. But Michael had tried to desperately lie and say that he had yet to understand Light's greatness and that it was different now. The witch girl's face lit up in excitement, giving more hope to Michael until Eri smirked once more and said that he could only understand Light's greatness if she carved it directly into his flesh. The elf man looked up in horror before he tried to run away in fear, but his body was stopped by thorny vines wrapping around his body and immobilizing him. He tried to fight out of it, but Eri explained that it was a magic that could restrain even ones of their level for a moment, ready to look through the inside of Michael's brain to check his memories while he would writhe in pain. A hand hovered over Michael's face as Eri started to look through his memories while torturing the elf man as repayment for trying to harm Light. Sasha stared back with mouth agape as Light told the girl that it was her turn, causing her to scoot back until her back hit the bodies of her comrades. She tried to remind Light of all the memories they had made together and how she had comforted him through hard times, to which Light agreed that Sasha had taught him many things in the past, until his smile grew cold, as he knew that it was all a lie and an act, as the truth was that Sasha was looking down on humans, and when she showed her true self, she gleefully tried to kill him. The elf girl tried to pin the blame on Drago and Diablo, saying that she couldn't have gone against them herself or else they would have killed her. After chanting to herself that it was not her fault, Sasha thought of another idea, and pulled off her top and put on a smile, reminding the boy about his previous crush on her and how she actually liked him back and could do whatever he wanted if he saved her. Aoyuki had jumped forward and landed in anger, having had enough of her lies and feeling enraged by the girl trying to falsely love the boy just for forgiveness. She was going to make Sasha regret being born, until Light calmly asked the girl if he gave her permission to act against Sasha, bringing a hint of fear through the cat girl in that moment before she backed away. Light told Sasha with a bright smile that he wasn't going to kill her, which gave her hope for a second, until he continued his words and said that he was just going to torture her for the truth, like what he did with Guru, and make her experience pain of the highest order while refusing to let her die. The happy look on the elf girl's face turned back to one of horror, as Light continued to explain the situation that she will be in, as the human boy called for Mara to come forward and take Sasha to the deepest floor of the abyss, along with the rest of the White Knights. Mara laughed and accepted the task, before wrapping her monstrous limbs around Sasha's body as she screamed in fear. Light remembered one last thing and told the Chimera girl to wait while he summoned an arrow from a card, throwing it and sending it toward Sasha's leg, just like how it went through his all those years ago. Sasha continued to wail, chanting apologies as she begged for Light to save her, and how she just wanted to be happy and get back to her parents and sisters. But Light reminded her that she tried to trick and kill him, and should have just thought of other ways to do what she wanted. More tears fell down the elf girl's face as Mara continued to wrap around and consume the screaming Sasha with her limbs, until she was unable to speak anymore, Light giving one last disappointed look and a final farewell to her. Out of anger, Light unleashed the first stage of Divine Burial Gungnir, but he was able to test it and realized how overkill it was. After healing his hand, he told the others that he would like to head back to the Abyss for now and retrieve information from the ones they captured. They all teleported back to the dungeon and days had passed. Eri had brought the human boy a list of information just like she did with the elves in the past. However, the contents of it were hard for him to believe. The most useful pieces of information were the ones obtained from Captain Hardy, and explained how if the Master was left on their own, it would accelerate civilization advancement to the point where the world would be destroyed. Society's plan to prevent such a thing would be to contain the Master and treat them like a caged bird to reduce influence from outside powers to a minimum. There was evidence of past civilizations that seemed to be destroyed from this exact information. Eri theorizing that it was likely just the Master bringing upon the advancement of civilization which prompted something to destroy it. Masters seemed to exist solely to advance civilizations, which confused Light, as he thought about how killing a Master candidate would be a more dangerous act in the end anyway. The witch girl told the boy that they needed to take into consideration information that none of the elves might be aware of, to which Light agreed with, and told Eri to proceed with the next stage of the plan. People at the castle were discussing what might have happened to the White Knights, and someone said that, according to the facts, it was likely that the White Knights were defeated. The Prime Minister said an idea like that was impossible, and the Queen jumped in to agree, as her son supposedly couldn't lose to anyone. The old man was sweating with denial and tried to convince himself about how there was not anything in the world that had the power to defeat the White Knights. Everyone started to argue with each other about what the next step would be, until another elf had ran into the room and warned everyone about how a swarm of dragons was flying around the capital, with a person riding on the back of the red one. That person was Eri, and she used telepathy to announce to the elves how she wanted them to hand over the ones responsible for attacking the tower. Otherwise, she would turn the town to ash. She snapped her fingers to provide a demonstration to the confused elves, and the dragons collectively spit out fire into the nearby forest at a large radius that was almost the size of the elven capital. Eri chuckled, and she threatened them once more, telling them that she would land in the palace's garden and wait for them to do as she asked in the next 3 minutes, or else the town would be blown away. Everyone started to argue once more, which made Eri sigh from their indecisiveness, until 3 minutes had passed and they all had arrived on the dot. Queen Leaf of the Elf Queendom had ordered the witch girl to turn back, but Eri insisted that she was there to take revenge on those who intruded her tower. She introduced herself as the Tower Witch, but the queen was more focused on what happened to Hardy and the rest of the knights. Eri knew that they had been executed, but she was going to play the situation like a game and feigned ignorance. Asking the queen why she had sent lowly robbers to the tower, Queen Leaf tried to explain that it was expected for people to investigate an unknown structure, especially if dragons dwelled there. However, Eri didn't believe her and said that she was going to look through the queen's head to confirm it. Once the witch girl walked closer, the knights sprouted into action and tried to kill Eri, until she used a tactical class spell to pierce through all of them, and turned them all into man-faced trees. Eri continued her trek toward the queen as she tried to run away, but Queen Leaf was soon immobilized by the same thorny vines that had caught Michael, and she was given the same treatment as he was. She learned that the queen's statements were not false, but also that there were a significant amount of memories that made Eri feel unpleasant, as she explained to the queen that the slavery of humans was not to be accepted, and that Eri was going to take all of the humans in the queen's possession and take care of them. If there were any elves who would get in the way, Eri would slaughter them indiscriminately and turn them into dragon food. giving one final declaration about the absolute independence of humans. Light looked through at the new information after looking through Queen Leaf's memories, and learned that possibilities of one other than the Master should be disposed of as well. Eri theorized that it meant a different being than the Master, one that the countries would consider dangerous. This had given a bit more insight to Light's questions, but he still had more to learn. This race of beings was unknown, which meant that they could not pass any judgment until there was further information. And Light changed the subject by lighting up about how the freeing of the enslaved humans was going smoothly. There were about 5,000 freed at the moment who were saved by the Mohawks and the others, and were being kept around the tower while being provided support. Light thought about how they shouldn't colonize the Elf Queendom due to the lack of merit, and agreed with Eri that they should just control it from behind the scenes. The human boy gave a warm smile and thanked Eri for her efforts, which touched the witch girl significantly as she thanked him back. However, the moment was cut short by May telling Light that there was information that she needed to report urgently. That information was about one of Light's revenge targets, how the dark elf Shion had supposedly died within the depths of a dungeon. The dark elven isolated island nation was made up of more than 100 islands of various sizes that exist to the south of the continent. It was a nation where research in witchcraft, pharmacy, metallurgy, and the like were all very popular. The government had been generous in providing support to those who had achieved excellent results, and an entire island could be offered as a research facility. There was one such researcher who was given one of these isolated island research facilities, and that was Shion, one of Light's revenge targets. She was currently torturing a human for a research experiment of hers and had the man tied to a chair while towering over him, as other elves in the area drew a large magical symbol on the ground. Shion held up a dagger and, with a blank expression, started giving many lacerations to the man's body, while his screams of pain were muffled by the cloth that was tied around his mouth. The dark elf woman gave one last stab to the gut and walked away to clean the knife, but one of the scientists was alarmed by this action as he couldn't believe that she had stabbed the man without a change in expression. He started to theorize this was one of the reasons why no one was courting a woman such as her, despite how talented and intelligent she was. She noticed his expression and lack of motion, causing her to ask if there was something wrong with the magic circle, but he quickly tried to save himself by making an excuse that he was just wondering if the act of stabbing was necessary for the research. Shion let the elf man off due to the fact that he was new, and this was his first experiment, before explaining that it was necessary since emotions such as pain and despair were amplified, to cause the soul to stir and insist on its presence, which would make it easier to capture the soul itself. She ordered the elf scientist to finish the check quickly before the human got unstable or died, and he apologized and got right back to work. The experiment soon commenced, and many elves began to channel magic into the magic circle. Magical energy spouted from the ground and started to envelop the human man, as he cried and screamed in agony. Shion was surprised by the power of the magic and said that the convergence speed of the magic was too high, ordering the magic team to slow it down. They agreed to this, but it seemingly did not change. In fact, the energy seemed to have gotten stronger. Shion ordered the magic team to once again slow it down, but one of the elves explained that the team had already cut the momentum of the flow in half, so this power was from something else. The dark elf woman yelled at everyone to stop the experiment and connect the magic circle to the magic stone, but everyone from the magic team tried to tell her that they couldn't, since the stones were absorbing the magic too fast. Shion started to wonder what was going on and where such a large amount of magic was coming from, until suddenly the space above the human started to distort and crack. Reality broke apart from above everyone in the room as a dragon had appeared before them, promptly raising his head to prepare an attack. Shion realized this, and decided to use her trump card, the Magic Catalyst, that would enhance her sorcery ability and give her a chance to use her Black Plague spell, which would cover her body from the blast of the roar that the dragon gave. Everyone around the area had felt their lives being taken from them, as they collapsed to the ground dead, while Shion looked around with shock and confusion. The dragon looked down and was impressed that there was a person not affected by his deprivation roar, introducing himself as the Soul Dragon and Ruler of Souls. He called Shion lucky for her attack to cancel out his own, and the dragon started to suck up and swallow the souls of the elves and one human that had died in the room from his attack. Shion had never seen or heard of a monster that preyed on souls in the world, seemingly shaking and sweating out of fear until her expression changed to one of awe, as she called the dragon magnificent. She asked him if she could see him use his powers to help with her research. The Soul Dragon was shocked at how Shion was neither afraid nor enraged at him, even despite the deaths of her people. He was impressed, and decided that he would comply, as long as the Dark Elf woman would give him souls until he was satisfied. to which she agreed without hesitation, as she believed that sacrifices had to be made for the advancement of her research. With these words, the dragon laughed and decided to give the girl his strength. While Light had heard that Shion was dead, this was only an assumption, as May had explained to the boy that it seemed as though the laboratory where Shion was the chief of had been turned into a dungeon. There were two main types of dungeons, except for exceptional ones. First were dungeons where monsters would live in the ruins of abandoned buildings from past civilizations, but no monster or valuable would be restored after it was completed. The other dungeons were ones created by the core that were almost infinitely replenished and could grow in size if left unchecked. The number of monsters on the ground was not decreasing, and some thought that it was because there were dungeons hidden from the public eye, giving them a chance to overflow. And finally, in rare cases, there were existing buildings that would become a dungeon, leaving people to still wonder why dungeons truly formed. When Light was an adventurer, he would hear rumors of people going to bed and waking up to their house being turned into a dungeon, but he would have never thought it would happen to Shion. May said that it was unclear whether Shion's laboratory was a dungeon or how it came to be, but the island nation sent investigators to rescue the survivors. However, the dungeon appeared to be quite hard and difficult to explore. Due to the impacts of dungeonization, the island may experience underwater volcanic eruptions, so the island nation placed quests through guilds for an adventurer's party to destroy the dungeon without prioritizing money. Light thanked May for the information, and knew that they needed to depart soon, since he was not going to let a dungeon monster steal his revenge. Eri was confident that Light and the Black Clown Party's achievements in the Dwarf Kingdom and Elf Queendom would be of great assistance to get them accepted right away. The boy thanked the witch girl, but explained that if the island nation refused to take part, he would ask the Elf Queendom's highest-ranking officials to exert pressure. No matter what it would take, Light was going to get his revenge. In the Dark Elf isolated island nation, there was no clear head of state. Due to the island's geographical location, there were 4 large clan representatives that divided and ruled these islands. They were a consensus state, with a council of representatives determining the state's policies. The representative of the East Clan, Gigis, was sitting in a large residence and apologizing to another elf, Yud, for bothering him at an inconvenient time. Yud was not upset, and asked if Gigis was getting enough sleep due to the dark circles under his eyes. Gigis explained that he was particularly stressed due to dealing with the dungeonization, and the other 3 clans taking advantage of the situation to take away the East's authority. He was hoping that Yud would resolve the problem since Yud was a Class A adventurer, and was regarded as one of the strongest members of the Dark Elves. The short-haired elf glared and told Gigis to not call him by those labels, as he knew most people despised him, quickly causing Gigis to apologize and try to correct himself, by complimenting Yud and his Sword of Solitude for their skill. Because of this, Yud started to talk about how he was going to crush the White Knights, which reminded Gigis of how Yud's father wished to do the same. His father's group was dissolved due to being defeated by the White Knights, but Yud was more focused on fighting someone who he could give his all, rather than avenging his parents' loss. The representative Dark Elf also mentioned that there was a human known as the Witch of the Giant Tower, who was establishing diplomatic relations with the Elven Queendom. They were both quite confused and conflicted on how to feel about such a situation, but Yud theorized that this witch most likely had the gift of being human. Gigis had heard of something like this before, since Shion had a subject where the extraction from a human soul was replaced with another race. Yud was the one kidnapping these human subjects, but he was disappointed that the laboratory and research had to be halted and given up because of the dungeonization. There was something else he mentioned, and Yud asked if Gigis ever heard of a human being with a special gift being called a master, but Gigis claimed to have no idea. Yud apologized for the question and decided to make his leave back to his own residence, knowing that Gigis was likely hiding something from him about what masters were. Once he had entered the large building, Yud was greeted by 2 Dark Elf women, who would be accompanying him on the quest, sisters known as Isla and Lai. Lai tried to put the work on her sister Isla to make a list of supplies needed, as she thought it would be more efficient, since Lai would be carrying luggage, fighting, and assisting Yud. However, both sisters started to argue, as the truth of the situation was that they both wanted to win Yud's favor, and have his satisfaction all for themselves. Yud heard the commotion and told them to stop what they were doing, as they should get along as sisters. Lai tried to say that it was a woman's instinct to desire the favor of a capable man, but Yud told her to stop being a fool and just help Isla. He was confident they would be able to fulfill the request, as he wanted to repay Gigis, since it would likely bring him further information about the master. Yud was originally skeptical, but it was the behavior of Gigis that made it sound like it existed. The Dark Elf man wasn't sure why Gigis would hide anything, but he was going to figure it out, since it was indeed Yud himself who put the money and people into the laboratory in the first place. It would be a great loss if Shion died, as it would be beneficial for them to be able to provide human subjects with gifts instead of having to kidnap them. Similar to one time that the three of them tried to kidnap a human child. Their efforts led to the parents and other villagers trying to come together to protect everyone. But it was in vain since they had easily killed them off. However, with the thought that a human could become as strong as a monster, Yude was confident that they could become masters, and become more powerful than the White Knights after getting Shion out of the dungeon. Light, on the other hand, was not going to let anyone get in his way. It had been a little more than a day after leaving the Elven Queendom's port town, but they could finally see one of the islands of the island nation where Shion's laboratory was located. He felt angry that the Dark Elf woman had gotten both of these things as a reward for deceiving and killing him, but Gold called it karma for the fact that it had now turned into a dungeon. The Golden Knight had also mentioned that the Elven Queendom's capital seemed to be in shambles after they had freed the human slaves, which meant that no one was available to do the labor, causing the town to become filthy since no elf seemed to know how to deal with it. Light had expected this and felt no sympathy, but he didn't know that the guild would be dysfunctional as well. However, it was lucky that they had gotten a letter of recommendation from the Dagas Guild in the Dwarf Kingdom to still be able to fulfill their job. Nimumu was still upset that their sailing was taking so long, as they were all in a hurry, but Gold tried to calm her down since the captain of the ship had no control over the speed of it, especially since they could take the time to enjoy the horizon and their first experience at sea. Gold asked Light if it was true that constantly being on guard would lead to not having the strength one needs when it counts, and the boy agreed, telling them both that they should at least be calm and precise. The Golden Knight continued to tease the small girl as she stubbornly argued back, causing Light to chuckle as he told them to be ready to disembark. When they finally arrived on the island, they realized it was not just a research island. It was a tourist resort island. Light had a dream where he felt the nostalgia and breeze of the hometown he had previously lost. He found the house that held his parents and two siblings, making him feel warm as he was finally home, but it was not reality since he soon woke up. The boy quickly sat up and wondered why he was having these dreams, believing that it may be a bad omen. But he soon dismissed these thoughts, as there was no point, since there were better things to worry about now. After the three of them arrived on the laboratory dungeon island, they were immediately guided to a cottage on the resort. Light was planning to sneak into the dungeon, but it was dangerous to jump right into it with no information, so they were going to carry on through the regular route. He greeted the others and asked how the preparations were going, but Gold and Nimumu said that they could leave at any time. They promptly left, and Light mentioned how the cottage prepared was dirty and worn out due to the discrimination of humans as usual, but they still had a nice view of the island that gave them the feeling of a vacation. Light had also noticed that the resort was a facility for the researchers' mental and physical well-being, impressing the boy with the effort being put into everything. Light's party, along with other adventurers, had gathered around the area where Yude stood and introduced himself. People were impressed to see Yude in the flesh due to his high status, but the Dark Elf man continued his speech and explained the details of the urgent quest at hand, as well as the worthwhile reward in the end. After the information was given, one of the adventurers in the crowd had a question and asked why there were supposedly incompetent humans when the quest was serious and urgent. Nimumu scoffed, but Yude said that there was no problem with the party's ability because of their species, because it was the Black Clown Party that had played an active part in the Dwarf Kingdom and Elven Queendom. People around were confused and in disbelief as they had expected tougher-looking humans for the up-and-coming party they had heard so much about. After this scene, everyone else rode off in carriages provided for everyone to the laboratory dungeon. But before Light could walk off, Yude walked up to him and apologized for the people earlier, and said that he hoped Light would be able to collect information on how to get to the bottom of the dungeon. The boy agreed to this as Yude turned his head toward Nimumu and tried to flirt with her, trying to get the girl into his party, but she politely refused and said that she was best treated by Light. Gold sighed as the three Dark Elves walked away and teased the girl by asking what was so good about her when she had no appealing character. But Light tried to get them back on topic and hurried toward the dungeon. They arrived at the dungeon and were told to not kill any adventurers they would meet inside. The information they learned from Yude earlier was that the laboratory had a basement that seemed to continue to expand. Inside were monsters that had never been seen before and tended to attack with abnormal magic along with having a special appearance. The three of them walked into the first room, and Light was hit with a sense of familiarity and discomfort that he couldn't place his finger on, apologizing to the others as they continued on into the dungeon. Nimumu would lead the way and look out for traps, while Gold would be alert to the surroundings and be ready to defend against any attacks. They entered a long hallway, and proceeded until there was suddenly a sign of the presence of a humanoid monster. However, that monster seemed to be Shion, causing Light to be filled with great shock and confusion. Everyone was alarmed and shocked as well, but Light quickly knew that this was not the true Shion and was only an imposter, or rather, multiple imposters. Light quickly incapacitated the 3 monsters and used his appraisal skill on them to learn that an otherworldly monster called the Soul Dragon had imitated Shion and created fakes. The boy soon remembered why the atmosphere of the dungeon was familiar, as it was the same feeling when one would invoke a Nightmare Summon, an extreme class of magic that was forbidden, since it would usually summon vicious monsters that would simply run amok. There were 3 ranks of magic known on Earth, and Eri could use the extreme classes that exist on top of them all. However, it could only be done once a day, even for someone as strong as her. Light wondered how something as high level as a Nightmare Summon was able to be used, making the boy wonder if there was a master there. Nimumu brought Light out of his thoughts to ask about what they should do with the monsters, and he apologized and told them that they could get rid of them now. Light now understood why the island nation was muddled about the details of the monsters, since it turned out to just be the Institute director, Shion, appearing as a horde of monsters, which would be a big problem for the dignity for some countries. The boy felt another presence and wondered if it was another false Shion, but it was different, and it seemed that Light saw his little sister Yume. Regardless of if it was true, he dashed forward and looked around the corner to where no one was. He apologized to his companions again, as he thought that he had saw someone he knew, and decided that it was best for them to leave. But regardless of whether that was truly his little sister or not, there was someone watching them from afar. You'd asked the party why they were leaving already, and Light only said that there were a few things on his mind and he had a situation he had to deal with, leaving the elves with confusion. The Dark Elf man knew that Light was hiding something, and was likely a holder of a gift, since his eyes held the same look as the humans in Shion's research, making You'd want to be able to steal Light's gift and make it his. Meanwhile, Light and the others were discussing what was going on in the dungeon. Eri explained that there was no master in the dungeon, and that the summon was likely an accident, as the laboratory was connected to another world. Shion must have somehow connected their lab to this other world, and summoned the Soul Dragon to their world, along with the fact that Eri explained that this meant Shion was guaranteed to still be alive. In order to gather souls to manifest itself, the dragon would kill any life form it encountered, but it would rarely collect information on specific life forms without absorbing their souls, meaning that the Soul Dragon was likely doing this with Shion. Eri was confident that Light would have the time to have his revenge, but she also explained that if the laboratory continued to be connected to other worlds, the island could be blown away, and in the worst case scenario, even the entire continent along with the abyss could disappear. Light was alarmed by this information, and felt exhausted by the thought of the situation getting more complex, as he had more to focus on than just his revenge on Shion. He told Eri and May that they would come along into the dungeon as well, to be able to close the gate to the other world, since he wouldn't let any event stand in the way of his revenge. By the end of the day, they were able to destroy the connection to the other world, defeat the Soul Dragon, and complete his revenge on Shion, as Light told them all that they would leave and do as so the instant they were all prepared. Light's gift, Unlimited Gacha, had the special ability to produce cards 24 hours a day, and the cards that were produced were kept and managed, and were distributed to those who needed them. It even had its own floor for its storage and was one of the busiest floors in the Abyss. The ones who managed this floor were Aniria and Eris, the 2 siblings, and they did their job well and happily. Eris told Mohokan that he did a good job for coming back to the Abyss safe, but he wondered if Mohokan should be replenished 1.5 times the usual due to the fact that he was using more arrows recently. Mohokan knew that it was right to do, but he felt as though he would be wasting Light's arrows if he did so. The blonde man reassured Mohokan that it was fine, since Light would likely be more happy to see Mohokan come back safe and sound, causing Mohokan to decide that he would indeed take 1.5 times more than the usual. Aniria was giving the consumables and items to a maid who was asking for them. However, she mentioned that the numbers on the list given for the items were wrong, and would be fixed by Aniria. The maid apologized for it, but was quickly reassured that anyone could make mistakes, and Aniria would fix any mistake somehow anyway. Light suddenly called the girl and told her that he was on the way over, and needed some cards prepared for him. However, the cards he asked for made her eyes go wide in shock as she shouted in surprise. Light, along with May, arrived at the card storage floor and greeted both siblings, to which Aniria and Eris greeted them back. Eris heard the cards clearly, but wanted to confirm it with Light one more time, since the numbers seemed out of the ordinary. The boy chuckled and insisted that the cards were truly needed in order to deal with the Soul Dragon, deciding that it would probably be better for him to retrieve them himself using his card holder skill. Aniria wondered if there were truly a monster that needed that many cards, before she quickly held up a sword, and asked Light if he wanted her to take it down. But May said that there was no need, since the duty was given to her and Eri. Aniria was fine with this, especially since her level compared to them would make her a burden. But she gave a sickly sweet smile as she reminded May that she could refer to her as Big Sister, to which May sweat dropped and said that she would give it a try when she had the chance. Light jumped into the conversation and told the siblings that he wanted them to keep the lower floors of the abyss running while he was gone, and he promptly met back up with everyone and told them that they would be going back to the island. The boy told May and Eri to hide their presence, and they teleported back to the island, as Nimumu would lead him and Gold to the first underground floor using the shortest route. They ran down the hall and stumbled upon monsters other than the fake Shions, but they were ghostly monsters which only caused a bit of a struggle to the three. Light decided that they should continue on while trying to avoid them, but he was hit with another familiar feeling and turned around in confusion. It was quickly dismissed as the three proceeded onwards, while a child seemed to be following them. In the next hallway that they would have to move through, it was darker than normal, which meant that they would have to do their best to avoid stepping into the shadows. However, there was someone who was not aware of this fact and got grabbed by a monster. Light heard the scream and thought that it was his sister Yume, causing him to charge forward and kill off the monster to save the child, but it was unfortunately not Yume as he thought. There was something else that he noticed about the kid, but it was interrupted by the monster from before somehow regenerating itself, causing Gold to use the Judgment Flayer skill to fully defeat the monster. Nimumu wondered what a human child was doing in the dungeon, until they all realized that the crying child was a ghost. Soul Children were a type of monster that the Soul Dragon would be able to summon, but Nimumu believed that it was likely a trap, and asked if she should dispose of it. Light told Nimumu to hold back for a second, and asked the little girl her name while introducing himself, to which the ghost girl responded and said that her name was Momo. She was supposedly looking for her parents after she had woken up in the dungeon, and thought that her parents were likely in the lower floors, which was why she was following them. Momo started to cry once again about her parents, and Gold asked Light what they should do about the child. Soon enough, the three of them were dashing down the halls with Momo riding on Gold's back and calling him uncle. Light asked May if he made the wrong call, but the maid girl said that while the child was a ghost, it didn't seem like the type of monster to lie and deceive. The boy felt as though he was just trying to treat her like Yume, and May agreed, but reminded Light that they were just going to continue following what he wanted to do. It wasn't clear what the child was, but Light wanted to meet up with its supposed parents regardless of if it was a trap or not. They all reached the stairs, and Gold told the girl that while he could feel Momo's presence now, he was impressed that he couldn't even detect her when she was following them. Momo believed that it was because she was good at hide and seek, and gave an example of her ability to hide her presence, impressing the Golden Knight even more, as he said that it was on par with Light's ability. The little girl was happy that Light still had the skill to find her, and walked up to the boy to hold his hand. Since they had all reached the second floor of the dungeon, he tried to use his clairvoyance card, but it did not work once again. Eri theorized that it was likely because of how the physics and magics were mixed in the space, meaning that he wouldn't be able to use any room-related magic or use teleportation. Light told Nimumu that they were going to continue down the floor as planned, and she seemed to squat to the ground while taking a deep breath, before she would start to yell an extremely loud and high-pitched noise down the entire hall. Momo held her hand over her ears and had her mouth agape and eyes wide in shock at how loud the sound was, while Light was impressed that Momo could hear the sound at all, since it was supposed to be so high that a normal person wouldn't be able to hear it. Due to what Nimumu did, she was able to use the echoes from her voice to get a hold of the structures around her and make a map of the area. Once she was done, she told Light that there were no stairs nearby that would lead them to the next floor, and the boy decided that it was a good idea for them to continue moving. As they moved down the floor while stumbling onto many weird monsters from the other world, Nimumu would eventually be able to use the echoes to find the stairs to the third floor. Light praised the girl for her reliability as they found the stairs, but just before they went down them, Momo wanted to ask Nimumu why she had her belly button out. Gold tried to tease that it was because she needed to do something else to cover for her flat chest in order to look attractive, telling Momo to not do something like that. Light interrupted their bickering and told them to continue down the floor, until they would eventually stumble upon Yude and the other two Dark Elves. Yude was impressed by the speed that it took for Light to get to the next floor, and praised the gift the boy had. Light decided to not talk any further, but Yude would not let it go, and asked if Light was the rumored master they were looking for. This caused Light to whip his head around in shock, as Yude explained that he had heard rumors about an inferior human, who could ignore level limits. But these rumors happened in multiple areas, causing Light to wonder how many masters there truly were, and if one of them appeared near his hometown. He wanted to hear more about the masters, and Yude saw this as an opportunity to try and get intel out of Light. However, just before Light could say anything, he felt Momo shaking in fear behind him. She started to cry and say that Yude was the man who came to her village and captured her and killed everyone in her village, the memory of it starting to make her scream and cry with grief. As Yude continued his threats, Light told Gold and Nimumu to capture the three Dark Elves in order to be able to question them. Yude heard this and growled, finding humans with gifts to be annoying and not believing that Light and his party could beat them. Light asked the Dark Elf man if it was true that he would kill and kidnap humans, confusing Yude until he noticed the ghost child and chuckled to himself. He believed that the ghost was one of the dead humans that was used as a lab rat in the laboratory. Light wanted clarification on what Yude meant by rats, to which Yude explained that the chief of the lab wanted gift holders as experiment materials. But humans with gifts were hard to find in the slave market, which meant they would have to kidnap whatever they could find. As Light heard this, he felt sickened to know that Shion was working with a guy like this to kidnap humans with gifts. He asked if Yude kidnapped Momo, but the Dark Elf man started to cackle, and bet that Momo was one of the children who would cry for their parents and bring amusement to the Dark Elves. Light tightened his fist, as Isla and Lai planned to take on Gold and Nimumu, while Yude would take on Light. Isla was up against Nimumu, and the Dark Elf woman tossed her clothing into the air before it suddenly extended and tried to attack Nimumu. The human girl was shocked by the flexibility and power of the shawl, and the fact that it was a magic weapon rather than just normal clothing. The Dark Elf woman praised the dodge, but believed that it was a fluke, and continued trying to attack Nimumu, while calling her insulting labels. Lai felt disappointed that she was fighting against Gold instead of Nimumu, who she claimed was interested in Yude. The Dark Elf girl slammed her axe into the ground while shouting that all the girls who would bundle up around Yude should die. But Gold tried to explain that in fact, it was Yude who tried to hit on Nimumu out of his own volition. Lai didn't want to believe this, and the Golden Knight didn't understand what was attractive about Yude, and said that Yude didn't look charming or seem popular. But these words only angered the small Dark Elf girl more, and caused her to charge forward with bloodlust in her eyes. Yude was up against Light, and the Dark Elf man believed that humans only existed to be one-sidedly hunted, telling Light that he should blame himself for being born in the same species as that weak race. Yude charged forward and tried to swing his sword with the intention of immobilizing Light before torturing him. But the boy was faster, as he quickly used his staff to tip the sword down onto the ground and stop the attack. The Dark Elf man felt the heavy aura and glare of Light, as Light repelled the attack, sending Yude flying back. Meanwhile, Isla was still using her shawl to attack Nimumu, bragging about how it was hard as steel and had the ability to cut through anything, as she believed that the human girl would not be able to dodge the attacks. Surprisingly enough for the Dark Elf woman, Nimumu was able to dodge each and every attack with ease and precision, as if it were a graceful dance. Nimumu landed on the ground while Isla's mouth was wide in shock, as she was in disbelief that all of her attacks were dodged, causing her to ask if Nimumu was really human or was potentially a master. Lai was still fighting against Gold, but none of the attacks with her axe could be landed as they were all blocked by Gold's shield. Veins started to become visible on Lai's face as she was enraged by the fact that there was possibly a human that was stronger than her. Gold spoke and said that the Dark Elf girl was decent for being able to swing the axe around, but was simple in her footwork, and was swinging around without anticipating her opponent's movements. Nimumu told Isla that she was not a master and explained that it would be hard to land an attack that slow, and also asked the Dark Elf woman to not blame her low self-esteem on her. Light called Yude's attack weak, and asked if he really kidnapped those humans with his current skill, making Yude even angrier by how looked down upon he felt. Isla felt offended that her attacks were being called slow and sent her shawl once again at Nimumu. However, Isla would do something different and shrink the shawl to close the distance between the two women. The Dark Elf woman decided that they would fight from up close, as she threw a kick at Nimumu, while saying that they would do the dance of death together. Nimumu was slightly impressed by the change-up and how Isla was combining martial arts with her magical shawl, and called it a decent street art. Isla and Nimumu continued this act for quite a while, until Nimumu got tired of the whole charade and decided to slice the shawl with her dagger, while sending a kick into Isla's gut, making the Dark Elf woman go flying onto the ground coughing. Nimumu claimed that she was holding back, as she wanted to knock Isla out with the kick, and Isla struggled to sit up, disappointed that she didn't make a scratch on the girl. However, she smirked and said that she still had won the battle. Nimumu was confused as to what Isla was talking about, until Isla explained that her rose poison was likely kicking in. The poison that was spread from her rose poisoning dress when she would put mana into it. She could spread the poison by making intense movements and be able to paralyze opponents with it at point-blank range, as Isla explained that she had Nimumu breathe in tons of it, meaning that she should be so paralyzed she couldn't even move. But what Isla didn't expect was that Nimumu was not affected whatsoever by the poison, confusing the Dark Elf woman from how Nimumu was still standing. Nimumu seemed to yawn and wave her hand, while saying that paralyzing poison like what Isla had would never work on her, as it was more accurate to call it stinky perfume. Nimumu held up her dagger and used her Poison Manifest skill, since she wanted to show the least level of poison that Isla should be using in battle, as a dark purple energy and cloud formed around the blade. Nimumu walked up to Isla and grazed the tip of the dagger at the top of Isla's finger, but it was still enough for Isla to feel a shocking pain course through her body, as she started to scream in agonizing pain and start rolling on the ground. Nimumu watched the scene with a bored look, as she sighed and said that she would rank this poison as one of the weakest that she made, not having expected it to work so well. She tried to give more tips to the Dark Elf woman, but Isla was not listening anymore. Meanwhile, Lai was still having trouble with Gold, and Gold tried to give some small tips to the Dark Elf girl and tell her to use her waist and leg muscles more in her attack. The small girl grit her teeth and told the Golden Knight to not get cocky, as she started to use her skill called Frenzy Axe while calling upon its power to make her go berserk. Gold saw the magical energy starting to flow out of Lai and her axe, as he noticed that the axe was more than just a normal weapon, making him wonder and get excited about what kind of effects it would have during the battle. However, he was slightly alarmed by how much Lai's appearance seemed to have changed during the skill activation. She started to froth from the mouth and howl loudly, making Gold mention how unsightly it was for a young lady like Lai to do or look. Lai charged forward at higher speeds, which surprised the Golden Knight. However, he noticed that it was more than just her speed that had been raised. Frenzy Axe was a skill that would increase all stats by 100% with exception to levels, but in exchange, the user would lose all reason and enter a state of madness. The user would continue to go on a rampage until they would have killed their opponent. Gold was surprised by the change, but he would explain that this was only her biggest shortcoming, since her attacks have become monotonous and full of openings. He noticed that his explanation was likely useless at this point, since it seemed as though Lai could no longer hear him anymore. He continued his speech, and said that to fight did not mean to go on a rampage and ceasing all thought, as that was the furthest thing from being strong. Lai leaped up into the air and sent another swing toward Gold, who only stood his ground and did not try to dodge or defend against it anymore, as he knew that the only answer was to return such attacks to her. He told the unconscious girl that she lacked diligence if she really chose to be used by a magic weapon rather than just simply using one herself during battle. As Yude continued to glare at Light, the short boy asked Eri to set up a magic barrier to prevent any parties from entering the third floor, and asked Mei to get rid of any surrounding monsters that may have gotten close due to the noises of the battle. Both women affirmed that they understood and would follow his orders, before going off to do what they were told. Yude grit his teeth, while processing the words from Light about how his attacks were weak, before he made a quick claim that Light's power probably only came from the staff that he held. The Dark Elf man was supposedly going to make Light regret his words, as he activated all of his magic items, causing a bright light to form around Yude. Momo witnessed this and started to shake and cry even more in worry for Light, but Light took off his mask and rubbed Momo's head comfortingly before reassuring her that he would take care of Yude. Light turned back to the Dark Elf man and gestured his finger, telling Yude to come forward, as Light was going to show him what it meant to be on a different level. Yude cursed under his breath as the power surged around his body, telling Light that he was planning to neutralize him kindly, and that he was now going to make a mess of his limbs. After he would get the information out of Light, Yude wanted to torture and torment the boy until he would be dead, with his supposed anti-White Knight's combat techniques. Light questioned what kind of techniques the elf man was talking about until Yude charged forward with high speeds, while yelling that his technique was finishing them off with the strongest and fastest attack before they can even retaliate, surprising Light by the man's speed, as Light realized how many magic items he wielded, and how they had greatly boosted Yude's physical abilities. A blinding light filled the room, causing the boy to shut his eyes while Yude laughed maniacally, thinking that he had won the battle. Yude would send his blades piercing the air repeatedly as he closed in on Light, thinking about how he would use this same attack to triumph over the Elven Queendom's strongest White Knights, and finally slice them to pieces. However, what he didn't know was that Light would calmly grab the rapiers with ease, freezing the attack in the air for just a moment, until Light broke the blades with his bare hands, while his eyes stayed closed. Yude felt his voice get caught in his throat from the shock he felt after seeing his weapons get broken so easily. But before Yude could think any more, Light had given a simple tap to Yude's gut with his wooden staff. The elf man grunted loudly before he was sent flying across the floor, struggling to compose himself. Light finally spoke, and admitted that Yude said his words in a cool way, but told the elf man that he had only simply just blinded his opponent with a flash of light and attacking, making the attack sly or small-minded and leaving many openings. Yude was still conscious and slowly got up from the floor, chanting about how he was going to kill Light, as veins popped on his face while rage flashed in the elf man's eyes. He didn't care anymore about getting information about the Master from Light. All Yude cared about was making Light taste the humiliation he had endured and more. Suddenly, Yude had pulled out a very small staff with a skull at the top of it. He said it was a Phantasm-class item that was obtained from the bottommost floor of a dungeon. The Magic Eye of Instant Death. The Eye of Balork. It would break after multiple uses, and was a devastating magic weapon that would instantly kill any living thing. And Yude activated it right after he finished his explanation. A dark energy cloud poured out of the staff and filled the area, wrapping itself around Light and Momo, while Yude continued to yell threats. He laughed with an evil smile while chanting for Light to die. However, Light just stood there with closed eyes, and let the dark energy around him slowly dissipate, as Yude started to sweat in confusion and frustration. He asked the boy why he wasn't dying despite being covered with energy from the staff, and Light decided to use his appraisal on the item to get an answer to this question himself, agreeing that it was certainly an item with the power of instant death, but then explaining to Yude that it only worked on targets up to level 3000, which would never affect Light, since he was level 9999. Light told Momo to wait while he would beat up and capture Yude, but Yude was still appalled by the entire situation, and attempted to use the item multiple times, until it eventually broke from exceeding the usage limit. The boy kept walking closer to Yude, causing the elf man to dash away in fear while screaming for help. But that wouldn't stop Light from keeping up with Yude and swiftly knocking him out. He wasn't going to kill Yude right away, as he wanted information and for the elf man to be given a fitting retribution. Momo brightly smiled and cheered about Light's strength before the little girl jumped into his arms, while Light gave a sad smile, thinking about how it pained him from the bottom of his heart to see the persecution of humans in the world. After everyone's battles, everyone gathered up the bodies and Light put a hand to his chin, while wondering how they were going to carry the 3 dark elves to the abyss. Light knew that it would be difficult, since the dungeon being under the influence of another world meant that he couldn't use teleportation. Gold gave a suggestion, and asked if he and Nimumu should bring the 3 dark elves outside and then teleport to the abyss, while Light and the others would continue moving downwards. However, Nimumu was not up for that suggestion. She felt offended, and insisted that she had the most divine duty of guiding Light around the dungeon. Nimumu thought of something else, and thought that Gold was trying to isolate her to do things to her. But the knight sighed with annoyance, and said that he was going to get mad if she said any more than what she already said. He tried to explain that their goal was to reach the lowest floor in order to exact Light's revenge and block the door to the other world, and Eri was the only one who could block it, meaning that they would only be a burden otherwise. Nimumu still tried to insist that she would follow Light and guide him, while Gold would bring the 3 dark elves, but the Golden Knight said that it would be difficult while also avoiding people, along with the fact that May could take over, and that Gold didn't want to dirty himself by holding Isla's body. Light thought about Gold's suggestion and believed that it was likely the best solution they had at that moment, and called out for May and Eri to show themselves. Once they were not invisible anymore, Light asked May if she could get a hold of the interior of the dungeon like Nimumu, to which the maid woman affirmed that would not be a problem. The boy told Nimumu and Gold to bring Yude and the others up to teleport to the abyss, while he, Eri, and May would continue moving downwards. Momo walked up to the Golden Knight with a sad look, and asked if she was going to see him again. But fortunately, Gold reassured her that he would be back someday, before promptly leaving with Nimumu. May proceeded to use a similar skill to Nimumu to investigate the surroundings of the dungeon, and immediately knew where to go, bringing excitement within Momo as she stared at May with awe. Everyone walked to the stairs that led to the 4th floor of the dungeon, while the girl kept complimenting the maid woman, and said that she would become a maid as well when she grew up. When they walked down the stairs, they were met with a straight corridor with a clear end, which was a big difference compared to anything else they had experienced before. Both women could not sense any traps, meaning that they could just walk on through the big doors that led into a large room that seemed empty at the moment. However, all of them knew that there was a monster that was hiding near the door. Suddenly, a sphinx appeared out of thin air, the fallen sphinx, who was level 2000 and could display strong illusions. It started to telepathically speak to everyone else, and said that it was summoned by the Soul Dragon and claimed that everyone would be imprisoned forever by its power. A bright light emitted from the monster, blinding everyone until Light found himself in a certain familiar area, home. Light looked around the area with his guard up, impressed about how strong the illusion was, and was about to try and get out of it, except for the fact that a girl walked up to him and called out for him. That girl was Yume, and the rest of Light's family seemed to also walk outside and ask what he was doing. Light grit his teeth and felt conflicted, because he knew that this world was fake, and yet he couldn't help but want to believe it. He felt the clothes on his body change, while a tear ran down his face, as Light's thoughts continued to race through his mind. The fallen Sphinx chuckled, while everyone stood still with their eyes closed due to being stuck in the illusions. It spoke out loud, explaining how it was impossible to escape from its illusions, and how it was going to devote their souls to its king. Momo was confused about what was going on, pulling at Light's clothing while trying to wake the boy up. The little girl's presence surprised the Sphinx, as it realized she was not trapped by its power, and how it seemed as though she had the same powers as it, making it wonder if it was a prank from the Soul Dragon. It decided that there was no point in thinking about it, and proceeded to tower over all 4 of them, raising its claws with the intention of killing Light and the others. But Momo jumped in front of them and stretched out her arms while yelling at the monster to stop. Meanwhile, inside Light's illusion, his brother was trying to cheer the boy up, and asking why he was crying. He told Light that there was no need for him to carry everything by himself, and that Else would always be by Light's side no matter what. Light's mother kneeled before the boy and hugged Light, agreeing with Else and saying that the boys didn't need to always put on such a strong front. Light melted into his mother's arms, and thought about how he had such a warm family that would always do their best for him. He remembered the times when he was a child, while still with his family back then, those unreturnable but peaceful days. When his mother was pregnant with Yume, he would excitedly wonder and ask whether he was going to have a sister or a brother. When Light was still just a kid, when he knew nothing while living with everyone there, they were living peaceful days, and Light wanted life to continue like that. However, everything good always has an end to it, and Light lost everything. Light had everything he always wanted to see right in front of him, but he couldn't stay there forever, as he still had things he needed to do. He couldn't stop there just yet. Pulling out a card and holding a darkened look, Light released himself from the illusion using an Awaken card, and the fake reality started to crack around him. He gave one last glance at his family and apologized to them, before Light was brought back and noticed that the Sphinx was about to kill them. Light glared at the monster as the Sphinx was shocked to see that someone had already broken out of its power, but it could do nothing else, since Light had already swiftly destroyed the fallen Sphinx and saved Momo from its attack. It started to melt into the ground and dissipate, while Mei and Eri ran up to the boy, already seeing that he had defeated the monster. Eri apologized for her lateness and explained that she was having a lot more fun in the illusion than she thought she would. The witch girl investigated the melting body of the fallen Sphinx, and noticed that it was defeated by a normal attack from Light, making her theorize that they were monsters summoned from the other world by the Soul Dragon. Light held his face with a dark expression and asked Mei if there were any issues, causing Eri to frantically say that she would heal any wounds when given the order. The boy reassured them that there was nothing to worry about, but Mei, Eri, and Momo all insisted that they could tell them anything when he would like, since they were there for him to rely on. He thanked them, but the priority at that moment was to continue forward. Light knew he couldn't save his parents, but his siblings might still be out there somewhere, meaning that he was going to save them no matter what. They entered the room, and there stood the Soul Dragon along with the woman he was looking for, Shion. The Dark Elf woman looked over her shoulder at the boy who took off his mask, and said that he was there to get his revenge after 3 whole years. Shion, the Dark Elf, was a genius. She was the daughter of 2 researchers. Magic theory, pharmacy, magic construction theory, and every other topic, she had read everything. Shion possessed knowledge that not even a regular researcher could compare to. Her parents invested everything into her, to draw out every bit of her talent, but they had suddenly died one day in an accident from one of their experiments, leaving her all by herself. Shion was not even a little bit sad after learning of the death of her parents, and by age 13, Shion had entered one of the most prestigious academies, the 9 Academy. The Dark Elf girl had broken the record held ever since the academy was founded by graduating within a year. By 14, she was acknowledged by her nation, and many researchers tried to recruit her, but all she wanted was to bury herself in a laboratory and research souls. She wanted to know more about the gifts that the goddess gives to humans, wondering if she could freely control these gifts to create something like a god. One day, the Academy fired Shion, as it couldn't continue to tolerate the girl who was using human slaves as experimental objects. Shion felt confused and frustrated by the action, wondering what she did wrong, but the principal of the institution said that there was to be no discrimination on the school grounds. He told her that if she abandoned her project and worked on an actual topic, he would let her back in, but she decided that she was going to do things her way. Shion returned home and asked for support from her country. but it was still not granted, which made her decide that it was time to make her own money by working as an adventurer. In order to secure time for her research, she finished quests quickly, but none of the money ever was enough for the lab she envisioned. However, one day, there was an opportunity knocking at her door from the country, asking about the investigation of the Master. She immediately took the request and joined the gathering of races, and had the fortune to meet Light, who was killed in the abyss all for the reason of fulfilling her research. Yet Light stood there alive in the flesh with a smile, while Xion would look at him with a disappointed expression. Light was surprised to see that she didn't hold an ounce of shock, but Xion found no reason to, as the life of an inferior meant nothing to her, and she had already met her destiny anyway. The boy was confused, until the Dark Elf woman explained that the Soul Dragon was willing to exchange information with her, as she wanted to know how to rob a human's gift from its soul and move it to another race. The dragon called Xion his chosen one, and said that he had the honor of meeting her, telling Light that it was thanks to her that he now knew that there were plenty of souls out in the world, and that he could kill and devour as much as he would like. Light tried to explain that there were tons of dark elves out there as well, and asked if she intended to let the dragon eat them, but Xion did not care for her own people, since all she wanted in life was to gather and research on more souls. Light grit his teeth with a glare, until he heard Momo crying behind him while bleeding from her stomach. Light ran to the little girl's side and yelled for Eri to do something. The witch girl walked up to inspect, only to say that Momo was a ghost, and that this was pain that was inflicted on the girl's soul before her death, meaning that they would not be able to heal Momo with their magic. Light stood back up, and asked if Xion really experimented on humans such as children in the lab, and Xion said that it didn't matter, since research called for sacrifices. Eri and May started to glare at the woman as well, wondering what was truly wrong with Xion, since the Dark Elf woman was a disgrace to all researchers. Light turned around and said that he was going to beat both Xion and the Soul Dragon, yet both the dragon and Xion had no belief that they would be beaten by Light. May and Eri told Light that they would stay in the back while keeping an eye on Momo, but Xion tried to say that there was no reason to go easy on them, since all of their souls had been demanded. The Soul Dragon roared. However, there was no effect on them, as May noticed that it was an attack that was likely one that would take over one's soul. Light explained to the dragon that thanks to Eri, their defenses were impenetrable, and that he may let him escape if he handed over Xion and fled back to the other world. The dragon laughed and sent a claw toward Light and the others, but it was quickly stopped by Light's wooden staff. This had only angered the large beast, as it continued throwing more attacks at the boy, but to no avail. There seemed to finally be some effect, as the Soul Dragon let out a breath attack created with Xion's knowledge, a curse so strong that a simple touch was enough to be nearly unbreakable. However, the only effect that it gave was a slight moment of surprise as Light immediately broke out of it and smacked the Soul Dragon to the ground, explaining that such attacks wouldn't work on him unless it were of a high enough level. The Soul Dragon growled and cursed at the boy, saying that he was going to show him despair, while Light smirked and said that he already knew despair from 3 years ago. The dragon roared once again and summoned 3 beasts that would charge at Light, Eri, and May, but none of them were alarmed by this. Eri leapt into the air and easily used her magic on one of the monsters, complaining about how she was not able to fight any more elegant and suitable monsters for her, while May sliced the bull-like beast within seconds and kept Momo behind her for safety. The last monster sent a fist toward Light, but the boy sent one back and half of the monster was blown to pieces. Light reminded the Soul Dragon that none of its attacks had an effect on him, and asked if he was trying to bore him to death. The minion of the Soul Dragon stood there while holding its lack of side, while the dragon himself laughed in the background. Light furrowed his eyebrows in confusion and said that he defeated the minions, asking the dragon what was so funny. The Soul Dragon looked down upon the boy with a smile, and said that he was going to show Light true despair, before Light came out of the dragon's gut and the minions were reconstructed as if they had never died. The dragon explained that his subordinates were only made of souls, meaning that he could give them his magic power and regenerate their bodies in an instant. Xion took her turn to speak and wanted to tell Light and the others that monsters with souls that had ephemeral bodies would never die, as long as the Soul Dragon didn't run out of magic power. She also explained that it was unlikely for them to wait for the dragon to run out, as a powerful soul was composed of strong magic power and the Soul Dragon, who is composed of a large number of souls, had a massive amount of magic power, and could supposedly never run out. Light glared at the two until he noticed a voice coming from the monsters in front of him, begging to be killed and put out of their misery. The boy's eyes widened when he realized that these were the cries of the souls that the soul dragon had absorbed, and the dragon licked its fangs in amusement at hearing the cries of resistance from the souls he absorbed, Xion quickly agreeing with a smile. The Dark Elf woman mentioned those days 3 years ago when she was pleased to hear the cries and wails of Light when he was being betrayed, and how she wanted to hear those sounds again. May, Eri, and Light all gave dark glares after hearing these words, but they were interrupted by Momo crying out for her parents. The little girl explained that her mother and father were inside one of the monsters, and this was confirmed by the Cyclops-like monster calling for help and telling the child to run away. The Soul Dragon remembered how Momo was one of the beings created by him, impressed that she had come all the way back after letting her escape. Xion explained that the souls of the parents of Momo were struggling to get their child's soul free, but she and the Soul Dragon decided to let Momo go, as Xion said that it would deliver more pain and sorrow in the end. As the monsters continued to beg for the children to be saved and freed, the Soul Dragon decided that it was time for the tables to be turned, and ordered Momo to kill Light and the others. Something changed within her body, and she started to transform, while Momo looked at her hands with confusion and tears in her eyes, while Light yelled at the dragon to stop what he was doing. But the Soul Dragon only laughed, and said that he was looking forward to the screams of pain and sorrow that would ensue. Momo called out for Light's help as her body transformed into a large beast, shocking the boy from the situation that was happening. Momo, or at least what used to be the girl, roared with anger and slammed its fists into the ground, Light swiftly dodging the strike, and yelling at Momo to stop what she was doing. All that was in response was the sounds of multiple children's voices who all screamed for help, making Light realize that Momo was not alone, and that the monster had at least tens of dozens of souls all belonging to children within it. Eri realized what was happening, and explained that Momo was born of the souls of many children, and that it seemed that it was simply a monster taking the shape of Momo. All of the monsters charged toward the three, while continuing to cry and wail about getting help and being freed. The Soul Dragon smiled in delight and called the cries of pain pleasant, while Light grit his teeth in anger, asking Eri if there was another way around the situation. But the witch girl apologized and explained that the souls couldn't be freed until the Soul Dragon was defeated, since the Soul Dragon was an existence composed of those souls. Before she could finish her explanation, Light thanked her and gave a cold expression towards Xion, as well as the dragon, telling them that he was not going to let them exist any longer. The three dodged the attacks of the minions, and Light looked down at the monster that Momo transformed into, giving a sad look as he remembered the memories of her, before he pulled out his cards and summoned a sacred bouquet. Flower petals started to pour into the room and surround the monsters, making the large beasts freeze in place while looking around in confusion, until the petals finally started to fall on and connect with the monsters. The petals glowed brightly, and each and every one of them that connected with the flesh of the monsters had exploded and consumed their bodies in a bright light. Light had used a card that was able to purify malicious things, and the Cyclops-like monster looked up at the sad boy and started to cry tears of joy, thanking Light for what he had done. Light's eyes widened at the words and turned even sadder as he watched the bodies of the monsters start to dissipate. He heard the voice of Momo coming from one of the monsters as it tried to reach out its hand toward Light, calling him Big Brother while he stared with a pained expression. Light wanted to reach out his hand as well and grab Momo's hand, but it was already too late, as all the monsters had fully disappeared now. Light had used a card that was used for purifying undead, ghosts, and zombies. He held his head low with a frown, while Eri and May seemed to also hang their heads in a way of mourning, and hoping that the souls would be put to rest. Xion felt impressed that Light was able to find a way around the battle instead of trying to destroy the physical bodies of the monsters, which would have been futile. The Soul Dragon shouted and summoned minions once more, saying that they were summoned from a different soul than the ones just purified. The dragon reminded the boy that he would still be able to summon souls even if they were purified, since he was made up of 100 million souls. He ruled over as many souls as there are stars, and believed that Light would not be able to purify all of them no matter how hard he tried, telling the boy that he was completely alone and lost from the start. Light did not answer nor make eye contact with the dragon, only making the Soul Dragon start to maniacally laugh and order the boy to be more desperate. Xion laughed as well and told Light and the others to show off their faces of despair in order to entertain the Soul Dragon, but no one answered or moved. They laughed and laughed until Light finally spoke and said that he knew about all of this from the start and came prepared. He said that he was wary of other unknown powers, but felt glad that there was nothing more for the two to show him, meaning that he could finally pull off what he had planned.
The boy said that he was disgusted by Xion and the Soul Dragon's actions, and Mei and Eri agreed, before Light would soon raise his hand that held a card holder and summoned all of the cards that were held within, causing millions of cards to appear in the sky. Both Xion and the dragon stared at the sky with mouths agape, while they were both in disbelief that all these cards had the ability to purify souls. Xion asked about its amount, and Light decided that he would take the time to explain, saying that the amount of cards he had been collecting from his gift for the last 3 years, all totaling 99,999,999 cards. The dragon started to shake in shock and fear, trying to deny the situation, and say that a single being such as Light could not have such power. Light agreed about being one being, but corrected and said that his gift is what made the impossible possible. His power, unlimited gacha. Light narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Xion and the Soul Dragon with anger, telling all of the deployed cards to release. Beams of light shot out of the cards and started to strike through the Soul Dragon's body, causing the large beast to shout and scream in pain. Not only was the dragon in pain, but he had also yelled out in frustration and annoyance that all he had worked so hard to accumulate was being taken away so easily in seconds. Xion looked up with confusion, shock, and fear, calling out to the dragon and wondering if he was going to be okay. The dragon continued to scream and stated that he was being purified and cursed under his breath, before saying that he was not going to let Light keep purifying him, trying to grab at the small boys with his claws, as the Soul Dragon believed that the situation would end once Light was dead. Before he could lay a finger on Light, the boy had leaped up and slammed his wooden staff into the side of the Soul Dragon's face, sending it flying across the room as cards continued to shoot towards the dragon's body. It wailed and cried, begging for the Light to stop, as he felt himself shrinking in both power and size. Light looked down at the monster with a blank expression, explaining that after all the cards had been released, not even he could stop them. He told the dragon to give up and be purified, before slamming the staff into the dragon's face once again. What Light didn't expect was for his body to start being surrounded by the souls of the many people that the Soul Dragon had absorbed over the years, thanking Light for all that he had done and for saving them. He noticed and was explained to by Eri that it seemed as though the forms of the souls had manifested, making the witch girl wonder if it was purification that made the mana of souls release. Thanks continued to fill the air from each and every soul that was purified, but the Soul Dragon did not want to perish in a place like where it currently was, trying to fly into the air and escape back to his realm. Suddenly, Light leapt in front of the Soul Dragon and hit the large beast once more, while saying that he would disappear right here. The dragon was sent flying to the ground, while this whole cycle of running away and being knocked down would continue for quite a while. The Soul Dragon screaming about how he didn't want his souls and powers to be taken away. He could feel himself starting to disappear with each blow as he realized that the light of despair was causing him to purify into oblivion. After the rapid fire had ended, all that was left was a cloud of dust, with Xion lying on the floor and the Soul Dragon's small form struggling to get up. The dragon started to laugh and said that it seemed he had more souls than he thought, saying that he was now going to take his time to torture Light to death. Light agreed that he had used up all of his purification cards, but he felt bewildered that the Soul Dragon would assume that Light did not have anything else at his disposal. And that was when Light activated the Divine Burial Gungnir once again, while Mei and Eri watched with worried expressions, a dark flame coming out of Light's staff and enveloping his hands. The large dark cloud of ominous energy surged into tall heights, while the Soul Dragon stared and wondered what that was. Xion finally woke up and looked over her shoulder, until she broke out in a cold sweat and her eyes filled with fear, while the dragon would sweat as well and claim that the power that Light had was impossible, making him ask what Light truly was. Light did not answer that question, and instead said that it was thanks to the dragon shriveling up that he could see the soul that acted as the core of the Soul Dragon's body. When the beast heard that, he yelped in fear and saw Light taking a step forward. The Soul Dragon tried to run away and begged for Light to not come any closer. However, it was futile, as Light charged forward and hit the exact spot on the Soul Dragon's back that held the soul that the boy was looking to hit. The dark energy of the staff started to fill the Soul Dragon's body, as Light told the small beast that it was the end of the line, explaining that he was going to annihilate the soul that made the dragon's body in order to prevent him from being able to reincarnate. The monster screamed in pain and tried to ask for forgiveness, claiming that it would leave the land alone and give Xion, since he supposedly had no use for the Dark Elf woman. Xion felt betrayed and stared with shock and confusion, trying to ask the Soul Dragon what it was talking about, until the small beast tried to attempt to coerce Light into letting him live, as long as he would serve under the boy. The dragon had tried to claim that he would even kill Shion for him, but that crossed the line with Light as he grit his teeth and glared at the dragon. Light asked if the dragon was trying to steal the target of his revenge, and told the beast that he was done with him, immediately using the last of the dark energy to fully kill the soul dragon. The last soul that was purified and freed from the dragon's grasp happened to be one of a baby, that soon reunited with its mother as all of the souls gave warm smiles toward Light. Suddenly, he felt a hand grab his own, and looked down to see Momo smiling at him. She let go and ran into the arms of her parents with tears in her eyes, and the little girl apologized that it was her fault that they died. But the couple had reassured Momo that there was no need to be apologetic, and gave their own apologies. They felt that it was their own fault as well for not being able to protect the small girl, and only watching on while Momo went through painful things. But Momo reassured her parents back that she was okay now, and that she didn't want to hide anymore and rather just be with her mother and father. They both agreed and said that they would never part again, causing a bright smile to appear on Momo's face as her father turned toward Light and knew that it was thanks to him that Momo was brought there. The little girl was set down on the ground and told to give a goodbye to Light, to which she did, as all of the ghosts started to slowly disappear. Light watched it all with a small smile, and wondered if he would meet his parents again if he died, or if he had sooner realized the power of unlimited gacha, or if he had never used the power at all and quietly lived his days out in the village. He wondered if anyone would have lived by doing that, continuing to think about all the hypotheticals, until a couple of familiar voices called out to the dark-haired boy. It was his parents. They told Light to not think of such stupid things and to stop his habit of overthinking. Light was confused to see his mother and father standing right in front of him, despite having died all those 3 years ago, making him believe that there was no way for them to be there and that he was probably just seeing an illusion. His eyes were wide in shock and confusion, wondering how he had been trapped again by illusions, until his thoughts were interrupted by his parents hugging him tightly. They told the boy that their deaths were not his fault and to not blame himself, as they were always watching over him and were always by his side. And the short boy melted once again into the arms of his parents' touch, grabbing onto their clothing and leaning into the warmth. Light could see and feel everything clearly. This wasn't like the previous illusions. He admitted that he just wanted to see everyone happy, and to become an adventurer to be able to let his parents take it easy. But he felt as though everything had gone wrong because of him, and that it was he who had caused the destruction of his village and everyone's happiness. His parents caressed his hair comfortingly, and gave the story about when Light was born, saying about how it was a snowy day and how it was tough to even make it through the night. But the day that he was born, the sun rose and shone onto him. Light from the sun consumed the child's body, and his mother had only one thought after Light was born, and that was for him to be happy. His father flashed a smile and told Light that even in this kind of world, he was glad that Light was born, and that no one was born more blessed by the world than Light himself. They both reminded the boy to go and be happy for their sake, as being safe and happy was all that they could ask for, hugging the boy one last time before Light felt his parents' touch and warmth fading. It was time for the interaction to end, and Light noticed his parents phasing through him and starting to float away. But the boy felt as though his voice wasn't coming out anymore. The two reminded Light one last time to be happy, and that they would always love him, before they continued floating into the sky. Light tried to run after them despite not seeming to move whatsoever, causing him to cry and apologize frantically in his head for not doing enough for them and for being foolish. He thanked them for all that they had done, and tried to tell them that he would always love them as well. Suddenly, Light had awakened and May was by his side, asking if he could recall everything that had happened. The dark-haired boy held his face and remembered that the damage from Gungnir made him lose consciousness. He wondered if what he saw was an illusion formed by his desire, but he knew that it felt too real. Light winced in pain from the staff, and May told Eri to focus and help her with healing Light, and working with May on the seal for Gungnir. With May's threads and Eri's purification, Light was graciously treated, but he knew that the wounds were worse than last time, making him wonder if the damage increased the more he used it. He looked over and saw the two using all of their effort to seal the power of Gungnir into the staff once again, but it would take some time and Light still had things to do. The boy looked back over to the dark elf woman sitting on the ground and stared at her with a cold glare, telling Shion that it was time to end things. Light told Shion that it was her turn, but she was still lying on the ground, trying to process everything that had happened along with her loss. It was not clear whether she was talking to herself or Light, but the dark elf woman started talking about how she had thought that the soul dragon was an existence that could not be defeated and was practically immortal. being shocked that someone like Light could completely annihilate it. You would think that she would be disappointed, but Xion was surprisingly excited about this information. She started to hum in thought and wonder how he was able to create such a powerful card, beginning to ask many questions to the boy, and wanting him to tell her more about his gift. However, Light got angry with her behavior and asked her what she was talking about. He told her not to mess with him, since he knew that she had kidnapped and killed a lot of humans for her research, and also had betrayed him and left him to die, meaning that he was unlikely to cooperate with her, especially since he was there to take revenge. Xion brushed him off, and said that revenge was whatever in the face of research, believing that Light could help her give more humans gifts in order to even help them escape discrimination. The Dark Elf woman thought that he wanted to get rid of discrimination since that was why he joined the Gathering of Races, and tried to say that it couldn't be helped if some humans were sacrificed. Light stayed silent for a moment, before agreeing with her that he did wish for a world without discrimination, and started to remember that, despite the many troubles, he did have some of his most precious and fun days with the Gathering of Races. Xion tried to agree and said that they could start again, but Light interrupted her and said that she was unforgivable for what she had done in regard with her research, and stealing the futures of many people. He gave a cold glare at the woman, and said that it was too late to place trust in them, while saying that Xion must be put to death along with her research since it was trash. Hearing the boy call her research trash made Xion grit her teeth, and angrily yell many insults and brag about her research being the best. But Eri cut in and said that her research was nothing but Xion being a child playing house. The Dark Elf woman continued to try and defend her research, saying that she could just change her direction if there weren't results at first, and said that those killed would rejoice once she advances. Light insisted once again that it was trash, and pulled out a card, activating Hell's Gate, which created a large door made out of bones behind Xion. She whipped her head around and stared with confusion, until the doors opened and monsters started to pour out of it and bite chunks off of Xion's body, making her scream in pain before realizing that her wounds had already healed up. The Dark Elf woman was confused until they continued biting at her body, causing a cycle of agony, while Light explained that the number of sins a target had was equal to the number of monsters that would try to devour the target. The inflicted wounds would immediately recover, but the sensations of pain and suffering would remain despite that. And depending on the hatred of the Avenger, the intensity of the torture would change. Xion cried out and called out for Light to save her, but the boy said that this was what her research brought her to, and told her to bask in the suffering. Her screams of agony filled the room as monsters continued to devour her body, until all that was left was a cube that Light picked up and stared at, knowing that Xion would eventually be spit out and join alongside Guru and Sasha in the depths of the abyss with eternal suffering. With this, the remaining targets for revenge was 5. Mei walked up to the boy and told him that the temporary seal of the Divine Burial Gungnir had been completed, meaning that she and Eri would proceed to close the underworld. He looked over at Eri, knowing that it would be troublesome right after doing the seal, but he still counted on the witch girl, who gave a determined smile. A few days later in the abyss, Eri came to Light, and told him that Xion was safely captured and taken to the deepest floor of the abyss. In regards to the laboratory dungeon after closing the underworld, the distorted space was restored after a few days, and the incident had become an achievement for the adventurer that Light was acting as. Light was glad that it had all worked out in the end, considering that they were not able to immediately convince the guild that the dungeon had been destroyed. It had also been known that Yude and the rest of the Sword of Solitude along with Xion were all presumed dead by the guild, but Light and the others knew the truth about them being transported to the lowest floor of the abyss. Eri mentioned the information that Yude said about the Master, and explained that there was a human kingdom up north, where incredible individuals existed regardless of their appearance. Light put a hand to his chin in thought, and remembered how his hometown was in this human country, making him wonder if it was the Master that destroyed his hometown and parents. He didn't want to believe that the Master was a human, due to it not making any sense, but he still didn't have enough information to make a clear decision about it. Eri apologized for the lack of information, but Light reassured her, and said that they had still gotten some intriguing information from Yude and the others. Another thing she had mentioned was that Yude was supposedly obtaining secret intel from other countries, and giving it to a person named Gigis, a representative of the Eastern tribes, who seemed to have information about the Master. Eri said that she was going to approach this Dark Elf man and extract the info, causing Light to smile and say that he wanted to do something for her as thanks for all that she does. This shocked the witch girl and she blushed, before trying to suggest a reward from him, until Mei interrupted the girl and barged into the office and said that she had something important to report. Eri tried to complain and said that there was no way she had so much important news that it was worth interrupting her, telling May that Eri would eat her own words if whatever May said was more important than the intel on the master. Suddenly, the maid girl told Light that there were eyewitnesses of his sister, Yume, and everyone went silent. The boy slammed his hands on the desk and told May to tell him everything she knew, to which she explained that Yume was supposedly located in the royal palace of the human kingdom, and was living as an apprentice maid. Eri tried to cut in and say that they should atone for making Light's sister a maid, but Light told the witch girl to be quiet as the report wasn't done. May said that the first princess of the human kingdom, Lilith, found Yume fainted nearby, and healed her before giving her a job under the pretext of saving her life. Light asked May if that was really Yume, but all she could say was that they shared really similar characteristics. The boy was heavily in thought, and wondered how Yume was able to get somewhere as far as the capital of the human kingdom, but he decided to ask about his older brother as well, to which May was unable to give any info. He felt disappointed because of that, wondering if his brother had been separated, but he decided to dismiss this for now and just thank May for the report. Light was going to send people to protect Yume in the shadows and bring her back to the abyss, and Eri tried to put the work onto her, until May immediately disagreed since Eri already had too much work. May took the task upon herself, before Light started to think about the plan to specifically bring Yume home, as they couldn't forcefully do that. Eri jumped in and finally gave a good suggestion, wanting to go to the human kingdom with the Elf Queen and tell them to visit the giant tower and get Yume to accompany them, to which Light agreed to happily. After the discussion, Light sat at one of the couches in his room and sighed in exhaustion, also feeling anxious about the possibility of this person not being Yume at all. No matter what or who he had to go through, ever since 3 years ago in the deepest part of the abyss, Light was going to use all of the power in himself to save his brother and sister. During that very moment at the bottom of the abyss, after Light had called upon his gift to help him from the scary monsters of the dungeon, he was seemingly asleep with his head in someone's lap. He would wonder why his bed was soft and smelled so good until he remembered what had happened, causing Light to quickly awaken and jump up with a sweat. May was there and greeted him as all of the memories started to come back to him. How he was betrayed, transferred to the bottom of the abyss before being saved by May, and using his gift to make his kingdom, which made the boy pass out from exhaustion. He kneeled on the ground and started to grip at his head, when he was still processing the fact that he was betrayed by the people he had made so many memories with, causing him to cry and scream until May hugged him and comforted the boy. She said that she would be by his side no matter what, and Light cried in her arms for a long while. After he was done and calmed down, he felt embarrassed by his expression of emotions and apologized for supposedly showing a weird side of him. May reassured the boy and said that there was nothing weird about it, and that she was in fact happy to see that precious side of him as his maid. Light blushed and hung his head in even more embarrassment, before his stomach started to suddenly growl, making May say that they should eat first, and asking if he could get ingredients and seasonings from his unlimited gacha gift. May also suggested that they could use the monster's meat as food, but she didn't want to feed Light the meat of such dreadful creatures. However, Light said that there was worse food to eat, so it would all be okay. For now, he was going to use his gift like asked and get them some food. May recommended that they should level up as soon as they finish eating and aim for level 1000 first to avoid instant death, making Light sweat drop in bewilderment. May had cooked some food for Light, and he ate it with delight, shocked by how good it was, since he had never eaten food like that ever before. The maid girl was happy to know that it suited Light's tastes, and when they were done, she had brought him to a certain point of the bottom floor of the abyss, so that they could start gaining levels. She showed him the powers of her magic string, a thread spun with her magic, which meant that she could change the shape, material strength, and whatnot through manipulation. May explained that she had used this string to capture the monsters that had attacked them, and she told him to throw stones at them from a distance. He was hesitant at this idea at first, since he could just pull out a stronger weapon using his gift. But May reminded him that he was still only level 15, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Light thought about it before thanking the maid girl, and deciding to go with May's suggestion, and May proceeded to let the head of the snake hellhound poke out through the cocoons. The boy was trying to prepare himself to throw the rock, but he was struggling out of fear until May reminded him that there was no need to be hesitant or merciful. Light sighed and threw the rock, knowing that it would do 0 damage against such a high-level monster. But it was just important that he would attack the monster at all. He didn't know how it worked, but experience points are distributed according to the person's combat, meaning even healers and scouts in the rear guard could gain experience. This method was called carrying, but it was normally considered to be taboo in society. After he had hit the monster, May had finished it off and killed it in an instant. Before asking if Light's level had gone up yet, he pulled up his status and saw that he had gone up 55 levels in one go, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Before May would tell Light that they were only just getting started, and there were many more monsters to do this to. When he wasn't sleeping, all Light was doing was throwing rocks at monsters. He would hit the monsters and ask if it dealt damage, to which May would say that it was only a little bit, but that was still more than Light had ever done on monsters compared to his past. It wasn't much, but he was slowly getting stronger. However, he still needed more. Status was everything in order to survive, and Light was still going to die even if May was a high level. He didn't want to be a burden on May in the future, and while this was a cheesy way to level up, he was going to get stronger no matter what. Light was up against his first true battle against a monster, and through a lot of effort and support from May, he was able to defeat it and finally reach level 1000. The boy could not believe that he was at the same level as the top dragon newts, elves, and dark elves, despite being just a human. May told him that it was all because of his talent, and said that they could do a little bit more if it weren't for the fact that there were no more stronger monsters, to which she apologized about. The boy reassured her and said that it was okay, since there was no way for him to go past the highest level a human could be. But that was when he realized and wondered why he surpassed the limits of a human. May was confused as to what he meant by limits, and Light explained that he had heard from the guild about a limit to how much a single person could level up. Humans were around 100, beastmen around 200 to 300, dwarves and ghouls were around 500 to 700, demons were 300 to 1000, and elves and dragon newts were 1000. May thought about it for a second and said that the reason most humans couldn't go past to level 100 was likely because the XP required had skyrocketed, along with the fact that the same conditions were likely also attached to the other races as well, meaning that there might not even be a limit at all. The boy decided that this must be true, considering he was literally level 1000 at that moment, and May wondered if there were stronger monsters in other dungeons out there. But Light tried to tell her that the Abyss was the world's largest and hardest dungeon, causing the maid girl to say that they should put a halt on leveling for now. She suggested that they should take a bath before their meal, but Light thought that would be impossible with the things they would need for it. However, May immediately proceeded to use her threads to create a tub with hot water in a short amount of time. She told the boy that they were going to wash their bodies before they would enter, immediately transforming into just a towel, which caused the boy to become flustered and shocked. Light was confused and hesitant at the idea of May going into the bath with him, but May saw no problem with it, as she was only doing this as the job of being his maid. She wrapped her arms around him in a hug, while reassuring that this was natural, making Light reluctantly agree to it, to which May started to take off Light's clothes for him, despite him proceeding to complain and become flustered about it as well. Once he was out of his clothes, May made the boy sit in her lap, and dumped water onto his head to wash away all of the dirt. He was feeling good from being taken care of by someone, and May whispered to herself how he was being cute. But the boy did not hear the words and wondered what she said, to which she calmly dismissed. The next step in the bathing process was to wash the dirt off their body and hair, and May told Light to close his eyes as she would begin to rub shampoo into his hair. After that was washed off, May told Light that his body was next, causing him to flinch in surprise and try to say that he could wash himself. May was not having this, and continued with the excuse that it was also the duty of a maid, ordering him to raise his hands as she would scrub soap onto his body. They then proceeded to enter the bathtub to let the water soak up to their shoulders, as May held Light closely while they would count to 100. But Light wasn't sure if this was a normal situation to be in while in the bath. It was embarrassing, but Light also felt how calming it was. May admitted that she felt relieved when hugging him, since the person she wanted to protect and breathe for was right there next to her. She suggested that they should enter the bath together every day in order to maintain their health and prevent sickness, which Light agreed to with a flushed face. May's fist clenched suddenly, confusing him, but she was not able to tell why she did that, as her expression did not change whatsoever. And so every day for a month, May and Light entered the bath together. And a month later, Light had reached level 4000. Because of the level range of the monsters in the Abyss, Light's level was now at a halt, but the boy was still surprised that he had better living conditions in the Abyss compared to the surface. He wanted to keep increasing his level until 9999, but now things were looking impossible. May gave the suggestion that he could use his gift to summon sentient beings, that he could use as he wished as sustenance for his growth, but she was cut off by Light shouting and asking if she wanted him to do the same thing as the Gathering of Races and betray people. The maid girl immediately fell to the floor and apologized for her words, asking for forgiveness. but the boy hugged her and said that he would not be able to hold on if she were no longer by his side. She hugged him back and insisted that she would always be by his side, and the two eventually calmed down before trying to figure out another plan to level up, to which the boy suggested that it was time for them to defeat the guardian monster of the Abyss. It protected the dungeon core and was about level 5,000, but there was no chance of them losing while May was there. However, Light still tried to tell her to not immediately turn the monster into pieces. She still said that she would intervene if he was in danger, and Light sighed at how protective she was. As the two entered through the large doors and looked at the strongest being that reigned over the Abyss, Orochi. As expected, it was 1,000 levels above Light, so he was trying to figure out a plan to defeat the monster without too much problem. But he was immediately interrupted by Orochi sending a molten attack without warning. Light had his phantasm-grade spear, Ergen, that would raise its user's speed, which he was able to use to dodge the attack. Despite the level gap, he knew that he had all the things he needed to defeat the monster, and pulled out a card that would activate an explosion on the monster. However, it did no damage whatsoever. Another molten attack was sent Light's way as the boy tried to think of more ways to try and defeat the monster. May tried to suggest that she should help him, but Light was stubborn, and told her to stay there since he couldn't give up that easily. For his revenge against the gathering of races and to figure out the truth, he wouldn't be able to do anything if he couldn't even beat this monster. In one swift move, he had pierced through the neck of one of the heads of the monster, making the boy think that he was starting to get somewhere, until Orochi immediately regenerated its head in a second. Not only that, but he saw that the decapitated head was turning into bug monsters. May worriedly suggested that she help once again, but Light insisted that she would stay there as the fight had only begun, as he activated another card, the Blue Rose. Light swiftly swept through all of the bug monsters without hesitation, standing up with a determined smile, as he knew that the only thing that he would have any worries about was Orochi itself. The large seven-headed monster roared loudly and threw many more attacks at the boy, as Light realized that his Blue Rose did not work on the monster, just like how the Grand Explosion didn't. He dodged the attacks and landed, when he noticed that 3 of the heads of Orochi were looking at him while the other 4 were wary of May, who was only just standing in the distance. The reason Light was able to fight with this level 1000 gap was only because May was more dangerous to them, which was why he couldn't afford any more help from her and had to defeat the monster himself. But how? Light knew that the Orochi could regrow its head in a second and a weak attack would only spawn more of the bugs. So Light planned to just kill it in one go before it could heal. He summoned another card and activated Whirlwind Dance, with the intention of cutting Orochi open, seeing how it was starting to succeed, which meant that it was time for Light's next action. The boy activated Thunder and burned the monster to ash. However, a growl still came from the remains, and as the rocks started to move and turn into more worms, the Orochi soon combined with the rocks and regrew as the monster roared loudly again. Light's eyes widened in shock when he realized that more heads had grown on the monster, but his thoughts were interrupted by 2 of the heads of the Orochi preparing its next breath attack, sending a whirlwind and thunder attack in Light's direction. He successfully dodged it using the power of his spear, but realized that the monster seemed to learn whatever it was attacked with, making this battle even more troublesome for him. The bugs started to surround the boy, and he would try to use Blue Rose on them again, but it did not seem to work, causing Light to make an ice prison around him as he wondered what was going on. May spoke up and explained that it seemed as though the worms had acquired resistance towards fire, wind, and lightning, due to the Orochi being able to give resistances to its summons. Light started to feel bad that he could not be able to shatter the monster to pieces like May could at his current level, nor did he have an attack that could kill it instantly, making him wonder how to change his approach. May spoke once again with a frustrated and anxious expression, asking one more time if she should intervene. But all Light did was turn around to give a soft smile to the maid girl, and reassure her that he figured out how to defeat the Orochi. She finally calmed down and nodded, deciding to fully let Light control the fight. Light called upon his spear and ordered it to form a wind barrier, as the boy activated a grand explosion, causing the shattered ice to fly at high speeds to kill all of the worms and chip at the skin of the Orochi. The boy leapt up and activated crushing bombs and steel spikes that seemed to be working on its body. With more and more attacks, Light would use all of the cards that he had and hit the monster as hard as he could. After some time, Light was panting heavily, while May watched in the distance with a slightly worried look. Hundreds of thousands of bugs were swarming and crawling around Light, while the Orochi growled and seemingly smiled in the enjoyment that Light was seemingly getting exhausted. But this was all part of the boy's plan. He smirked and knew that this number would mean that he would be able to use a card specifically in such a situation where he was outnumbered. A card that would turn the tables if he wasn't able to win against the monster's abilities. When he pulled out the card, the Orochi reacted and roared, but it was too late for it, as Light activated his Venom card. It glowed brightly before a magical substance started to fly around and stick onto every part of the Orochi, as well as all of the surrounding bugs, as Light explained that the venom would devour away whatever it stuck on. It was not a poison attack, meaning that it could not be cleansed, and even if Orochi were to try and regenerate or grow, the venom would continue growing just to defeat and fully consume it. The boy felt almost apologetic and said that he held no grudge against the large beast, but in order to exact his revenge, he told Orochi to rot and wither. The Orochi cut its own flesh in an attempt to stop the venom from growing. However, the summon that spawned from its cut flesh kept generating the venom, creating a vicious cycle. In the end, it finally lost the strength to even raise its voice and just decided to fall to the ground. Light called upon his spear to show its power as he pointed it at the last remains of the monster, finishing off the job as he finally defeated Orochi and gained its experience, now making the boy level 4200. He looked around and realized that the entire ground was covered with the venom's mold, making him think about how he was going to have to clean it up with a card, if it weren't for the fact that Mei had already finished the job in an instant and collected it all in large bags. Mei walked up to the boy and wiped his face with a handkerchief, telling him that she told him to not be reckless. He tried to reassure the maid girl that he wasn't, since he was confident in his ability to win thanks to the cards that he had gotten from his unlimited gacha gift. Now that he had defeated the boss monster of the abyss, it was time for the two of them to continue their trek and enter through the doors at the end of the pathway. The doors opened and all that was in the room was the dungeon core, being bigger than the both of them had imagined. Light walked up and touched it softly, telling Mei that he wasn't going to break it as it was necessary for his goal. There was no other place than the bottom of the abyss that was compatible with Light's gift, so he couldn't afford to destroy it, especially since they didn't have any combat capabilities at that moment. Light wanted to create a country in the abyss to fight against the other countries on the surface, and he needed to use his unlimited gacha ability while around a high amount of concentrated mana which was located at the bottom of the abyss. He needed to pull several more beings similar to Mei, which was why he couldn't destroy the dungeon core just yet. However, they couldn't leave it, as it would continue to spawn monsters and make it impossible to create a country in that condition. Mei sighed and hung her head low, as she was unable to analyze and control the dungeon core. But she said that if Light was able to pull a level 9999 magic specialist, it would be possible for them to use it. He agreed and told the maid girl that they were going to move their resting place there, since no monsters spawned near there. The maid girl was alright with that, and decided to bring up giving Light education on various academic subjects, since he was unable to concentrate before due to the monsters that would show up. Light hummed and thought before saying that he had been studying quite a bit, and believing that he didn't need any more education since he could write his name properly and not be tricked by the changes when shopping in town. Mei was not confident with Light's attitude, and wanted him to put trust in her as it would be necessary to exact his revenge and find truth in the future, making Light convinced to study a bit more. He looked at Mei with a soft expression and told her to teach him gently, but that look made Mei whip her body around and cover her face, confusing the boy from the action. However, she composed herself and agreed that she would do as told. After that, they moved to the dungeon core room and started Light's studies with Mei. 2 months later, he pulled his first SUR card other than Mei, and it brought out Aoyuki, the genius monster tamer. The cat-like girl immediately ran up to hug Light, while he asked the girl to lend them her power, asking her if she could analyze the dungeon core. Aoyuki shook her head with a defeated look, as she was completely blunt that she could not do it, making Light a little disappointed from his mistake, in thinking that a monster tamer would be able to analyze it. 3 months after that, Light had pulled a card that summoned Eri, the Forbidden Witch. Eri was extremely confident that she would be able to analyze the dungeon core and excitedly took on the job given by Light. But 1 month later, the blonde witch girl would be seen on the ground with disappointment, wondering why she couldn't understand the core or accomplish the first job that Light had given her. During that past month, Light had also pulled another SUR card, Nizuna, the True Vampire Knight. Her existence had become a mood maker that he was really thankful for, even if everyone wanted her to act more mature. After so much time, a year had passed since Light had fallen to the bottom of the abyss. Other than the Great Sword, Nizuna also had proficiency in other weapons, but it was really hard for him to understand her teachings. The weapon with the highest aptitude was the spear, followed by the bow, and the worst being the sword. Eri barged into the room and said that she'd finally been able to analyze and control part of the dungeon core. meaning that they could control the spawning of monsters and the traps around the dungeon. Everyone started to praise the witch girl, but she said that she would still need more time to release the restriction on teleportation, something that Light was not too worried about at the moment. With this, the danger of the low-level cards being killed by monsters was gone, and they could increase their force. Their next step was to raise Light's level for that day, and the boy asked Eri to prepare the Nightmare Summon so that Light could begin his path to level 9,999 as fast as possible. A Nightmare Summon was the summon of many rampaging monsters from another world, a forbidden magic that Eri could only do once per day. He kept working together with everyone to continue defeating level 9,000 monsters and demons that were summoned by the Nightmare Summon, and after some time, Light had finally reached level 9,999. He was praised by May, while he thanked everyone for their help in bringing him to this point, after more than 2 years since he had been betrayed and thrown into the deepest floor of the abyss. Later, Light was in his office, and May was there to tell him that the residential areas and card vault were being done at a good pace. He was glad that their combat strength was gradually increasing, but they still had the problem of the route to the surface. Despite their efforts, the abyss seemed to be too huge and complex for them to make their way out of it easily. Suddenly, Eri barged into the room with excitement and said that she had finally unlocked the teleportation restriction on the abyss, causing everyone to become excited. Light praised the blonde witch girl, and was thankful to know that they could use teleportation cards now, meaning that they could start their activities on the surface. May explained that they could use the merchant and human cards to begin their information gathering, but Light hummed in thought and asked if he could say something selfish. The maid girl was confused as to what he meant, until Light explained that he wanted to see his hometown for once, as he wondered how his family was doing at that moment. And May reassured that his request was not selfish at all, since it was a natural feeling for humans. Eri was excited to be able to greet Light's family, but Light explained that he was not going to meet his family, since he knew it would be troublesome for him to suddenly show up. May and Eri were fine with that, and said that they would accompany the boy as bodyguards for safety purposes. To which Light thanked them for doing so, and went to prepare himself before going to the surface to check on the village's condition. When they were about to set off on their journey, Eri was about to go back to change her clothes into a certain dress, but May stopped her, as it would not matter since they were going to become invisible. Aoyuki agreed, but noticed and asked why May was fixing up her clothes so much, causing May to become flustered before she tried to turn it back on the cat-like girl who didn't respond. Nizuna was excited to go, and Light held up his teleportation card to send all of them off to the place where he was betrayed by the gathering of races. May checked on him, but he reassured her, and they started to move and reached the surface within minutes, taking in the light and fresh air. Since their concealment would be gone after teleporting, they were going to fly toward the village, and Light led the 4 women to his hometown. However, what Light didn't know is that he was going to notice a destroyed village in the distance, making his smile falter. The boy started to sweat before he would fly even faster, his mind racing with thoughts and going through denial, as he realized that this was where his hometown used to be. Light could not process anything that was going on, running through the town with a horrified expression, as he saw the destroyed houses of all the people he once knew. After going through what was once familiar to him, he ended up at the place that once was his home, staring at the bodies that used to be his mother and father. Light was starting to hyperventilate, as he didn't want to believe what he was witnessing, but May and the others were there to snap the boy out of his trance and tell him to get a hold of himself. Despite that, everything was starting to get dizzy for him as he threw up on the ground, while everyone either comforted the boy or stood there with worry. After he had ended his vomiting, he started to yell in enraged grief, causing everyone to become frozen with fear at the heavy aura from Light. He would cry while screaming into the sky about what he did to deserve everything that had happened to him, growling about how he was going to kill whoever had killed his family and destroyed his village. Light had finally calmed down after a long time of screaming, and they had all returned to the abyss, and the boy ordered to create a survey team to find clues on who was the one that destroyed the village and massacred it. However, after what happened, he was suddenly bedridden because of a high fever, and it had been 3 days since he had gotten sick. May was there by his side, worrying about his health, but all they could do was wait, since it was caused by a mental shock. The boy stirred while unconscious, as he was having a nightmare, calling out for his family and crying about not being able to save them. The maid girl reached out and grabbed his hand, trying to comfort Light even though he was unconscious, and said that she would always be by his side no matter what. Through some miracle, Light had started to calm down and went back into a peaceful sleep, and several days later he had woken up and was back to normal. Around that time, the result of the survey team about his hometown was brought to him. May explained that the village was destroyed several years ago by someone who had a grudge against the village, but they didn't know if it was caused by monsters or other races. The only good news was that the survey team didn't find his brother and sister's bones, meaning it was possible that they were either eaten by monsters or that they had escaped and survived. He wanted to give orders to the merchants and adventurers to gather information about Els and Yume, but he wouldn't make it their top priority, since they needed to gather info about the Master. Light wanted to find his siblings first, but their resources were limited, and it would make things confusing if they did everything at once. And Light believed that the info about the Master would lead him to information about his hometown's destruction. However, he didn't intend to stop his revenge, and half a year later he finally did take his revenge on Guru. They came from the abyss and shook the surface world with their power. At the present time, Light was seen at his parents' graves and was praying for them, while Mei was standing patiently in the background. She told him that the preparation of their plan to pick up Yume was finished, and Light thanked her and gave one last glance at his parents' graves, before flying off with the maid girl. At the capital of the human kingdom, the Princess Lilith was trying to convince her father to let her see the giant tower that brought the elves to their knees. Her father continued trying to deny her of this, since he didn't want to cause suspicion or misunderstanding, but she insisted on it as she was tired of excessively considering other races just because they were human. She tried to tell her father that they needed to join hands in diplomacy with the giant tower, and the one who declared absolute independence of humans, and freed them from the slavery of the elves' queendom. Lilith was set for this goal, and wanted to fight for her resolution. However, her father still didn't believe that humans could fight against other races. He didn't want to bring any danger to humans and told his daughter to leave, causing the girl to leave with a dejected expression. She walked up to her brother and persuaded him to ask their father if they could join hands with the Witch of the Giant Tower. But her brother was also against the idea, since he didn't believe that the people of the Giant Tower had time to pay attention to their country. Lilith had great belief that there would be enough dragons to be lent to the humans, but her brother said that even if they had military force, it would be over for humans the moment that their access to salt was taken away from them, since humans needed salt to live. Lilith felt even more angry by her brother's words, and tried to say that it felt as though they were just a nation of livestock, tears welling up in her eyes. Her brother understood what she wanted to say and agreed with her words, but he insisted that it was reality that they couldn't go against the other races, and they, as the royal family, had to make the coldest decisions for the sake of the majority to survive. Lilith's brother walked away without another word, and she walked off as well, entering her room where she was greeted by her maids. The princess asked for tea and sat down in her chair, thanking Yume for pulling out the seat, who smiled brightly at the kind words. Yume was praised for how she was getting used to being a maid, but they were interrupted by someone walking in and giving a letter from the elves' queendom. Lilith opened the letter and saw that it was from the Witch of the Giant Tower requesting her to visit it, causing her to laugh with excitement and determination, as she was going to meet with her father again. Since she knew that they couldn't reject her anymore, she wasn't going to waste this chance, since it would open up the future of the human race after she would meet with the Witch of the Giant Tower. Princess Lilith laughed and drank her tea with a confident smile, as she knew that neither her father nor her brother could decline the Great Tower investigation request, as it now had gone through the Elven Queendom. Her maid, Nono, seemed to be hesitant to the entire thing, and admitted that she was more than against the visit, since it felt too good to be true and could be suspicious. Nono knew that the other party was capable of using magic that surpassed even elves, along with the power of dragons, and believed that the objective could possibly just be brainwashing instead of anything positive. But Lilith didn't want to pass up on the possibility, especially since it was through the Elven Queendom. She was going to do the inspection as if she was jumping into the Demon Lord's mouth, and proceeded to tell Nono to inform the maid accompanying them to volunteer out of her own decision in the case of the worst scenario. Nono agreed to do so, but also asked if she could accompany the princess, to which Lilith hesitated, before eventually agreeing to prevent the woman from saying any more things that treated Lilith like a child, since she had turned 15 that year. Nono said that no matter how much time had passed, Lilith would always be the cute princess to her. These words caused the blonde elf to scoff and pout, before eventually chuckling, that chuckle turning into a full laughter. On the day of the departure to the giant tower, people were gathered up near the king's residence of the human kingdom. Citizens who watched in the distance had wondered if the people of the letter were actually coming, especially since it had said that a dragon would be coming as well. The workers of the residence started to walk out into the area, with Lilith's brother in the front, as he saw the spectators gathering up, saying that they were only allowed to watch as they had to save face in front of the envoy of the giant tower. One of the butlers flinched in surprise as he looked up with shock, everyone else following the direction of the stare to see something coming from the sky. Lilith had also looked up, and everyone watched as a dragon flew down onto the ground with a person standing on top of its head. Mei jumped down from its head and walked up to Lilith and her brother, while the two siblings stood frozen with shock and disbelief. The maid girl introduced herself as the representative of the Witch of the Giant Tower, and expressed gratitude for accepting the request. Lilith greeted May and said that it would be an honor to visit the tower, but her brother interrupted the situation and said that there was something he wanted to ask. He introduced himself as the first prince, Crow, and said that he was there to greet in place of the king, and wanted to accompany his sister, claiming the king was ill at the moment. Lilith knew that this was just a ploy for her brother to keep watch on her. However, it seemed he had other intentions considering the way he blushed at the sight of May. May surprisingly agreed but asked for a favor, explaining that there were numbers of girls around Yume's age living near the giant tower, and that they were planning to have them socialize during the visit, while the goods and expenses needed would be prepared. Crow had no problem at all with it, while Lilith hesitatingly agreed, and told Yume to come along with them. It was time for them to depart, and everyone stared at the dragon, wondering if they were going to ride it and worried that it would not work out well even if it were decently large. May told the dragon to return to the tower and turned back to everyone before raising a card that would teleport everyone to the first floor of the giant tower. Lilith's brother was completely appalled and wondered how many resources the Witch of the Giant Tower had, while Lilith herself stared with awe at the strength of the witch. Everyone was led to the third floor of the tower, where the prince and princess could both go inside to talk with the Witch of the Giant Tower, while the knights and servants would patiently wait in another room. May then led them to the lounges that were separated by gender, and one of the knights asked why it was like that, to which May explained that it was not to offend, since it was just to prevent any unwanted gazes from the opposite gender while resting. Two knights of different genders looked at each other, giving each other a nod that meant they knew they couldn't question the choice and just had to go with it for now. The female knight walked into the lounge and was impressed by how fancy for a servant's lounge it was, and deemed it safe since there was no hiding spot or weird presence, giving a sign for the other maids to enter the room. However, once they entered, Light slowly revealed himself almost immediately when he saw Yume. The knight ordered the boy to identify himself, but he was too busy with his emotions, and told Yume that he was glad she was safe, and the girl immediately recognized her brother and started to cry before running to embrace him while they both cried together. The two siblings tightly hugged each other while tears ran down their faces, while they expressed how much they missed each other. But everyone else in the room just stood around with shock and confusion at what was going on. However, before anyone could really process anything, May walked into the room and used a card that immediately made all of the other women in the room fall unconscious. Yume started to cry in fear before Light reassured the girl, telling her that there was nothing to be afraid of, as the women who walked into the room were his friends, and the others had only fallen asleep. The boy apologized to May for jumping out earlier than planned, but May said that there was no need to worry since it was only natural, and bowed in front of Yume before apologizing, and introducing herself as one of the servants of Light. Yume was confused by everything that was happening and looked back at her brother, wanting an explanation before she got a closer look at him, and realized that his height and face stayed the exact same since the village. Light explained that he had gone through many things since he left, and said that they should move to a more comfortable place to talk in more detail. But Yume was hesitant about it since the head maid would scold her. The boy said that there was no need to worry about that, and told the girl to hold a card while saying the word release, to which she did, which caused a light to glow and a clone of herself to appear right next to her. She was frightened of what happened until Light explained that the clone was created with magic and was not an enemy. This card, Double Shadow, would create a shadow in the form of the user, and become indistinguishable on top of imitating gifts, despite said power being weakened. When Light moved to the surface, the one who kept pulling cards from the unlimited gacha was a copy of himself while the real Light was away. Light told Yume to order the clone to leave the rest to her and work under the princess of the kingdom, taking Yume's place. May was tasked with cleaning everything up, meaning that she was going to erase their memory of Light appearing in the first place. The boy told his sister to stay close to him while he would pull out another card and teleport them to another room. This room was his throne room where everyone was waiting for him, to which Yume opened her eyes and stared with shock at the many people who stood in front of them. She was almost scared if it weren't for the fact that Light had reassured her that everyone in the room was his friend. Aoyuki and Nizuna both ran up to greet Light while asking if Yume was his sister, to which he confirmed and introduced everyone to each other. The cat-like girl immediately hugged Yume, which made Yume smile since the action was cute to her, and Nizuna said that Yume was also her master since she was Light's little sister. Yume thanked Nizuna before calling the night girl Big Sis, which made Nizuna freeze in place, processing the label, before excitedly telling Yume to not hesitate in telling her anything. Nimumu was about to introduce herself next until Gold said that it would take forever for all of them to give their greetings, and that they should let Yume rest for now. Everyone else in the room agreed with this notion and believed that Yume and Light should have their time together after being away from each other for so long. Light said that it was time to show Yume her room and asked Ice Heat to guide them, to which Yume bowed and called Yume princess, making everyone in the room, including Yume, shocked by the properness. The boy knew that Yume was going to have to get used to it, since it was like that with him in the past, quickly telling the girl that it was time for them to go now, and they walked off happily hand in hand. On the second floor of the giant tower in the room that Lilith was staying in, Nono asked if the meeting went well, to which the princess explained the details of what was going on, such as the absolute independence of humans and the current stance on the plan of the giant tower. But Lilith ultimately said that the meeting itself was bland. Nono chuckled and asked what kind of person the Witch of the Giant Tower was, and Lilith explained that the witch's face was covered by a hood, while her personality made the witch seem like a person of intellect, perception, and graciousness. The room that the meeting was in was larger and more luxurious than Lilith's own room, and the princess spoke in awe about the witch being the real deal with the power and resources she held. Lilith wanted to find a way to bring that power to the human kingdom, and wanted to take care of her brother first, changing the topic for a moment to ask what happened with Nono and the others. The maid said that she had seemingly fallen asleep for a moment in the resting room, but there was nothing else to mention. The clone of Yume was asked about her feelings, but she only smiled brightly about the snack and tea being delicious, causing Lilith and Nono to laugh and not notice anything weird about the clone. Lilith agreed that the tea was delicious, and wondered where they had gotten it, but Nono said that she was not going to allow anything expensive at the residence, since they were not the richest despite being royals. Lilith agreeing that even if she had the money, she would give it to the poor. The Yume clone called the princess amazing, but Lilith's expression immediately changed to a serious one, as she quickly thought about how to convince her brother to agree to help make the Witch of the Giant Tower cooperate with the human kingdom. Nono told the Yume clone to stay in another room while she and Lilith would leave for the moment, to which the clone agreed to without hesitation. Once Lilith and her brother went to the dinner, they were amazed by the welcoming banquet that was prepared for everyone, and once they'd enjoyed it, Lilith went to bed and jumped into her bed with delight about how the food was so good. She felt a little embarrassed that she couldn't help herself when eating 2 cheesecakes in front of everyone, but her thoughts were interrupted by someone appearing in her room. The girl jumped up and whipped her head around with confusion, only to learn that it was the very same woman that she talked to in the meeting but without a hood. Eri introduced herself and said that her master wanted to meet Lilith in private, reassuring the princess that there was no intention of harm, as Light just wanted to give thanks for saving Yume, his little sister. Lilith was shocked to learn about this, knowing that Yume had mentioned having 2 older brothers, but she never expected her brother being the master of the Witch of the Giant Tower. After much silence, Eri decided to admit that the visitation request was to confirm that Yume was the right person and apologized for the trouble, explaining that they had switched Yume out with a fake, which surprised Lilith once again. With some more thinking, she decided that she would agree to meet Light, but before they went, she didn't want to attend while wearing just a nightdress. Eri apologized and snapped her fingers, which caused Lilith's clothes to change into a fancy dress, meaning that it was time for them to teleport. Lilith was led by the witch girl into a throne room, where thousands of people stood on the sides of the path, keeping a close watch on the princess while she walked up toward where Light sat. She knew that he looked like a young boy, but there was nothing normal about him. A heavy aura coming upon the princess while she stared at someone who was an incarnation of true strength. Lilith almost felt as though she was walking up to a god, but as she walked down the path, she could feel the intense gaze of everyone around her, making her know that she would be killed if she acted rude even just a little. If she were to offend even just one of the people there, the human kingdom would be gone. The princess stood in place and wondered if she should kneel, but she was raised to not kneel to other royals, since it would be the same as the manner of a vassal and would be bad for diplomacy. Suddenly, she felt the glares of every single person in that room, and it was as if everyone was asking why she didn't kneel in front of Light. But fortunately, Light got the attention of everyone and told them that he would not tolerate any rudeness to a guest he invited. In just seconds, all of the weight of the hostility was gone, and Light apologized for calling her this late at night. He introduced himself and thanked the girl for saving Yume, bowing before her, which caused everyone else in the room to start bowing as well. Lilith panicked from the properness of everyone and told Light to raise his head, to which Light did as so and smiled brightly, causing her to blush. He had also prepared a reward for saving his sister, and May walked up to summon a barrel full of money and 3 high-level potions, shocking the princess greatly. Lilith felt as though the amount given surpassed the human kingdom's national budget, making her feel as though a princess like her couldn't accept the reward. Light noticed her behavior, and said that she should take the potions as assurance, while the reward money would be her personal funds, and that he could leave the barrel to a merchant on the surface that she could contact if she needed the money. He asked if there was anything else that she wished for, summoning a few items that were extremely useful or grandiose. But Lilith only wanted one thing from him, something that wasn't a magic item. She felt bad for her desire since it seemed like a big deal to ask him, but it would bring so many changes to the country. With hesitation, Lilith asked the boy to lend his strength for the future of the human race, not caring if she was making a deal with the devil. His expression turned serious, before agreeing without hesitation, making the princess wonder if the choice would be a divine blessing or a divine punishment. Either way, she couldn't turn back now. The next day, Lilith and her brother were walking through the outside of the tower, being introduced to the residencies and such. Eri was explaining how the steel houses were temporary, while they would slowly build the wooden houses where the human children were given the opportunity to move in. Crow looked at the fields and saw how they were getting plowed by golems, to which Eri affirmed the sight and said that the humans did the minor work of the fields like seeding and watering. The prince tried to ask if there were any plans of lending the golems, but Eri dismissed it since it would make the humans be troubled with the extra work, and it would make the golems considered a force. They would make their way to the next area, while the real Lilith stood on top of the tower with a hood over her, looking down in disbelief that her fake was not noticed by her brother or even the head maid. May asked if that was enough confirmation, and the princess agreed, thanking the maid girl while she admitted that she was just curious to see how well the clone would work. They would be teleported to the 4th floor, where Light waited, before explaining the entire situation of how he had been betrayed and built up his plan to take revenge on everyone, while also uncovering the truth behind the destruction of his hometown, which Lilith felt sorry to hear. The boy wanted to know if she had any information about the Master, but she apologized and said that she had no knowledge, despite being royalty, and would try to ask her brothers about it later. However, Light said to not worry about it, as it would likely create commotion, since there were probably people who would get in their way. Lilith was aware of the existence of weeds sprouted around the castle and wanted to eliminate them before she tried to get the throne. But it would be a challenge if they didn't raise a majority vote from other countries, since the human kingdom couldn't even decide their own king. Light was surprised to hear that, but Lilith was still confident that they could win it and make her take the throne. The boy decided to cooperate as promised and asked her what the plan was, after they had identified the spies, to which the princess said that they would dismiss them or take their head, even if one of them happened to be Nono. Light could feel the strong resolve of the girl, and the two continued their talk throughout the night. Lilith's brother and the others returned home, while the real Lilith was staying inside the tower to continue talking about the future plan, since it all aligned with their goals in the end. There was something Light was concerned about, however, and he remembered that Yume said that she and Els fell into a river and got separated. Light had so many questions in his head, but he knew that Yume likely forgot something since she was so young all those years ago, and all that mattered now was that she was safe. Eri was told to read through Yume's memories, this time in a gentler way since she would usually use it in a way to torture people, but she said that it would take time to do it in such a painless way. Light did not care how long it would take and left it to the witch girl to figure anything out. And a week later, Eri came by once again to tell Light that a level 9,000 human destroyed his village according to Yume's memories. There was no special feature of the other races, so it was likely a human who did it. Eri was only speculating it all, but this had only brought more questions upon Light. The witch girl apologized for not having more info, but Light reassured her, and said that they needed to focus on their revenge. May jumped in and suggested their next objective to be the dwarf race, since it was possible that the being that destroyed his village could be there or have information about them. The only races that could have information are the Dark Elves, Onis, Dwarves, Demons, and Dragon Newts. Going to meet the dwarves could also give Light the chance to take revenge on Nano, a former member of the Gathering of Races, while also dragging the Dwarf Kingdom to their side for info. Light thought about it for a moment and hummed in thought, before deciding it was a good idea, wondering what Nano's face would be like when he would be betrayed by his own country. Since everyone was done with assuring Yume's safety, Light told Eri that before they continued with their next plan with the Dwarf Kingdom, they needed to continue dealing with the Dark Elf Isolated Island Kingdom. Eri was going to contact the upper echelons to confirm information about the Master on the ground that the Sword of Solitude was spying on other countries. The Dark Elf Isolated Island Nation was a nation governed by a council of representatives of the 4 clans, and whenever a major problem arose, the clan representatives would gather and hold a meeting to decide the nation's policy. This time they had met up, and Gigis was there to thank everyone for coming on short notice. The people who arrived were Diane from the north, Madone from the west, and Tico from the south. Gigis brought out some papers and passed it out to the other representatives, who stared at it with shock, letting them all know that the meeting was definitely an important one. Madone said that it was unfortunate to lose research time, but agreed with Diane that the situation was bad enough to have to do so. The Witch of the Giant Tower had confronted them with evidence that Yude's party had been spying on various countries under their command, and asked for a response. but Gigis felt as though it was a threat more than information. Diane wondered if Yude betrayed them and joined the witch's side, but that was impossible since Yude was completely on the belief that humans were inferior, and would not hesitate to kidnap or murder them. There was no reason for Yude to join the human side, and Madone wondered where the information leaked out. But Gigi said that there was no time to think about something like that. Rather, their priority was to prevent the information from getting out to the public. They all knew that the information getting out to the public would stain the name of the kingdom, and have every country condemn them. However, Gigi said that it was still possible that the evidence was just a shield to collar them and gain an upper hand. Diane and Tico both agreed that they didn't want an inferior race to put them down. And even if the Witch of the Giant Tower had a force of 100 dragons, they believed it wouldn't be hard to kill one human woman. They all decided that they would just make a meeting to discuss the matter and assassinate her there, even planning to use something called Anbu just to do it. Anbu was a combat group that only the top 4 of the clan and very few people knew. There was an incident in the past where the Spear of Solitude got crushed by the White Knights of the Elf Queendom, without being able to inflict a wound on them, leading to the island nation of the Dark Elves to secretly start developing resources focused on combat skills. In terms of combat ability alone, these people created were a group that surpassed even the strongest adventurers in the present time, as well as Yude. In another area, there was a hooded person who asked if everyone was there, to which people in very different appearances responded with affirmation. In the past, there was a Phantasm class magic item found on the island nation, an item that produced enormous mana under certain conditions, and that condition was to be connected to the user's body. For a long time, no person compatible with it was found, and anyone who was incompatible with it would become a victim. Beyond the piles of corpses, the island nation finally created a compatible user called One. With the power of this item, One became unparalleled in offensive and defensive ability. His body was also implanted by many various magic weapons, created solely for the One compatible with the magic item. Because of his ability to produce massive amounts of mana, it was possible for him to operate the items at the same time, while ignoring the possibility of mana running out. There were also 3 others who could equip themselves with the magic weapon, all 4 of them being called by number in order of how powerful they were. The hooded person said that there was a meeting with the Witch of the Giant Tower, and that their mission was to assassinate this witch. But 4 wondered why they needed all of them, to which the hooded person explained that it was requested for all 4 of them to come. 2 said that it couldn't be helped, and they were given the location of the meeting, while the 4 would hide somewhere and kill the witch by all means, even if they had to stab each other in the back. The 4 representatives sat at their desk while waiting for the witch to come, but Gigis was already stressing about the damages that 1 and 3 would do when attacking with all their strength. Diane said that it was acceptable, since it was all to make sure that they assassinated the witch. And as expected, someone came in to let them know that the witch had arrived. Gigis knew that the attendants would be taken care of by 2, while the witch would be killed by 1 and 3. And if by some chance it didn't work, 2 and 4 would finish her off. The attendants were told to wait in the lounge, while Ari was there to greet the 4 representatives. But they made fun of her for still having her hood on and assumed that she was not physically attractive. Tico said that it was likely because Ari didn't know etiquette, since the witch normally spent long periods of time researching deep underground. Suddenly, Ari finally spoke, and said that there was something that concerned her, explaining that she came here to have a discussion, only for people to attempt to kill her. She had brought their heads to the representatives, causing shock and disbelief in their eyes, while Ari would smirk and ask for confirmation that they weren't the people they prepared to assassinate her. Gigis wondered how Ari had killed Anbu, but she herself felt almost disappointed that Anbu were almost killed immediately in her magic trap set up around the place. She was surprised to see the fortress's anti-magic security was weak, and decided to play along with their incompetence, explaining that the dragons, to her, were just one of her methods of transportation. The witch girl said that she was offended by their actions, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in that room, while she said that it was a shame they didn't comply with the request. Before she could speak anymore, Gigis had interrupted her and pretended to not know who the assassins were, claiming that it might have been a subordinate acting on their own. The other 3 Dark Elf representatives also were sweating and trying to continue their lie, while claiming that they were all looking forward to her arrival, pretending that it must have been the elves. Ari knew that they were lying, but it was all part of her plan and changed her attitude, apologizing for almost trying to kill them, as they said that there was a welcome party in another room. However, there was something that Ari needed to check, and that was everyone's memories, just to make sure that they didn't order the assassins to kill them, and she would make them face consequences if they were lying. Suddenly, Ari summoned vines to wrap around all of the Dark Elves, before activating Silent, which made them unable to make noise so their screams wouldn't leak outside the room. Madone tried to use magic against the witch, but Eri broke Madone's arm and told everyone to try not to struggle, to not suffer unnecessary pain. Finally, Eri had read through everyone's memories one by one, and she had them promptly executed for planning to assassinate her and for the oppression of the human race for research. She told Light that the representatives had now been replaced, while he would read over all of the information she had gotten, learning that there was a powerful human in Onijuma in the past, but other than that, it was all similar to the information from the Elf Queendom. Onijuma was an island country on the West Sea, where the Oni race lived and where one of Light's revenge targets, Oboro, came from. They couldn't change their current objective of contacting the Dwarf Kingdom, and Light said that they should just stick with their original plan, while others could collect information on the island in the meantime. Eri left and Light grinned with delight, imagining how Nano will react to the boy showing up alive to take revenge. Speaking of Nano, it seemed as though the dwarf man was sharpening his blade while walking up to a crying girl, who was staring at him with fear. Nizuna walked into the office with Yume, and asked if she could show the girl around the deepest layer of the abyss, making Light hum in thought as he realized that he had been so busy that he couldn't even show his sister around the dungeon. He apologized for it, but Yume was completely okay with it, or at least that was what it seemed, since Light felt as though Yume was acting strange, though he wasn't sure. Iceheat asked if there was something wrong, but Light reassured her that everything was fine and just told her to look after Nizuna and Yume. Every place that Nizuna would introduce would lead with Iceheat explaining the real name of each area, and eventually they ended up in the room where Light kept all of his cards from his gift. Anelia greeted them and immediately hugged Yume, causing Ars to flinch in surprise and tell his sister to stop being rude. She said that there was nothing rude about hugging her supposed little sister, since Anelia was Light's big sis. These words caused Yume to become shocked, and think that Anelia was somehow actually related to Light. After that, they told Yume that Anelia just always called herself Big Sis to anyone she adored, and he properly introduced himself and his sister to the girl. Anelia hugged the little girl again before turning to Nizuna and Iceheat, telling them that it was alright for them to call her Big Sister, but they were not super into the idea. Iceheat said that she was on duty, but Nizuna said that it should be the other way around, causing Anelia to see it as a challenge and immediately rip out a lollipop, which surprisingly took Nizuna seconds to let Anelia win. Iceheat was about to tell them that it was time to get a move on, but Anelia knew that Yume seemed to be tired, making Iceheat feel bad for not having noticed or remembered that she wasn't a similar level to Light. The three left the room as Nizuna led them to a place in the abyss that looked almost like the surface, since it was a place that Eri created for their allies to spend time in. It was not just because of the scenery that Nizuna enjoyed the place, as she quickly called forth a bunch of large beasts that the night girl explained were good boys, letting Yume pet and lay on the fur of one of the beasts. As Yume turned to thank Nizuna, the night girl was already asleep, causing Yume to chuckle at the scene. All that happened that day was relayed to Light, as he talked with the girl right before she would go to sleep, especially since he was there to follow her request and wanting to sleep in the same bed as him that night. Slowly but surely, Yume was starting to doze off, making Light tell her that she could have another talk later. But Yume had a worried expression as she asked that she wouldn't disappear like everyone else in their family. He froze for a moment, before reassuring her, which gave her the sign that she could relax and sleep. As she did, Light realized the strange feeling he felt from Yume that one time, remembering how it was because of Yume's amiable nature that made her loved, before she eventually had to use whatever she could to survive, such as her own amiableness. He knew that the girl had been working hard all by herself, and he vowed that he would protect Yume from now on, and never make her feel sad again. One of Light's revenge subjects, Nano, was raised in an orphanage and worked as a blacksmith in a local town, before showing his talent in producing weapons. However, Nano had a dream, and that dream was to create a legendary weapon by his own hand. He had spent his childhood in the orphanage by reading the legends of the heroes. The boy admired the legendary weapon that appeared in the oldest legends, the hero and the demon lord. And Nano admired the holy sword Zet the most, which made him dream of someday producing a weapon like that. Even though he was talented, he could only produce normal weapons, and would need for him to leave his job in order to properly pursue his dreams. And that was what he did. He decided to delve into dungeons and ruins as an adventurer on his days off, while earning the funds to create his own forge and obtaining weapons that would serve as samples for analysis. One day, the king of the Dwarf Kingdom approached Nano, and told him to investigate the candidate of Master, with the offer of a reward. Surprisingly, the money did not move his heart. Instead, it was the chance that the Master could be a chance for him to find a method to produce a legendary weapon. And then Nano joined the Gathering of Races, but he found as though Light was not a real one after a few years together. Nano tried to get another request to have him join another search for a master, but the king refused the request. as there was no way to reduce the chance of the candidate of Master being suspicious. In the end, he was forced to accept his reward for killing Light, and he thought about how his dream was getting farther away. He wondered if he should search for the Master himself, even though it would break his contract. But he didn't even know where to begin his search. At the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, Nano could be seen angrily drinking by himself and ranting about Light. He gripped his drink tightly while thinking about how his dreams would never come true, making him start to lose faith in it all. Someone walked up to the dwarf man and introduced himself as Kava, and said that he was a peddler of weapons and armor, bowing before the dwarf man. Kava laughed and said that he had something special for Nano, but Nano was too caught up in his own feelings and told the man to get lost, which did not make Kava cheaper. Kava tried to explain more, but Nano slammed his drink on the table and glared at Kava, causing him to worriedly say that there was something that Nano would be interested in. The dwarf man stared for a moment, before Kava showed him something that made Nano decide to lead Kava to the worker's dorm, where he pulled out the Forbidden Equipment Manufacture Manual. This item was cursed equipment that held powerful strength that sometimes could be found in ruins. However, it would corrupt the user's spirit and lifespan, and be considered extremely dangerous. Any individual who is proven of using it would be executed and be a felony offense to anyone who possessed it. But Kava explained that he had found it on an adventurer, and heard that Nano wanted to produce a legendary weapon. He started to become dramatic about his tone of words and said that he too had a dream, which was to have his own store, trying to appeal to the dwarf man. Through some convincing and giving Nano time to think about it, even if it was a trap, Nano was seemingly falling for the tricks of Kava, which was why Nano hated merchants. The dwarf man had only believed the human man since Kava was not fazed by Nano's killing intent, and Nano said that he would pay as long as the other half was given. After Kava excused himself after having given Nano the first half of the book, the dwarf man held the book with an evil smile, since he had thought that luck was in his favor after having been given that book. But this was all part of Light's plan. Kava was outside of the building and knew that Nano was falling for it, but it was now only a matter of time to see how things would turn out. Light told May that it was not a good idea for them to go through the Queen Elf to get to the upper echelons of the Dwarf Kingdom to meet with them like how they did with the humans. She agreed as the boy hummed and thought about how they would try to get in contact. But May told Light that the dwarves were a race of pursuing their self-interest. In addition to chasing only their self-interest, they were less likely to discriminate against human craftsmen, since it was a famous human craftsman who said that the king of the dwarves would listen as long as there was a proper bait. Because of this, Light knew that it was good for him to ask Nimumu to sneak into the kingdom to contact the king for a private meeting, so they could determine the level of information, and if their past actions weren't horrible. It would be good if they cooperated, but it was fine for him even if they were enemies, saying that it would be a shame, since he would just be led to breaking the dwarves' minds and ruling the kingdom from behind. At the royal castle of the Dwarf Kingdom, the king, Dagon, was drinking to himself, while complaining about his own job as king, since he wanted to focus on his work and research. The method of choosing the Dwarf King was not based on royal blood or family, but rather based on a long-standing custom, where craftsmen and their disciples would get together to impose the king on each other. Dagon continued to drink until Nimumu came out of hiding, and said that she had already taken care of the guards and magic item that he had. She apologized for visiting him so rudely, and explained that she was there on behalf of Light to gain information about masters by inviting the Dwarf King there. Dagon thought about it for a moment, not wanting to give out such information easily, but he knew that the girl in front of him was powerful. Light had told her to not kill the king, as Eri would take care of them later, but he wanted her to pull out a certain item that Lilith had suggested to them to use as a negotiation tool. The item was the Ring of Poison Immunity, and Dagon had immediately shouted in shock at the sight of a Phantasm-class magic item, surprising Nimumu by his change in behavior. He looked like a rabid animal as he inched closer with shaking hands, wanting to have a closer look at the ring, but she pulled it away and said that he could take it as long as he agreed to come to the meeting, to which he agreed without hesitation. Nimumu sweat dropped and looked confused, wondering if it was really okay to bring back this man with her to meet Light. Nimumu had immediately brought the king of the dwarves, Dagon, to the kingdom that Light had made on the deepest floor of the abyss. Light greeted the dwarf man and apologized for having to ask for a visit in an improper way. The boy didn't want to disclose his name, so he told Dagon to call him Nanashi, but Dagon was not focused on that whatsoever. Instead, he looked desperate once more and asked the boy where he got his magic items, and if it would be possible for Light to sell the teleportation item to him for research, or to just at least allow him to see and touch it. The boy was surprised and sweat dropped at the behavior of the dwarf man, before bowing an apology about how the teleportation item couldn't be allowed to be given to just anyone. causing Dagon to scratch his head in embarrassment for how he acted. Light was starting to feel as though he was just talking to a craftsman rather than a king, but he decided to dismiss what happened and just continue with the meeting. The two sat opposed to each other, and Light immediately got into the topic of what he wanted from the king of the dwarves. However, Dagon was more than fine with the meeting and giving any information needed, since Dagon was going to receive a Phantasm class item for coming. He was completely honest right off the bat that he didn't have much information about the master, but Light was still willing to hear what the dwarf had to say. From what was told, it was mostly information that Light and the others already knew. But suddenly Dagon said some interesting stuff. He said that when there were individuals who have been judged as not a master, the ones who decided to kill a former candidate of master were the king of dragon newts and the king of demons. They were the two who suggested the idea with no objections from the other races, but Dagon didn't know why they would want to kill the former candidates. Based on that information, Light knew that the people who held information regarding masters were the dragon newts and demons, and they only shared some of that with the other 7 races. The boy thanked the dwarf man for the information about the masters, but it was now time to start the main topic in order to build a path for them to make a contract behind the scenes. He told Dagon that their technology was currently being suppressed, and Light asked for Dagon's opinion, to which the Dwarf King stayed silent until his face turned into one of rage as he expressed that he hated it a lot. Dagon went off into a rant and mentioned that the research and restoration of past civilization was forbidden, something that he had been thinking about doing many times, and how he wanted to break the ban just so he could do some research. Light sweat dropped and asked if it was that dangerous to break the Treaty of the 9 Countries, and Dagon answered that it did get people such as his acquaintances being later found dead or missing without a trace. Light wanted to know why these people would try to research something forbidden, but Dagon seemed to agree with their efforts, since it was an interesting subject that had all the reasons to be secretly researched. Apparently, the past civilization could artificially create Phantasm-class weapons, and make it even possible to create a Mythology class or Relic class. And the Dwarf King excitedly asked if Light felt the same. Light saw how Dagon looked exactly like Aerie would when she would talk about her magic research, but quickly dismissed those thoughts and asked Dagon if he knew anything about how the past civilization must have perished. The dwarf thought about it for a moment before admitting that he didn't know the true answer, even with the theories he had heard from historians. And Light hummed in thought to try and think about the reasons, coming up with the possibility of a war occurring. Dagon had heard that it was a large-scale magic that went out of control and exploded, and he agreed, if it weren't for the fact that he knew that it likely wasn't an accident. But even if it was an intentional weapon, Dagon wondered why no one had ever shared their experiences of the destruction of past civilizations. Even then, his only personal interest was in the technology that the master possessed, and historians could spend their time figuring out other things. Dagon suggested that Light approach the dragon newts or demons, since they knew the existence of a god who destroyed the civilization. But the problem was that their countries were large with strong militaries, and likely wouldn't be so accommodating to have a secret meeting like Dagon and Light were having. Light thought about it some more, and knew that both of those races would be the most bothersome and threatening, meaning that they would have to make the two races submit like the Elf Queendom and Dark Elf Isolated Island Kingdom. Suddenly, Dagon admitted that there was another way to find the truth behind the past civilization, and that was exploring the ruin of the past civilization. He told Light that the dwarves had already secured a large scale of past civilization ruins, and that there was a high chance Light could find out the reason why the past civilization perished if they were to investigate it. Dagon wanted to cooperate with the boy and capture that ruin so they could both reach their separate goals, especially since Light had the resources to be able to get farther than the people that the Dwarf King had sent himself. Light still knew that there was a chance of them not finding what they sought, but Dagon was alright with taking that risk, since it was likely that there was something there. Dagon was ready to prepare everything that Light would need as long as Light would cooperate, and the boy was silent for a moment to give it some thought, before he eventually agreed, making Dagon shout with excitement. The boy never thought it would turn out like this, and there was a chance that they would confirm some things without having to approach the dragon newts or demons at all. And even if they didn't get any results, just the thought of capturing an unknown ruin was going to be thrilling. And now it was finally time for them to set off for their journey to the huge ruins of the ancient civilization. It was located in the southwest of the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, and this very kingdom was located in a mountainous region. The dwarf species were pushing forward with mining and were prospecting to discover resources, which was why they could find several caves or ruins that turn into dungeons. The huge ruins that Dagon and the others had come across were one of the ruins that were found, and the dwarf race had kept it secret for years, and he had led Light and the others into the cave to where they would stumble upon the aforementioned ruins. Abandoned buildings would be seen lined up next to each other while torches lit up the entire place. greatly presenting the size of just this one singular rune found by the dwarves. Light finally understood what Dagon meant when he said he could feel something in there, and Nizuna stared with wide eyes and mouth agape in shock at so many buildings that she had never seen before. Suzu was just staring in awe while her gun, Locke, spoke for her, and was surprised that such a place existed underground. Mara and Jack looked around with grins and knew that this place was going to be fun exploring. Dagon had prepared a fake expedition to the ruins to create an opportunity for Light and the others to sneak in and join on the way. But when Light saw that the people accompanying the king seemed like high members of the kingdom, the boy wondered if the kingdom was going to be okay. They were led farther into the cave as Dagon started to explain everything that they had known so far. The experts had seen that the ruins were of a completely different architectural style from the surface, meaning that it was likely one destroyed in the past. The problem that the dwarves had found was what lay ahead, and that was a giant hole in the ground. Light stared down to try and see the bottom of it, but even while being level 9,999, he still couldn't see the bottom. Dagon crouched down and admitted that they almost thought that it was a hole for trash, but they realized that the materials used to create the hole were stronger and of higher quality than the buildings. They tried to break the material to attempt to analyze it, but there was no luck in getting even a piece of it. These words somehow gave Nizuna, Suzu, Jack, and Mara a sudden boost in motivation, as they seemed ready to break the material when needed. But May gave them a look to keep them in check as Light chuckled. Dagon hypothesized that the hole was used to send things made in the factory to a different place at the bottom. But no matter how many times it was checked, no one had returned even from 100 meters with teleportation items. Light started to wonder if there was a trap inside of the hole, or even a strong monster. But he was starting to understand why Dagon asked for help. The boy looked over at May and asked if they could go down there, and the maid girl said that they should be able to be taken to the bottom safely no matter what kind of traps were there. But just before Light could think any more about it, Nizuna made a noise of worry, as it was seen that she was holding a part of the structure and was frantically trying to explain herself. Light tried to politely scold the night girl and get her and the others to apologize for what they did to the structure, but it seemed to be fine since Dagon was too busy with his focus on trying to get Nizuna to give him the piece that broke off. He stared at it closely until all the other dwarves started to fight over it, and before the commotion got worse, Light got Nizuna to take off more fragments to give to each of them. During that time, May had already used her magic string to make a box that would be able to hold all of them as they would proceed to the bottom of the hole. Dagon and the other dwarves would be told to stand in the middle, so Light and the others could respond easily if something happened. And the boy told Mara to do something if something happened to May's string, while Light immediately told May to start the descent. He knew that May was about to ask him to stand in the middle as well so she could guard him, but he ignored it as he didn't want to increase her burden. The descent was slow, but it was to make sure that it wouldn't put a burden on anyone's body. Mara joked that she believed that this hole would reach a place where an evil god lived, but Suzu and her gun tried to tell the taller woman to not say such scary things. May had noticed something coming soon, and told everyone that in 100 meters, they were going to reach the bottom of the hole, meaning that there was the possibility of an ambush. She created a window so they could see outside, and light poured into the box, while everyone would stare in shock and awe. The dwarves started to shout loudly in surprise as they couldn't believe their eyes, and May asked Light if it was okay to continue descending and reach the surface, to which the boy agreed. He told Dagon and the others to not make sudden movements after they reached the bottom, due to the potential dangers of this new world, and Dagon apologized for his behavior. The box finally reached the ground, and Locke said that it didn't seem as if there were any signs of anyone but them. But Nizuna held a serious look, as she said to not let one's guard down, as the meadows and forests felt a little strange to her. Light agreed with the night girl, and said that the place was too quiet to be safe, especially since there wasn't any sound of insects or birds or any sort of life. The boy turned over to Jack, and said that he was tasked with guarding Dagon and the others if anything strange happened. But the dwarves in question were very busy seemingly inspecting the grass and even eating the dirt. Jack watched in silence, while Light told Mara to search for enemies in the surroundings and investigate the lands, while also looking for any more holes or stairs, to which the tall woman agreed to without hesitation. Mara manipulated her body to send out many wolves and birds to go around the area, and the dwarves were immediately focused on her now instead of the dirt. May suggested to Light that they should prepare camp now, and the boy thought about it, about to agree, if it weren't for the fact that he immediately sensed something and turned around. Dagon noticed Light's change in behavior, until Light explained that there were enemies in the forest, and recommended that the Dwarf King and the others group up and not make any moves. They did as told, and within minutes a stone golem seemed to pop out from the trees. In fact, not just one, but hundreds that came out in many different shapes and forms. The dwarves stared with fear as the golems poured from the forest, and Light wondered where they had come from since he didn't feel their presence before then. Suddenly, Nizuna caught the boy's attention and excitedly asked him if she could beat all of the golems. He looked at her in silence and thought about it for a moment, but he decided that it would be best for her to protect Dagon and the others, with him, Mei, and Jack. Light looked over to Suzu and Locke and left the task to both of them, and they were more than ready. Suzu walked up to the oncoming monsters with a determined expression, as Locke said that Suzu had said, "Leave it to me," while the girl aimed the musket at the sky and immediately fired hundreds upon hundreds of bullets that would start pouring from the sky like rain. Locke yelled out to the stone golems to come as it would shatter them into pieces, and that it did. The bullets all successfully hit each and every one of the monsters without a single one missing, as all of the stone golems broke apart into pieces with the dust as all that was left. Dagon stared with shock at the skill of the girl, and the intelligence of the weapon, and how the two were able to synergize and wipe out such a huge number of stone golems instantly. Mara chuckled and believed that the golems were not that different from the ones on the surface, wishing that there was something more interesting. But Jack said that there was no need to worry about that, as something interesting was in fact happening. The golems seemed to not be dead as the rocks slowly started to come back together, while Dagon and the other dwarves would stare in shock and fear, confused about why the golems were not dead and were still moving just like normal. Light agreed that this was strange, until everyone noticed that hundreds of more golems poured out of the forest. But Light was too busy thinking about how all of this was happening in the first place. Dagon tried to get the boy's attention to do something about it, and Light quickly flashed a reassuring smile, as he told Suzu and Locke to continue crushing all of the golems, and once again, they told him to leave it to them. The golems continued to come slowly but surely. However, Suzu and Locke were there to easily take care of them using hundreds of thousands of bullets that would turn them into pieces. The girl would leap into the air to get a better angle at the now increased number of stone golems, as she would continue shooting without any sign of exhaustion or stopping, since this just seemed to be a walk in the park for the girl. As the monsters would turn to dust in front of Light and the others, Light tried to reassure Dagon and the others that if it was just a golem, it wouldn't be a fight for Suzu, no matter how many would attack them since they were that weak. The only problem was the fact that all the golems continue to restore themselves right after dying. And even though the golems weren't a threat, it was going to become annoying if they continued to waste attacks on such monsters. The boy turned to Mei and asked her to bring one of the golems there closer to them, and she did as told, using her magic string to create a cloth that she would toss a stone dog on while it was wrapped in her thread. Light broke it to pieces and everyone gathered around to stare at it, as they noticed that there was no core inside, making the dwarves wonder if the core was located somewhere else, or if it was smaller than they thought. But their thoughts were interrupted by the hundreds of stone golems starting to surround the group, causing Dagon and the others to shout and sweat in fear. Except this was not something they should prioritize as something to worry about, since thousands of bullets shot out from behind them over their heads and toward the stone golems, in an attempt to slow them down once again. Suzu and Locke continued to gracefully shoot at each and every one of the monsters until they were dust once again, while the Dwarf King stared with bewilderment. Light stared ahead as all of the stone golems turned to dust once more, and he knew that they wouldn't be a threat no matter how many there were. But this was starting to become endless. Dagon watched with a sweat drop as Light saw them start to restore themselves again. However, Light had realized something and turned toward the golem that was on the cloth, noticing that it was not restoring whatsoever. The Dwarf King agreed that it was quite strange, and the boy wondered what the difference was between the golem they had and the ones that came from the forest. It couldn't have been the blocked mana around Light because the ones around Suzu would have stopped moving as well. So there has to be something else different. At last, Light had an idea and said out loud that he knew why the golems didn't have cores and could restore themselves. He asked Mei to take off the cloth, and once she did, the golem started to restore itself within seconds. Dagon was shocked by the sudden action, as Light had gotten it confirmed that the reason why it wasn't restoring its body was because of the cloth made from Mei's magic string. The stone golem charged toward the group, before Mei had quickly sliced it to pieces once again, and made cloth for the pieces to fall onto in order to prevent it from restoring itself once more. The other dwarves wondered what that meant, and Dagon said that it didn't explain why they couldn't find the core of the golems, since golems shouldn't be able to move without a core. Light agreed with the Dwarf King, and knew that the golems in the area they were in worked the same as the ones on the surface. The boy explained that the cloth made from Mei's magic string had severed the golem's connection to its core, making it unable to move or restore, but the dwarves still wondered where the core was. With a grin, Light explained that the whole underground served as the core of the golems, and this information caused Dagon, along with the other dwarves, to start shouting in shock and disbelief. Suzu and Locke continued their efforts and shot thousands of more bullets to the incoming stone golems, that seemed to increase in number with each second. One of the old dwarf experts was still in disbelief at the words that Light had said, and didn't think that it was possible for the whole underground world to be the core of the stone golems. And another one agreed. Dagon thought about it for a moment, and while it should normally be impossible, he started to think that it might be true, since it would explain many things, such as how the stone golem suddenly appeared with such huge numbers and why there was no core inside of the bodies. The rest of the dwarves started to think about it as well, and agreed, before Dagon asked if they could try to reproduce the golems with their technology, the dwarves proceeding to inspect and tinker with it. Light looked back at the battle ahead and thought to himself in silence, believing that if his analysis was true, and as long as they didn't destroy the underground, the stone golems could continuously repair themselves, so they needed to find a way to temporarily stop them. If Airy or Ice Heat were there, they could easily cover the land with ice. But all they could do at that moment without more information was let Suzu and Locke handle it. And Light wondered if he should teleport and bring one of the two girls he thought about. Suddenly, Mara noticed something in the distance, and everyone turned toward where she was, looking to see a wolf running toward her. It was one of her fissions, and it had come back because it had found something and returned to be absorbed back into her and be checked for its memories, which she thought was one of her drawbacks as one of Light's helpers. Once it was absorbed, Mara had told Light that she found the smell of water under two of the spiral structures, and another hole to descend from. This information had caused Dagon to have his jaw hang in shock, while Light was also surprised, humming in thought at the idea of there being another layer to this entire underground world. He thanked the tall woman for finding the hole for descending, as it gave him the ability to be able to decide what to do with the golems. The boy quickly pulled out a card with a dark grin on his face, and proceeded to release it, which activated an ultra-wide adhesive that exploded in the air and wrapped around each and every one of the golems. Suzu and Locke stopped their attack, as everyone saw that the golems struggled to move in the adhesive, and were now completely incapacitated. Eventually, all of the monsters gave up moving, as Dagon saw the adhesive as similar to a spider's web, and Light explained that with this, the stone golems wouldn't be able to move for a while, which meant that they could use the chance to go into the hole that Mara found. Light turned to the Dwarf King and asked if he was okay with the plan, and Dagon agreed without hesitation, even despite the fact that he was sweating with bewilderment and a little fear. But he trusted Light and his instruction. Light affirmed that it was best to leave the golems that way, since they weren't going to end their attack and they did not need to waste their energy fighting them. He asked Mara to lead the way, and the Chimera woman agreed. However, there was one last thing she wanted to do before they went, raising her arm to the sky as something started to come down from above. Dagon was confused, until Light explained that it was a sign of her fission returning, and Mara said that it was time for them to go. Even if hundreds of things from the sky seemed to shoot down like bullets and hit all of the stone golems, breaking them into pieces. An hour later, Light and the others had finally arrived near the spiral structure, and stumbled upon the hole that Mara had found. It seemed to be similar to the first one they witnessed, but there was a cover over it, and there was a hole in the cover to show that it was torn and forcefully opened. Light wondered if it was opened by the adventurers the dwarves had sent in the past. What was unfortunate was the fact that Light still couldn't see anything due to the darkness of the hole, and he decided to leave it all to May once again. They took the cover off of the structure, and May used her magic string to create another box to descend the hole with, announcing to everyone about the start of their descent, as she made sure that everyone checked their belongings and such. When the box started to lower into the next layer of this underground world, Dagon was still in disbelief, while processing everything that had happened to them, starting to understand why the most banned things were there and why the rest of the countries forbade the research and recreation of technology of ancient civilizations. If someone were to get their hands on the technology behind the golems, the power balance of the world would change. Light thought about Dagon's words for a moment and agreed, but the boy was personally looking forward to what kind of ancient technology they were going to see next. May announced to everyone that they were going to exit the hole in 100 meters and another window was created, only for it to be just a vast ocean in sight, with a lone, small island. The dwarves lost their minds once again and shouted in bewilderment, causing Light and the others to sweat drop. Within seconds, the box had descended and hit the surface of the sand, meaning that everyone could now get out. The moment an opening was made in the box, the dwarves charged out with determined expressions, shouting as if they were going to battle, before immediately sifting through the sand and starting to eat it again. Light watched with an almost worried expression as he noticed that the dwarves seemed to only be interested in the land rather than the water at the moment. The boy turned around to ask Mara to scout the surrounding area, and she did as told, summoning fissions out of her body that would fly around in all directions. Light decided that until Mara's fissions returned, they were going to take a rest, since it would be dangerous if they moved in such a vast ocean without knowing their destination. Dogon and the other dwarves ran up to the dark-haired boy with excitement, as they asked for permission to study the island and see while they waited, giving puppy eyes to Light, which caused him to stare back with unamusement, before eventually giving in. He told them that it was fine as long as they stayed cautious, while Light and the others would keep guard. But he warned them that even if they studied the island, not even they could know what was inside the water. Without a second later, the dwarves lit up even more, and said that they were in Light's debt, before quickly running off to do their research. Mera kept watch of the area, while also waiting for her fissions, while Suzu, Locke, Nizuna, and Light kept watch of the place, while Dogon studied near the water. Jack was also keeping watch of the other two dwarves who were tasting and eating plants and parts of the trees inside of the small forest on the island. Nizuna was sifting her sword through the waves in curiosity, while Light hoped that it wouldn't get rusty due to it being protected with mana. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Mei saying that his rest area was finished. He sat down and started to drink his tea, before he noticed Nizuna drinking the seawater and immediately spitting it out in disgust, running back to the boy with a sad expression, since she was just doing what the dwarves did. Light gave the night girl his drink along with a cookie to wash away the taste, making Mei and Suzu notice the action and get a little jealous, while he would tell Nizuna to not put anything strange into her mouth again from now on. Several hours later, Mera's visions had come back, and it seemed as though they had found the same two spiral structures and a small island south from where they were, along with a hole that was already opened. Light happily thanked the tall chimera woman, which caused her to blush and say that there was no need since she just wanted to be helpful for him. As she walked by, the boy wondered why some people were so afraid of Mera, since he thought she was cute, honest, and easy to talk with. He dismissed those thoughts and got back on topic, since he needed to figure out how they were going to cross the sea. However, he believed that the best way of travel was going to be through the sky rather than the ocean, especially with the number of people they had at that moment. Light wondered if it was going to be troublesome using the cards, since the dwarves were likely to start asking him to sell it to them to study them. But he released the card and explained that he cast magic on them that would make them be able to fly for 24 hours. The boy told them that, for safety, they were going to be all connected with Mei's magic string. And fortunately, they all understood with ease, and did not give any unnecessary reactions. It was now time for them to depart, and everyone had flown into the air with Mera leading the way, while the dwarves slightly freaked out from the new feeling of flight, before eventually laughing and getting the hang of it, being able to see the pretty sights without a worry of danger. It truly was pretty. 360 degrees of just the scenery of the ocean, and this made Light wonder how the adventurers that the dwarves sent in the past had crossed the sea. Light looked into the water and did not sense or see any traces of corpses or lost items, nor were there any on the small island, so it must have meant that the adventurers found a way to cross, right? Suddenly, Nizuna brought him back to reality, as everyone looked forward in excitement at the whale that dove out of the ocean for a moment, splashing water everywhere. Everyone was amazed by this happening, and Light started to feel bad about how he wasn't able to show such a sight to Yume, as well as everyone else in the abyss. But those thoughts and feelings went away fast, since the whale came back once again, this time with an aura of hostility that Light quickly sensed. The boy immediately asked for Jack's support, and Jack activated his iron body to repel the attack from the whale. It was powerful, but Jack knew that an attack at such a level wouldn't give him any damage. Light knew that there was hostility from the large fish, but he never would have thought that the whale monster was also the same as the stone golems, a monster that chased off intruders. Mei analyzed it using her appraisal, and explained that the monster was called a long-finned pilot whale, and was level 3000. Light knew that it was weaker than Orochi, the monster that protected the abyss, but he felt as though it was on par with Hardy and the other White Knights. He started to wonder how many resources the ancient civilization had for them to be able to create such a huge fish monster. And if they had such advanced technology, how did they perish? Either way, the thoughts had to be interrupted since the whale was preparing another attack, and Light told Mei and Jack to protect Dogon and the others, while Suzu and Locke would deal with it, and cause it to turn away from its attack. Light was disappointed at the monster having attacked them, since it made the boy change his mind on showing the place to Yume and the others. But he quickly turned to Mera and Suzu and asked if they could kill it. They were confident in their abilities, and the Chimera woman looked towards Suzu and apologized, asking for her to buy Mera some time while she would spawn an aquatic chimera to fight against the whale. Locke said to leave it to them, and Suzu got near the water before shooting hundreds of bullets into the water at the whale. It was capable of swimming quickly, but they were still not going to miss just because it was underwater. The pilot whale tried to shoot back at Suzu before she would shoot even more back in response. It sent the whirlpool-like attack from before at the musket girl, to which she dodged with a pout from how sturdy the fish seemed to be. It was also because of how huge the monster was that they needed to shoot even more magic bullets in order to make them debuff it at all. What they did had bought them time, like Mara asked. Mara sarcastically apologized to the fish for making it wait, as she summoned an orca with a horn on its head that fell into the water, and started to swim at the pilot whale at high speeds. The horn connected with the gut of the whale as the orca brought the monster out of the water, and in range for Suzu to be able to shoot even more bullets at it than before. It fell back into the ocean and tried to swim away, until Mara made the orca do the same thing and bring it out of the water, as Suzu shot at it again, finally activating poison and blindness on the fish. While this happened, Nizuna pointed in another direction, and it seemed as though the small fish group that they'd seen from before were flying out of the water and toward their direction. The night girl was excited by the sight, while May and Jack either repelled or sliced through any stray fish that came too close, as Light realized that it seemed as though there were more monsters than just that whale, but it also seemed that most of them couldn't even fly high enough to reach them. The boy decided that it was not going to be a problem to worry about these smaller fish of the sea being of any danger to them, and turned back to see how Mara and Suzu were doing. Suzu and Locke were still making dents into the whale, while the orca swam around at high speeds and chipped at the sides of the pilot whale, dealing great damage, as Light realized that the battle was going to be quickly over. However, that was only the beginning of it, as he didn't expect for there to be something even bigger than the whale, a lump forming in the water that became larger with each second. The ocean started to warp and manipulate itself, growing higher and higher above everyone who were already flying high in the sky, while it morphed into a large body with tentacles made out of water. The dwarves stared with disbelief and fear at the new monster, as May explained that it was an artificial life form, the ocean slime, where the whole sea appeared to be its body. Dagon and the other dwarves stared with their mouths wide open in shock at the fact that the ocean had manipulated itself into a large slime monster, one of them saying that it was impossible to artificially create something of the sort in the first place. They wondered how advanced ancient civilization was in technology, but they couldn't focus on that thought at this moment, since they had to worry about the giant monster that was trying to attack them. It swiped at Mara and Suzu, but they were able to dodge it swiftly, and the two knew that there was no way such a huge move could hit them. The monster continued to thrash around in a rage, and Locke theorized that it was likely either trying to capture them inside its body to suffocate them, or use the small fishes to finish them while trapped inside the body. The hand of the creature tried to swipe at them once again, but it was dodged, and Suzu proceeded to shoot at the arm of the monster until it fell off. This succeeded, and the limb fell back into the ocean, but the arm was regrown within seconds, and Locke sighed since he seemed to know that that would happen. The dwarves sweat dropped and were bewildered at the sight of the battle, and how the monster was able to regrow its limbs instantly, which wasn't much of a surprise, since its body parts were made of water. Its hand was starting to swell up, and everyone could see the flying fishes from earlier gathering inside of it, making everyone confused about what it was trying to do with them. Suddenly, the fish were thrown out of its hand like projectiles at Suzu and Mara, causing the dwarves to stare with worry at the speed and number of the fish, since they thought that the two women were not going to be able to evade it. Luckily, Suzu and Locke were able to immediately shoot through the thousands of fish with her bullets, and Mara was able to eat a good amount of the fish with her body manipulation. Dagon and the other dwarves were surprised once again by their skills, but they still wondered how they were going to defeat the slime. Mara noticed that the orca she had created earlier was trapped inside the body of the slime and couldn't move whatsoever, but she expected this, since she knew that it was incompatible with the monster, so she hummed and thought while thinking of ways to deal with the slime. Light knew that there was no way for them to lose against it, since it was approximately level 4000, so it was just troublesome to defeat. The idea of defeating the monster was not comprehensible to the dwarves, so they thought that the best thing to do was to start retreating, but Light reassured them that there was no need to worry. Nizuna caught Mara's attention and asked if she could defeat it instead if the job was too much for her, and Jack chimed in to say that he could do it as well. The Chimera woman responded by telling Nizuna that there was no need for the Night Girl to move against an enemy of this level, and that Mara was the best person to defeat it without causing unnecessary damage. She quickly turned to Jack and complained about how he wouldn't steal the task that Light had given her, asking him if he wanted to get punched. Jack only responded with a shrug, as Mara turned back to the monster, saying it was enough playing around, as she wasn't just evading its attacks from the beginning. Mara had apparently been preparing her own move from the start, grinning as she proceeded to summon thousands of her own fish out of her body to jump back into the ocean and start swimming in the opposite direction of the slime. The dwarves darted their eyes around the ocean, confused about the situation, and wondering what the fish were doing as Mara explained to the monster that she could understand its weakness due to being a chimera. When creating a huge organism, a person would need an extra brain located in the middle of the body. So if the ocean were the monster's body, the brain had to be somewhere near it. The fish that she had just spawned were chimeras that specialized in tracking things underwater. And once the monster realized what was happening, it started to frantically grab at the woman. But she just grinned and said that it was too late to move now. Mara turned to Light while the dwarves were talking amongst themselves in shock, and she apologized to the boy for taking her time to eliminate the small fry. Once the slime monster had exploded behind her, she explained to Light that he should wait a moment while she would destroy the remaining cores of the enemy. The dark-haired male said that it was okay, since he believed that she would be able to take care of it smoothly. However, before they could do anything, Dagon and the others stopped them and asked if they could keep at least a fragment of the cores as samples, since they wanted to research the technology. All the dwarves had puppy dog eyes at Light as the boy's sweat dropped from this behavior from 3 grown men, causing Light to sigh before thinking about how it was probably extremely important to the dwarves as researchers. He apologized to Mara and asked that she grant their wishes to gather as many fragments as she could, and she wasn't against the request. The dwarves started to celebrate as Mara and Suzu proceeded to kill off any and all monsters and such in the area, finishing up before the 2 women reported back to Light and told him that it would take a day to destroy and collect all the core fragments. With this in mind, it was good to continue proceeding through the sky, to which Light thanked them and did as suggested. The boy noticed the excitement of the dwarves, whose passion seemed almost more troublesome than an enemy, but his thoughts were interrupted by Mara telling Light that the island was in the near distance. It had the same spirals, similar to the ones on the top floor, and Light wondered what the purpose of it was, from the fact that it was repeated on multiple floors. They all landed on the island, and Light told Mara, Jack, and Suzu to keep an eye on the 3 dwarves, who were already starting to collect plants, while Light and the others were going to check out the area under the structure. The boy noticed it was the exact same hole as the one before, and also had its cover destroyed, so it seemed as though they could still descend. May asked if they were going to descend again, but Light said that was enough for the day, and they should all rest for the night. The maid woman said that she would decide the turn for Night Watch, and Light tried to say that he could be added to the list, but May only chuckled and brushed off his offer. The boy remembered that they all needed beds to sleep in and used magic to summon a cottage from thin air, causing the dwarves to turn around in shock and run to the building to ask Light about where it came from. Light only casually explained that it was just something he did with magic, surprising Dagon and the others even more, as they fought each other to get inside and explore. The dark-haired boy's sweat dropped at the sight, and was about to create another cottage before he noticed Nizuna staring into the hole, something she had been doing for quite some time. Light was confused as to why she wasn't jumping around innocently like Dagon and the others, but he found out why she was acting this way when she turned to him and said that she had a bad feeling about what they were going to experience on the next floor. May and Light nodded at each other, and reassured the girl that they would keep their heads up for when they descended. Meanwhile, in the plains on the border of the Dwarven Kingdom and the Human Kingdom, there was a merchant man, who was waiting for another merchant who rode in with a carriage. They greeted each other, and the other male let Kava know about the meat he prepared according to the request, that being barrels of 4 young men or women. One of them looked more limp than wanted, but the bearded man said that it was okay, since that one had just lost its mind because of the drugs they used on the captured people. After confirming the others, the bearded man was paid, and the 2 exchanged a laugh before making their way off in opposite directions. Kava was glad that the exchange went smoothly, and knew that Nano would agree with him, that they would not have to go all the way to kidnap people and could just get them with money. The merchant man looked back at the barrels and remembered the limp girl who was in one of them, starting to salivate from his mouth until he realized how he was behaving. He felt embarrassed and wiped the saliva away, wondering if it was about time for a certain thing, since it seemed as though his body really wanted a human. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem if he only delivered 3 bodies, so Kava wanted to find a time to eat one of them without getting attacked. However, it had been several days, and Nano was likely running out of humans soon. Kava sighed and wondered if he should just play it safe by killing one of them and eating it. Light, among others, knew that Nizuna was a strong girl who would still win even when fighting against Eri and Aoyuki together. She was the strongest, being in the lowest layer of the abyss, and that same Nizuna was the one who told everyone to be cautious. Just what was inside the next layer? That was what all of them were going to find out, since it was now the next day and was time to move, and Light told everyone to be careful. Light remembered Nizuna's words, and these same words made everyone feel on edge. The boy could feel the tension in the air. May told the dark-haired male that they were going to reach the bottom of the hole soon, and it seemed as though Nizuna's instincts were true, since once they landed in this weird area, it truly did seem like a trace of a battle. Light told Mara to survey from the sky and land, and to order her spawn to be wary of any enemy, to which she did without hesitation. while Dagon and the others asked the boy if they could survey the lair. The boy paused and thought for a moment, before deciding to allow it as long as they were all in groups, knowing that Light couldn't ask the dwarves to hold back, along with the fact that Light himself was curious about several things about the lair as well. The surface seemed to be made with the same material that only Nizuna could break, and there were many craters in many places, meaning that there was something there that could easily break the material. The dwarves were discussing with each other about what could have possibly created the craters, and Light himself was confused about it as well, due to it being shaved so cleanly. He continued making theories in his head until he sensed something, and looked up before shouting at everyone to get down. May immediately used her string to create a shield wall between them and the glowing ball. However, it was completely repelled by the ball. Jack tried to protect everyone by pushing them behind him, but Nizuna told Jack that he shouldn't try to take it and should just leave it to her, proceeding to swing her large sword against the ball, which sent it flying through one of the many walls on the floor before vanishing. They were confused, until Light and the others turned their attention to where Nizuna was looking, only to see a large snake-like beast that slithered out from behind one of the walls. Suzu leaped into the air and shot at the monster, only to be confused that none of the bullets connected with the monster, seemingly only going through it. May used her appraisal skill, and Light asked what the level of the beast was, but May only told the boy to be careful as it did not have a level to it. The beast hissed and got closer, as both Suzu and Locke started to get frustrated at the fact that they couldn't shoot it, until May called out to the girl to tell her that her attacks were useless against it, since the beast was created by the ancient civilization, and it was classified as an artificial mythology class weapon. Because of this, it was all up to Nizuna, who immediately leapt into the air and slashed at the monster, sending it flying. It was still alive and standing, and the girl was impressed at its ability to hold against one of her attacks, making her believe that she was up against an opponent where she could get a little serious. Even though Suzu's magic bullets could pass through the beast, it didn't phase through Nizuna's greatsword, and instead tried to block it. Dagon stared with shock and fear at the fact that there was an artificially created mythology-class weapon, something created by the ancient civilization. Light was sure that this was the one, and he figured out the reason why May's appraisal said that the beast didn't have a level, and that was because it was not considered a beast, it was an object. For example, if a person were to try and appraise a sword, it wouldn't show any level, because weapons and equipment didn't have levels at all. The boy felt as though the snake beast was closer to an autonomous weapon than a creature, and he also realized why Suzu's attacks didn't affect the monster. That being the ability that mythology-class objects have, isolate. In general, weapons and equipment have ranks that ranged from Genesis class, which created the world, to the well-known Common class, which were just normal weapons and equipment. Genesis and Mythology class were classes that were still not things that were known by even experts who handled countless magic items. Its existence was almost like a legend to the dwarves, but they could still vaguely interpret that Phantasm class or lower exerted some effect on the enemy or object that a person could see. Based on that, weapons and equipment in Mythology class or higher had some kind of isolate ability that could interfere with the world itself. If this snake beast was an artificial mythology class created by the ancient civilization, then the reason why Suzu's attack passed through it was because of this very isolate ability, which was strong enough to interfere with the world. Though there was something else on Dagon's mind, and that was the fact that Nizuna's attacks were not nullified, and instead caused the monster to defend itself, which meant only one thing. The one who could fight the artificial mythology class was someone who held the same rank or higher, which meant the weapon that Light had, the Genesis class Divine Spear Gungnir, or the weapon that Nizuna had, the Mythology class Prometheus. As all the dwarves stared with their mouths agape in shock, Light turned to them and was surprised that they didn't recognize it. But Dagon realized that Nizuna had been using that same weapon to play with the waves in the water and dig holes with it, along with even touching the blade with her hands after snacking. Dagon was appalled to learn that she was using such a strong and rare weapon so casually, and Light could understand why the dwarven man had this attitude, staring forward with a sweat drop. May walked up to the girl and said that it was still unclear how the enemy was hindering their attacks, telling her that she was the only one who could move and fight against it. Nizuna bumped her fist against her chest and said to leave it to her, as she was confident that she would be able to protect Light and the others. She lifted her sword and charged forward to smash it against the snake beast, who blocked it once again, seemingly struggling to fully repel the attacks before it was eventually sent flying once again. The girl was seemingly having fun with the struggle that she herself was having against the monster, and said that the last person she fought was just easily blown away by a Light swing, so she felt glad that she could fight seriously outside of the training that she had with Light and the others. Nizuna lifted her sword once again and said a phrase, calling upon the power of her sword, which made her and her weapon glow brightly. Dagon slowly opened his eyes in confusion and stared with a puzzled expression when he saw 5 different Nizunas floating in the air, wondering if this was a technique that made a person move so fast that it looked as though a person was splitting. However, Light said it was a different technique, one that made Nizuna completely clone herself, and each clone has the exact same level and equipment. All 5 of the Nizunas prepared their attacks, and called for the snake beast's attention as they all charged toward it, each with their own respective grins. The mythology class greatsword Prometheus. Its ability was twisting the providence. What that ability could do was cause events that were fundamentally impossible. With that ability, it was possible to materialize several copies of oneself with the same level and equipment, and that was what Nizuna did. However, the sword wasn't omnipotent and had its limits, meaning that she could only create 4 copies at max with the same level and equipment before it would dull itself in the many other copies, and eventually kill the user if they were reckless with it. The easiest target to influence was Nizuna herself, and her own items, while other beings were harder since it would need the other being to consent, or else there would be recoil. Because of this, the most efficient way to use the ability was to copy Nizuna and attack enemies all at once with these copies. The multiple Nizunas continued to swing their swords at the snake beast, and almost played tennis with it, before one of them eventually cut off its arm, seemingly exciting them. One of the Nizunas said it was going to be a match for who could bring down the enemy first, and all of them charged at the beast with excitement, until it started to shoot hundreds of smaller balls at the 5 copies. Because Nizuna couldn't take the hit, all of the copies had to either deflect the balls or dodge. Nizuna knew that while she was the toughest one in the abyss, the snake beast could still easily erase her, and Dagon started to worry about the status of Nizuna, given how her defenses were not able to do anything against the beast's attacks, something that Light knew. The boy wondered what kind of power the monster truly had and noticed it hissing again, before he told the dwarven men that there was no need to worry, since despite the beast letting out a victory cry, the monster was naive for thinking it could defeat Nizuna. The copies raised their swords and said a phrase to call upon the sword, and it seemed as though her wounds and equipment were fixed. But Light knew that it was just Nizuna using the sword to return her wounds to before they were there, and then recopying herself, since if there was even one Nizuna left, the sword could continue materializing her infinitely. The combination of this great sword and the strongest being of the abyss was something that would truly be a force to be reckoned with, and this beast would not be able to win against the girl. The Nizunas continued running at the snake beast, which tried to use the same attack against her, but the copies were able to easily defuse the situation and deflect or dodge the attack, since it would not work twice on her. When it seemed as though the copies of Nizuna were able to corner the snake beast, one of them was about to make a slash into its body, only to realize that it had seemed to disappear. The 5 of them were confused and saw that it had seemingly made its distance away from the copies, making them attempt to attack it again, until the beast went through the wall once again. The Nizuna started to get angry from its actions, as Light noticed that the beast had stopped fighting Nizuna directly, and instead changed its strategy to keep a distance. He was surprised that the beast was able to change its tactics, when mere weapons shouldn't be able to do so, so the technology it was made with must have been high-tech. It continued to phase through walls, and Light was thinking about the beast's abilities, knowing that mythology-class weapons had the ability to isolate themselves, but this beast was sure able to create distance from Nizuna. The copies were starting to become upset and were insulting the monster, before the snake beast turned towards Light's direction and aimed at him, shooting the balls at him, which caused Nizuna to go out of her way to protect Light. The copy started to focus on protecting Light, and the boy realized that the monster was smart enough to separate Nizuna's copies, another flaw of the sword, since the method was easy to figure out, and was able to mess with Nizuna's head. If only Nizuna could use her head a little bit when using her sword, it would not be that hard to stop the beast completely. However, thanks to the girl, Light could already guess the ability of the snake beast, due to it showing too many of its tricks. Light told the girl that he was going to stop its movement while she would use the gap to get closer and attack it, and she affirmed that she understood before Light pulled out a card that would cause an explosion around the beast. It seemed to have been affected by this attack and was stopped for a moment, giving the Nizunas the ability to start chipping away at it. As Dagon asked what happened, the boy explained that the explosion worked because the ability the beast had was dissociation from the world, confusing the dwarves and other listeners, as Light explained that it was able to slip through presence detection to get close to opponents, and be able to move through walls while reusing its ability, with the white balls to attack them and leave craters along the land or ignore the defense of things. Anything that the balls touched would use the ability that the snake beast had, and Light was able to figure it out because anything it touched would disappear rather than get blown away. Dagon asked why Light's attack worked, and that was simply because the beast's ability couldn't be used continuously, and was easy to fight against through predicting the beast's movements. The Dwarven King discussed this with the others, before eventually agreeing that even mythology-class weapons weren't perfect, something Light agreed with. Light's subordinates praised him for his intelligence before the boy told Nizuna that it was time to end things, as the girl continued slashing at the creature. When it phased through a wall again, Light would use another explosion attack to stop it, and give Nizuna the opportunity to give the final attack and simultaneously slash the copied swords at it, successfully killing it. The pieces of the monster flew everywhere and started destroying everything in the surrounding area, coming toward the dwarves as Jack jumped in to shield them from the debris. Light thanked him for the action, as Jack said his time to shine had to come eventually, since he couldn't do anything against the snake beast, but Light said that it couldn't be helped, since it was mythology class. The boy casually said that he was glad that Jack was there to block it, since the dwarves would have become minced meat, causing the three to squeak in fear at the thought. Nizuna certainly was strong, but she didn't know how to hold back, making Light think back on their previous battle in the giant tower. Another thing Light thought about was Nizuna's #1 flaw, and he was able to see it in real time as the girl would try to run back to get praise from the boy. Because of her happy-go-lucky attitude, she was unable to realize that the arm she cut off earlier was still trying to shoot at her, but Light was luckily able to throw his spear at it and destroy it. Light theorized that it was cut on purpose and used for an ambush, and he knew that the bullets would have killed her now that she was back to just one copy. The one flaw that Nizuna had was that she was so powerful it made her careless. He started to reprimand her for letting her guard down, and the happy girl started to tear up and sob, making Light panic as he tried to calm her down by patting and pampering her. After that was done, the dwarves wanted to inspect the remains of the weapon, but Light told them to keep their guard up and not put anything in their mouths, in order to prevent Nizuna from imitating them. They gave a thumbs up and started to desperately look at the remains, as Light was told by Mara that there was another hole to descend, along with a beast of a sword, likely from the adventurers that the dwarves sent in the past. It was unfortunate that they died, but it was still fortunate that there was even a tip of a blade left given what the adventurers had to deal with. Light thanked the Chimera woman before saying that they should wait until the dwarves calmed down before they would descend again. It would take a whole day for the dwarves to calm down and all night for them to inspect the weapon after it was cleaned up and gathered, but they ended up deciding that there was nothing they could understand with their current skills. Light chuckled at the sight, and after some more rest, they descended once again, only to find out that there were houses. They all had normal furniture and such, breaking Light's expectations, and almost disappointing the dwarves from the lack of amazing technology. They continued forward as Nizuna showed them to a different shaped building that was similar to the church on the surface, making them all stumble upon a painting on one of the walls. On one side of the painting it held a drawing of the snake beast they had fought, along with drawings of the 9 races, and a group of black-haired humans that felt different than regular humans, seeming as though these could be the masters that everyone had been talking about. On the other side, they were fighting against many monsters and the large mouth of a giant creature that seemed to be spawning the monsters. He couldn't see the whole body of the creature since some of the painting had already crumbled, and the others thought that the painting was creepy, but Light saw it was worth something. The reasons he had gone on this expedition was to learn what the dragon newt and demon races were hiding, info about the masters, and info about the ancient civilization. He thought that the creature was likely a deity of some sort, but his thoughts were interrupted by Mara having one of her summons come back and say it found places that could be archives and treasuries. They found a building that seemed to be a library, and the dwarves went crazy at the sight, as Light skimmed the books, disappointed that he couldn't read it with his current knowledge. They went off to check the treasuries and saw that it was just small rectangular boxes with no entrance or exit, so they made Nizuna cut holes into them. Light was surprised that she didn't do anything more flashy, but they dismissed the thought as they found out that the boxes held riches, and a lot of equipment that caught the attention of the dwarves. Dagon thanked Light for taking them to these layers, and he was already thinking about how these discoveries could shake history, saying that he was looking forward to the research from then on. The boy was glad the dwarf was enjoying it, and as thanks, Dagon gave him a small hammer that was the national seal of the kingdom, and it was a seal of approval that would give Light the ability to do anything in the dwarf's territory. Not only that, it also gave Light the right for succession, but the boy wasn't interested in that, making Dagon sigh in disappointment, since he was just trying to find a way to get out of the throne himself. While Light wasn't interested in the throne, the boy knew that this seal could help him in his plan to make Lilith sit on the throne of the human kingdom and investigate the crime of Nano. Dagon was worried about Light's expression, to which the boy told him it wasn't something to worry about, before remembering something and giving the tip of the blade to Dagon, explaining that it was likely from the adventurers that were sent in the past. Light said that it was likely just for his own self-satisfaction, but Dagon reassured the boy that he was glad the adventurers still had someone to think about them. If a dwarf like Nano existed, then someone like Dagon was also possible, making Light have mixed feelings about everything he had worked towards. Now that business had been taken care of, Dagon was about to say that he would stay to do research, until the other two argued with him to go back and do his job as king. After they had all thrown tantrums and taken the time despite Nizuna's worry, Dagon had eventually sworn to prioritize his duty as king. Mara's spawns returned, and there were no more holes to descend or anything to explore, and the dwarves seemed to not think the ancient civilization was enough, so they tried to get Nizuna to give them her sword, but Light was there to tell them to stop. They teleported back to the surface while Mara stayed to collect a fission of the sea, and Light talked with Dagon and the other dwarves, before deciding on putting a research facility on the deepest layer of the ruins to keep it away from the dragon newt and demons. Because of that, they would periodically bring the dwarves down to the deepest layer to report any findings to them. After saying their farewell to Dagon and the others, they'd all returned to the abyss, and immediately disbanded after being exhausted from the exploration. Light jumped into bed and felt mentally wasted after interacting with the dwarves, but he was able to get the seal in the end. Suddenly, he was looking forward to getting his revenge on Nano, and he drifted off to sleep, wondering what kind of revenge he should do. Outside the Dwarf Kingdom's outskirts, Nano was still inside of his house, which was deep in a nearby forest. The Dwarven man was still putting all of his effort into making a certain blade, while the corpses of the humans that Kava had brought him all this time were sitting all around the room. Nano continued to clang his hammer against the anvil with a sweat and obsessive grin, as he proceeded to put whatever he was smithing into a bucket of what seemed to be organs. It was starting to react to the materials in the bucket, and he pulled out the blade, staring at it with a bewildered expression before he believed it needed one last thing. There was a woman who was still bound to the work table that he had in the room, squirming and trying to scream and cry in fear as the Dwarven man picked up a butcher's knife and proceeded to remove the woman's heart. It pulsed in his hand, and Nano continued his work on the blade, only for it to be done several hours later. He held the blade in his hands, laughing to himself, as he knew that this was an artifact-class magic weapon, without having to even use his appraisal on it. Nano's laughter turned maniacal, as he felt happy about the fact that he had succeeded in creating an artifact-class magic weapon all by himself, an item that only adventurers of A and S rank could hold. Even after many years of effort, he didn't know if it was possible to produce a relic-class weapon, but he felt satisfied with just this one weapon being an artifact-class one, especially since it was created without using any help of magicians. He turned his head to the corpses laying in the room, and had gotten an idea, proceeding to lift the newly made blade and slice into a pile of bodies around him. Nano started to grin at the fact that it had such a great sharpness, and so he decided to slice more than just the bodies, starting to destroy everything around him in the building. The remains of what he did lay all around him, and he looked closely at the blade, knowing that he had cut through steel and rock with it, yet not a single scratch was on the blade. Yelling out loud to himself, Nano called himself a genius, who was chosen by the goddess as a genius blacksmith, and he was destined to create legendary weapons. He laughed until pausing for a moment, thinking to himself about how his actions weren't enough, since it was meaningless to cut just objects and corpses. If he didn't use it to cut living beings, then he wouldn't know its true value. After putting a cloak over himself, the Dwarven man left his residence and started to silently make his way toward the city, while Kava hid behind a tree and watched the dwarf run off. The human merchant sighed at the fact that Nano seemed to not be able to hold himself back, and went outside, completely getting caught by the curse of the forbidden sword that was even at its final stage. Kava shrugged and decided that he was going to wait and see how things would turn out, hoping that it would bring a profit to him before all his efforts would become a waste. It all felt hard to him when he didn't have enough hands, and believed that he would be happy once he found more people to move. But for naught. Kava was just asking for something impossible. In the city, Nano had already found his first victim, a beast man, who was shivering in fear, yet was confused by the very feeling he felt. The beast man didn't see a reason for him to be scared against a dwarf, and Nano could feel as though the weapon could strike fear into people, likely the ability the sword had. The stranger asked who Nano was, but the Dwarven man only responded by saying that the beast man should be happy and honored by becoming a valuable foundation of his legendary weapon. With a scream and a single stab, the beast man was killed, and the blade started to drink the blood from the corpse in order to grow in its abilities, and Nano named the legendary weapon Sword of Terror. Meanwhile, Light had gotten a report from Iceheat about how Nano was committing crimes already in the Dwarf Kingdom. Iceheat said that it had only started to happen recently, and seemed as though Nano just wanted to test the ability of the sword, making him attack an adventurer who was alone in the middle of the night. The boy asked about the sword, and learned from Aoyuki's familiar appraisal that there was a high chance of it being a forbidden sword, making Light wonder where Nano could have gotten it. A forbidden sword, to put it simply, was just cursed equipment. Just by having it, one already violates the Treaty of Nine Kingdoms and could be executed. The longer one holds it, the more it erodes their mind and shortens their lifespan, before attacking both friends and foe. It was a huge minus from the adventurer's perspective, and Iceheat explained that the source of the sword was to be read on the next document of the report. on which Light learned that it was not found, but instead made. However, that information was still just speculation on their end. Because Light had been focusing his attention on the ruin of an ancient civilization recently, he hadn't taken a look at the information concerning Nano, except that he had been trying to escape the Dwarven Kingdom. Nano used to be a well-known person who worked in a famous smithy, until he recently had quit his job and moved to the outskirts of the city, and the only person who came to the mansion was a human male merchant. The things that the merchant brought were basic daily necessities, materials, alchemy ingredients, and, lastly, human slaves. Iceheat explained that the slaves were brought using wooden barrels, and she herself was confused by the purpose, until they all believed that the humans were used as material for the Forbidden Sword. Light paused and thought about the situation and wondered where Nano could have learned these methods, as Iceheat continued and said that Aoyuki tried to investigate the human merchant but didn't find anything suspicious. But the fact that he was normal was suspicious in itself. The dark-haired boy believed that they should be cautious with the merchant, and told Iceheat to schedule Aoyuki so Light could talk to her about Nano and the merchant, since they needed to stop Nano's craziness, while thinking that the merchant could be used in his revenge on Nano. Once the woman left, Light let out a sigh and thought back on all that had been said, remembering something that Nano had passionately told him when he was still in the Gathering of Races. It was Nano's dream to produce a legendary weapon that could come out in the legends. To fulfill that dream, it seemed that Nano had fallen and touched the Forbidden. However, because of that, Light had finally found the method to make Nano taste despair.